People want to feel known.
Really building technology fast.
The lack of personalization and consumer trust cost businesses $756 billion last year.
Email itself is going to evolve into something very different.
Automation,
messenger and SMS, business process optimization,
customer experience,
inventory planning.
Be more visual, be more tactile.
What's the future of e-commerce?
The heyday's just beginning.
Heyo, can you hear me all right? Hello, I'm Derek Haney, your host and the Chief E-commerce Technologist at eCommerceTech.io. Thank you, Google, for reminding me that our event starts right now. How are you guys doing? If you can hear me, if you're on YouTube, you might be on Facebook, you might also be on the Hey Summit site, and there should be a live chat somewhere around. I know that sometimes it's hard to find if you're on Hey Summit because you're not used to it, but if you are near a chat box, tell me, where are you tuning in from? We'd love to highlight you on the screen. That's what we do with our streaming software here, StreamYard. So come on in. The water is fine. We're going to have an amazing day, jam-packed sessions focused on the fashion and apparel industry. We've got industry experts. We've got technology experts. We've got agency experts, all here to help you find the tools and tactics you need to grow your store. A little bit about me really quick. If you are at this crossroads where you can't figure out what is the right tool for customer service, for upselling, cross-selling, for messenger marketing, for anything really having to do in the business, inventory management, post-purchase, email, SMS, of course, all of these things. You come to eCommerceTech.io. You can book a consult with me, and I would be happy to walk you through the e-commerce technology landscape and help you find the right tools you need to grow your store. I also want to give a special shout out to all of our sponsors today, especially the big three are Gorgeous, the help desk for e-commerce. They have truly streamlined rules and macros, and they're using artificial intelligence to make customer service easier than ever for the e-commerce merchant. Partner that with LTV Plus, which is world-class customer service outsourcing. These are the agents you need to work the help desk solution, whether it's alongside your existing team or in replacement of them. You can use LTV Plus to have manned live chat, to answer customer service inquiries, and really integrate and even teach your existing team the best business process optimization strategies for customer service, for helping to shrink the cost margin while increasing the profit margin that stems from having a relationship with your customer in real time. And then finally, we've got Recart, best-in-class messenger marketing. I love this tool because it's so dedicated to messenger, and they really know how to do like Facebook ad messenger campaigns really well. Retargeting, of course, is their bread and butter. And it really is just this incremental layer of increasing your conversion rate and building a relationship with your customer, which is definitely part of what we're going to be talking about here today. We couldn't do this event for free without our sponsors, and we will share more about them later in the show. I also want to quickly send over to you guys, if I can find it here, the show notes. It looks like somebody just did this for me. Awesome team, go. You can download the show notes, or really just, it's a Google Doc. You open it up and you bookmark it. And this will be like the shortcut for all of the results of, or all of the sessions that come in here today. So just open that up and follow along in the show notes. If you miss a link, it'll be in the show notes. If you miss a slide, many of the slides will be in the show notes. And of course, we'll have all of these sessions available on our YouTube for free in about 24, 48, maybe 3 days after the show, since this is a 2-day event and it might take some time to cut all that, but we'll put it together for you. We've got a few people saying hello here. Ranbur251, what's your real name? What's your store? Hit me with it. And where are you coming in from? And then Satakshi, I'm sorry, I probably butchered that. Thanks for saying hello. Let's get into it really quick. The next thing to talk about, our upcoming events. If you have seen us in the past, this is like our 20th event over the last 2 years. We love doing the Future of E-commerce shows. And everything that we do, by the way, is centered around emerging tools and technology. So you're not going to find the old school styles here. There's a little bit of the of this, like making sure you know things like abandoned cart sequences and all the stuff that really is now required as an e-commerce store owner. But we like to focus specifically on what's emerging, what's the next thing that's going to be happening in our industry, how do we stay on top of it, and how do we innovate as merchants, right? So we've got an event coming up that's really going to be all about that on artificial intelligence. The lineup is turning out to be phenomenal. Really excited about that. It will be for the mid-market, upmarket, merchant a little bit more. I'm not going to lie, because it's going to be about using AI, which is a lot about using a lot of your customer data and stuff like that to grow the store. Then we've got retention and loyalty. I think everybody can improve on this front. So I'm really looking forward to sharing some improvement strategies and innovations in that space. Social media and social commerce, we're all trying to increase our return on ad spend, lower that cost of acquisition. We've got new channels coming out. Snapchat, Clubhouse is a hot one. TikTok, of course. How do we bring our brand and stay relevant on those channels? You'll find out in June. And then we've got building a digitally native vertical brand. Of course, really passionate about this one, because that's what we love to talk to. We want to own the customer relationship and make it hard for customers to switch providers, even though we might be seen as a commodity. If you're selling fashion and apparel, you're probably a semi-commodity in a space, right? You could be a unique designer. You could have a unique brand and presence, but your shirt or your clothes or your dress can be substituted for another. So having that brand connection turns out to be very important to increasing lifetime value. Then we've got our global event. This will be all about international expansion, selling into China, selling into Latin America, selling into Europe, as well as, if you're in those countries, how to sell into the US from there. So it'll be a global event. And then our Black Friday, Cyber Monday, everybody has to have a mandatory event for this, making sure that everything is buttoned up and you know what's going to hit you. And then in October, our e-commerce leadership summit, which is for e-commerce executives only, and it's very hands-on. You'll actually be able to do test trials and come on screen with us there. All right, I already plugged myself, but if you don't know about eCommerceTech.io, we like to say that we are in the middle of this product, market, and technology fit that you're looking for your store. We are that place you can go to for help with all of these things. You can book a consult with me at ecomtech.link/consult. I'll send that link to you in just a second. My Greenway says, hello from France. Hello. It is probably 5-6 p.m. So grab a glass of wine, sit down, and enjoy before you probably go off to dinner in France. What do you eat at like 9 or 10 p.m.? It's crazy. I don't even know how it works over there. Daniel Boaki says hello. Thanks, Daniel, for chiming in. Ranbir says we are based in India and we are an image editing and post-production studio. Awesome. I know this space and it is super helpful to merchants. It's good to have you here. We will see how we can plug you into to this ecosystem, Ranbir, and see how things are going. And Daniel says he's coming in from NYC. And if you are watching now from Hey Summit, we can also post the link to the schedule in Hey Summit, so you know a little bit about what's coming up here. Why don't I just share my screen? You should be able to see it now, yeah? All right, let's just scroll through really quick. I'm going to introduce Chloe Thomas in just a second. She's interviewing Camilla Olson, and this is going to be a, I think, revolutionary talk. If you are in the fashion space and you need to be designing your own products, so you're not just like drop shipping a t-shirt or something like that, you are going to learn a lot about how her technology is helping to enable supply chain management and really make sure you're building for your customer. Then we have Chris from Gorgeous. We'll be talking about customer support and bringing new innovative strategies and some of the new features they've released to the forefront of fashion and apparel. GQ is going to show you more about, I believe it's going to go into live chat and other strategies for actually using that customer service team to make money. Really excited about our tech showcase by Accessiby. I'm not even going to tell you what it is. You're going to really realize that it's going to be something that you've been missing in your business. Shopping Gives, always a pleasure to have them because they are bringing so much good to this world with their cause marketing platform. We've got Nicholas from Recart talking about messenger marketing. You're going to see retargeting strategies. You're going to see a new way to do Facebook ads. Kurt Elster with website teardowns. By the way, if you want Kurt Elster to tear down your website right now at 11:55 a.m., submit your URL. You can put it in the chat below. You can also respond to one of the emails I probably sent you earlier and give me just the website URL. We will curate that short list down over to him, and he will bring up your website and talk about all the mistakes he sees, which is usually quite a few, so you can get some good value out of that. My Sure Fit, I wonder, is this a fashion technology tool? It's going to be awesome, and I think you'll really appreciate it. Then we've got Raul from Referral Candy. So this is really about increasing that viral coefficient and getting more of your customers to talk about yourself. Sarah Boyd and I will be doing a talk about the future of influencer marketing. I'm really looking forward to that. She like manages all of these mega influencers, well, top to like bottom to top kind of influencers. And so she sees it from the influencer side a lot, but she's also trying to look at it from the brand side. And so we're going to have this interesting dichotomy as we talk influencer marketing there. And then Lucas Walker is going to do a live podcast with us here in the audience with Kristen Jones. And I think that that's going to be quite unique. We're testing it out, but I'm really looking forward to closing out the day with him because Lucas is always exciting and all the merchants he brings to the table are always cool as well. All right. What else? I think that's about covering it. Let's take this off and introduce you to Miss Chloe Thomas. Chloe, how's it going?
Hey, Derek, it's good. It's all good here. How are you?
Good. Did I ramble through all of that? Was it easy to follow?
I wouldn't call it a ramble, but the YouTube channel is hotting up. I've been trying to say hello to everyone who's joining us on YouTube because you're all chatting away. So that's been me on the chat so far. So if you're not hearing anything on the chat at the moment, it's because I'm here. I can't talk to you guys on it as well. So, but awesome to see so many people tuning in from YouTube, and I'm really looking forward to what's coming up ahead because like you say, Derek, this is a great platform for finding out what's next, which is what we all want, isn't it? What's next?
I love it. Well, Chloe, before we get into it, well, everybody should know Chloe, the amazing co-host of this show, multiple e-commerce book author, multiple podcasts. Where can everybody go to find out more about you? And I think you've got a special interview offer for merchants as well.
Yeah, we've got, so what we've done is because this event's all about fashion and apparel, I've created a page on our website that's got all of our interviews with fashion retailers, some of which are doing the standard stuff incredibly well, and some of which are doing some kind of cool and crazy stuff like a lot of the people you're hearing from today. So a lot of it's kind of future stuff, a lot of it's just the basics done really well. And she says, totally forgetting her own link. So you can find that at... I
got it. Right here.
Where's it gone? There we go. So we'll put it across the bottom of the screen, then I can read it to you. If you go to chloelink.com/ecomtech, you will find all of that. So chloelink.com/ecomtech. Simple.
Highly recommend that newsletter. Everything Chloe does is something you're going to want to pay attention to. And it's great to have you here, a true leader in e-commerce. So with that said, I suppose I'll pass it off to you, Chloe, and you'll just take it from here for the rest of the day, right?
No.
Okay. All right, fine.
I have to stop at some point because right now it's 4:15 in the UK. My brain stops working at about 8 p.m. So I'm here for the next 3 hours, I think it is, isn't it? I'm here with everybody, and then Derek, please come back and take over, or we'll be having me just waffle.
Otherwise, it's going to be a blank screen. No, that's perfect. Awesome. I'll pass it to you. I'll be in the sidelines if anybody needs me, and I'll be checking some emails because I'm sure some people are having trouble logging in or finding the right link. That always happens, and I'll see you back in a few hours.
Excellent. Cheers, Derek. See you later. Okay, everyone, very cool to be here. And as Derek said, we've got some amazing content coming up. So I think what we're going to do right now is I think we should jump straight in with our first session of the day, where I get to talk to, I think, almost one of the most kind of future focused people we've got on the show today. And that's Camilla Olsen of Savitude. Why am I saying that? Well, Camilla's had a pretty amazing career thus far. She has been a VC, founded 2 biopharma companies, run her own e-commerce label, done an MFA in fashion design, and now founded a tech company called Savitude, who are enabling retailers to serve a broader audience, which of course is great for our sales, but which also has a pretty big kind of ethical sustainability angle to it as well. And that's what we're going to be getting into today, because one of the big things I don't think anyone can ignore, especially in the fashion space, is consumers' desire for those sustainable options. And what better way to look at that than finding technology that can help us do it? So let's get Camilla up on screen. Hello, Camilla. How are you doing today?
I'm just fine. How are you, Chloe?
I'm good. And like I said, I'm really interested to hear more about what you're up to. But as I said, well, let's get started with, you've done an awful lot of things. How did all of that come together to lead to you creating Savitude?
It was actually an accident. It's like the accidental career, right?
So often.
Yeah, right. So it's a funny story, but it all started out with my daughter wanting to be a fashion designer, and I told her that was the worst thing in the world for her to do. And so when she was in junior high school, we battled. Moms and daughters battle a lot, and so right, some people can relate to that. So to call her bluff, I said, okay, I'm going to take you to fashion school so you could see what it's like. And I ended up enrolling. So I,
Wow.
it was a complete surprise to me that happened. But anyway, so I ended up enrolling. And so that took me down the fashion path. And curiosity, and then a sense of outrage got me down this path because, well, I started in fashion because I had developed a bad habit during the .com era because I had done those two companies that had done really, really well. And I developed a bad habit of Chanel jackets.
That's quite the bad habit.
Yeah, it was. And then there was a .com the bubble burst, and then and I thought I can make it, right? And because I sewed when I was a kid, but I couldn't make it. I hated what I sewed. The design and the quality was terrible. So when I went to that open house with my daughter, I said, I can learn it here. So that's why I went. But when I ended up graduating, near the top of my class, and did a runway show at Lincoln Center. I got orders, so that led me to have my label. And so they don't teach you in school about fitting different bodies. You just fit that dress form in models. Mm-hmm. But when I had to start fitting real customers, you start learning about different body shapes. And I was really outraged when I figured out what fashion is really all about. And fashion is about the hourglass body shape. Mm-hmm. And I just couldn't stand the thought that really like half of women are not being served. And the further I went along on this, I kept stumbling more and more, finding more data to support that the industry needed to be changed. So quite honestly, I stumbled down this path out of a sense of service to the consumer. First out of, so I can talk a little bit more about that, but that's getting to be too long of an answer.
No, it's good. It's good. You're telling us lots of great insight. But I think the thing which strikes me is you'd created a fashion brand, and during the course of running that fashion brand, you got frustrated about the sizing and the body shape issues. Many people at that point would have gone, right, we're going to make an inclusive fashion line. But rather than doing that, you took the leap and went, we're going to help every fashion line be more inclusive. So why that seems to me, that seems like a far more difficult way of scratching the itch of how do we make this better. So why did you take that leap?
Yeah, two things because of my past. And that is because I had done those two predictive modeling companies that you mentioned. So I was really mad that women weren't included in clinical trials. So I started a clinical trial simulation company so that they could include women in clinical trials. So you could model things and mm-hmm. You could do it, develop drugs for everybody. So I have this sense of wanting to be inclusive. It's kind of a theme throughout my life. But back to the fashion question. So my first solution for this was to build an app. I changed my fashion label from my design to be a marketplace. So I thought, okay, well, I'll get my ego out of it and we'll do a marketplace and build an iOS app and just help mm-hmm. guide people to the right silhouettes for their body shape. So we thought education would help other people. And then we realized that really we needed a B2B product, not a B2C software education product. I just realized that it was the wrong solution. But when we built so here's a really interesting thing, is when we built the B2B, this is an AI product to make recommendations. we proved an 11% lift in sales. But when we looked at the data, we found that there were big holes where there were no clothes to recommend for women because nobody had designed for them. So our recommendations are based on aesthetics, what's going to help you look good.
Mhm.
And there was nothing in the store to help them look good. Everything would make them look what we would call negative,
Yeah.
below zero. And we couldn't recommend any clothes for them at all. And that really made me mad. And I realized that the problem for returns and everything going in the landfill is in the problems in the design studio, that designers have to design for more body shapes.
It's kind of, I find when I find a bit like you, when I find inequalities and all this, I'm just kind of, this is insane. What makes me even more frustrated is the example, like you just said, about this 11% of women for whom there were no clothes being made for them.
Oh, no.
It's a huge part of the market, isn't it? There's nothing being made to make them look good. It's like, how has no one taken that business opportunity?
Well, it's worse than that. No. We developed an 11% lift. So we improved sales 11% by matching clothes better by our recommendations. So we can fix that now. But it's $100 billion, what we call the inclusion gap. It's $100 billion market opportunity. So here's the thing, that we're actually announcing the data tomorrow to the fashion press. We'll see what happens with it. We've done an analysis of all the clothes down the runway in New York, London, Paris, and Milan. Every look of who is ideally flattering, all right, and looked at it, and we proved that that's where the problem starts.
Oh, right. So like that famous scene in Devil Wears Prada, when she takes apart, the reason you're wearing that color is because, and all those fashion things come back to the runway.
Yes.
The fact people aren't designing for all shapes comes back to the runway as well.
Right, because it never gets in the store because nobody's seen it on the runway. So we look at 9 body shapes and 4 key proportions. And so 4 out of 9 body shapes are distinctly underserved. And looking at that, we call that the inclusion gap, and that's $100 billion opportunity. And there's tremendous area where they're overserved. And I believe that's where it goes into the landfill, because we're making too much variety that's not needed.
Yeah, because I love that the fact there's clearly a business opportunity for serving an unserved market, but then you get the sustainability piece coming in as well, in terms of, well, at the moment, the women who are in that group are buying endless things, trying to make it fit and sending it all back, or just sending it to landfill. And that just seems, it must be so frustrating for them, but it's also such a waste of resources.
Well, it's a waste of, there's so many ways you can look at this and get outraged, but so many. But I think for me, the important thing is to look at the women who are not being served, and look at the women who keep going to the store year after year after year and not finding anything for them. And imagine how they feel. Like, I'm not good enough, that people aren't designing for my body. I can never look pretty. It's not because, like, I remember my whole life I've wanted to just cut off my hips, the top of my hips, because I'm a spoon shape. And I thought, well, if I lose enough weight and well, no, it's just how I'm built. And you just, that's a little thing, but with some people, I can imagine that if they were served clothes that would fit them and help them look great, I would think that women would be much more productive, much more successful, and I think that the world would be a little more balanced.
It's kind of like that $100 billion inclusion gap is the beginning of it, because if we fill that inclusion gap with the right product, then these women are gonna feel more empowered, more confident, and what
Exactly.
that could do is clearly considerably more than $100 billion.
I think it's just another way to keep women down. I really do, and that makes me really mad. And I know I can do something about it, and that I should be retired, but I just can't. I need to fight this fight.
I have a feeling in the next few years there's going to be women all over the world, possibly not knowing that you're the one to thank, but being awfully thankful for the change you're helping to bring in the world of fashion. So how does Savachi, the tech that you've put together, help retailers and fashion brands let's go really simple on the money here, take advantage of the $100 billion inclusion gap?
So there's the challenge, and is how do we insert some correction or some tool into the system, and that it's been a while trying to figure out how to do this, because I did a lot of research. I talked to almost 100 to 150 designers, and they wanted to talk about it. They were really interested. But when it comes down to using it, they feel guilty. Designers are, they're an interesting breed, but, we feel guilty, like we should be doing this ourselves, and we should be, they don't want the help. They don't, it is the hardest job I've ever had, was having being a fashion designer. And I've started a bunch of companies, and worked really, really hard, but this was the hardest job. So I know that they're not the first market to go after. It's the obvious place to go, but convincing them is just really hard. So we figured out that the best place to attack it is through the merchandiser and through the review process, because they set the brief for the collection, and there's a review process, and they can modify the brief through the review process. So we do something called consumer coverage. And we do a review, so to make sure that all of the silhouettes and design details will actually
complement,
yes, the full breadth of your consumers, and that's really in the merchant's best interests. So we're targeting her right now with our product, and what she can do, and we have an edit panel where she can still stay within the designers, because we understand the concept of brand DNA in our technology. So with some slight changes, she can serve a much broader audience.
So who's the core target for your software, given that the designers are a tricky breed to convince of this? Is it the owners of the fashion companies or the press that are your kind of key to opening the ecosystem up to you?
Well, so let's see. Well, if thinking back as a strategist, okay, but the first people I wanted to speak to, well, first of all, speaking to you as a business-to-business person is, it's all content marketing, right? And so that's why I'm here talking to you. And so aside from that, I wanted to really talk to luxury fashion first, because if you can get somebody from the luxury fashion community on your side, then that really makes the rest of the world, the rest of the ecosystem easier. So I've been working with them for the last 3 months, and that's been very educational and really helpful, because it's helped me discover consumer coverage. I would never have discovered that elsewhere. I've been working with a woman who has been the chief merchant at Versace for 17 years.
Wow.
One-on-one with her, and she's been super, super helpful. And some other really interesting people from Milan. And so they've been intimately involved in the, what we're marketing with right now. So first of all, it's been with luxury in this coverage issue, because they obviously wanted to talk to more people. And then beyond that, we're looking at the on-demand market, because we have the ability, we have this lovely edit panel that can feed right into the production flow, the digital production flow. And so we have a partnership with Gerber Technology, and they have a system in New York, where a demonstration system where they can go from the buy now button to finished product in 1 hour.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. So that combined with your technology
Mm-hmm.
means that serving this wide range of body types and this wide range of sizes properly doesn't necessarily mean that the fashion retailer has the argument against it, I suppose, which they've used in the past, of we can't afford to hold that much stock.
Yeah.
Because the clothing is made as it's ordered.
Yeah. So in this system, they're leasing it out to. It's a demonstration system, and they're leasing it out to brands to use. So anybody who's listening who might want to try this out, let me know. Because it's fascinating. It's really, really interesting, because it's on demand, made to measure. I mean, what's not to want there?
Oh, it's the tech we've seen in so many other verticals coming to play in fashion, which is brilliant. But
Yeah.
we're veering away from what Savitude is doing.
Yeah.
So if someone out there, and I know we've had quite a few comments coming in, especially on the YouTube channel, of people going, yes, this is what we need in fashion.
Oh, awesome.
There's been some awesome comments going on in there. When we log off, go and have a look at the YouTube channel, and because there's some people who are
great.
loving what you're saying and what you're doing.
Oh, yay. Thank you.
So for anyone who wants to get in touch, who wants to start looking at how they can bring your software and what that makes possible into the mix, how do they get in contact with you and make all that happen?
Savitude.com, and they can always reach out to, we're a small company, so info@savitude.com is probably the best way to go. That's SAVITUDE.
There we go. I think, have I spelt it right there? You should be able to see it going across the bottom of the screen.
I do, yeah. And did you know the origin of Savitude?
No, where does the name come from?
Savvy attitude.
Perfect. Perfect. I love that. Well, look, I've got one, whilst we leave the email address scrolling there so people can write it down and let us know and get in contact with you. One last question for you, which is, clearly what you're doing has a huge opportunity to empower many women, to help us look better. It's also got a huge opportunity for fashion to make more money, because they're hitting that gap that you've identified by serving better product, and it's got the sustainability angle of better clothing matched to customer. It means less going to landfill. Which of those three do you think might be the biggest impact when you look back in, say, 10 years on what it's led to?
Okay, now that I know where you're going, could you say those three again?
Yeah, sure. It was the sustainability angle, the empowered women angle, and the financial, the gap.
I think the reason that companies will make the change is for the financial reason. They only make changes for money, so they'll do it for that. Women will be happier, and companies will do it for the immediate gain of a larger market, because their sales will increase, their returns will go down, and they'll have more loyal customers. So there's a huge economic reason for brands to do this. And women will be, so much happier because they'll have clothes that fit them.
Yeah, it's a win on all fronts, really, isn't it? We've had
Yeah.
one, just before we say goodbye, Camilla, we've had one question come in, which I want to pose to you before we say goodbye, which is Lloyd Viraroel Triana, I hope I
Yes.
said that right, is saying, do you think Sabachu can make a difference in the lingerie and swimwear industry in particular?
In swimwear, certainly. In lingerie, that's pretty well fitted. I would think it could, in terms of getting clothes that would help you look better and not help you look like the baby doll that everyone is supposed to be looking like. I mean, are women? I mean, what do women want in lingerie? And that's a category I don't know anything about. I mean,
So we're saying probably, but it's not on your hit list at the minute.
I mean, we haven't addressed it, but I would think that if people are open to it, I mean, personally, I think that's a category that's ripe for disruption, but I don't know how large that market is.
So maybe it's an opportunity for Lloyd to get in contact with you via the email address we've got ticking along there and see how it goes.
Before we go, can I give a shout out to one of your sponsors?
Of course.
Yeah, to Venom. So I actually am wearing their first jacket that they sold. So that they delivered. So I love their product, and I just can't endorse them enough.
Brilliant. We love that. So that's one of the interviews coming up later today. Anyone who wants to be checking that one out. Well, look, Camilla, I have thoroughly enjoyed chatting to you about this. So I must say a personal big thank you to Derek later for organising you in my part of the event. And I hope you get off the back of this some really interesting retailers getting in contact to take things on to the next stage. So thank you for joining us, Camilla. It's been a pleasure.
Thank you so much. I love talking to you too. Thanks. Thanks, Derek. Bye-bye.
Well, everybody, that's a way to kick off our Future of E-commerce fashion event, isn't it? I know we had a couple of other questions coming in as we were wrapping up then, so please do email those through to Camilla to get those answered. That was, and I got that wrong. Venom is tomorrow, not today. So tomorrow morning for that Venom one that Camilla just shouted out to. Well, what a fascinating way to kick off today with the future of fashion, covering so many opportunities and key topics that I suspect we'll be coming back to again and again as we go through today. We are now going to be moving on to speak to one of our sponsors, Gorgeous. And Chris, if you can hear me, if you want to get your slide deck set up now, just before I bring you on, you are more than welcome to do that. So Gorgeous are one of our brilliant sponsors, and as Derek said earlier, which some of you may have missed, they are a help desk for e-commerce, and we are just about to be joined by the marvelous Chris. Lost my script trying to do this from memory, and I really should stop trying to do things like this from memory, because I can see Chris grinning at me off screen there. Chris Lavoie, who's going to be joining us in just a second to talk about turning customer support even into a profit center. So let's get Chris up here now. Chris, you can stop laughing at me now. How are you today?
I'm doing great. How are you, Chloe?
I am good, and as always, I do enjoy the Gorgeous presentations every time, because you guys are always sharing some really good tips for taking things on to the next level and improving those customer relationships. So, shall we get your slides up and let you get on with it?
Yeah, absolutely. I am sharing my screen. Oh, you can see it now. Perfect. Awesome. Yeah, I'm ready to rock.
All yours, Chris.
Perfect. Thanks so much, and I'll let you hold me accountable for time, Chloe, because as a fast-talking Canadian, I can get out of hand sometimes with my time. So I'll let you make sure that we stay on track. So first of all, just really want to thank eCommerce Tech for putting on such a great event. Obviously, we love working together as much as we can, and just want to thank the sponsors of this event as well. This is super timely. You know, the future of fashion and e-commerce is super relevant. There's so many amazing fashion brands in the space right now. And so we're just one piece of the puzzle as a customer support help desk. Obviously, the support and experience that you deliver to your customers is critical for the success of your company now and in the future. And so today I'll be talking about the platform that we've built that helps merchants like yourselves with us today deliver stellar customer experience, not only to just improve the support quality, but also to generate revenue driving opportunities, which I don't think a lot of people think of when they think of customer support. So I'm just going to kick things off. I'm just going to start off with a quick introduction of Gorgias, and then we're going to dive deeper and deeper into our product, our platform, and ultimately how it matters to you, the fashion retailer. So quickly about Gorgias, we are a D2C e-commerce help desk platform. We started in 2015. Our founders at the time, they saw that Shopify was blowing up, and they saw that there really wasn't a powerful support platform option available for e-commerce merchants. And so ultimately, they developed what is now a leading e-commerce help desk used by 5,500 merchants across the globe. One of the favorite things about Gorgias for myself is that over 30,000 customer support agents are using Gorgias on a day-to-day basis, used by our brand's support agents to deliver that stellar customer experience to their customers across the globe. And so what it means to be a help desk built for e-commerce, it means that any major e-com platform that your store might be built on, whether it's Shopify, BigCommerce, Magento, or the Salesforce Commerce Clouds of the world, we're going to connect and pull in all of the information associated with your customer inside of Gorgias, which is where all of your conversations with customers lives. And so a conversation in Gorgias, we call that a ticket. And so while you're talking to a customer, you're going to have all of their order history, their average order value. If you have certain integrations like Yotpo or Klaviyo, you're going to be able to have all of that information pulled in as well. And so when I'm talking to a customer, not only am I able to answer the questions and give them fast and personalized support, but I also have a lot of other information as well that I can leverage to create upselling opportunities, give them loyalty incentives, and try to create those upsells, which a lot of people don't think of when they're talking about support. In terms of who we work with, so as I mentioned, over 5,500 leading D2C brands in the space. You can see a lot of fashion and accessory brands here, such as Good American, Zane Rowe, Princess Polly. And so really any brand that has a high SKU count, high order volume, and gets a lot of questions from the customers is likely a good fit for us. And so another great thing about Gorgias is we have a ticket-based pricing model. So we don't charge per customer count, per agent count. So you can have as many agents on your team as you'd like. You're only going to pay for your ticket volume, which a lot of our brands really love because say you're a seasonal business, say you're a swimwear, you're not going to be paying a lot in those months that you're not having a lot of activity. Just want to throw that out there. All right, so let's dive into the meat and potatoes of this talk. How does Gorgias turn your support into a profit center? It's our hero slogan. It's kind of cheesy in a way, but it really is true. So the first way, obviously, by giving better support, you're going to help with things like retention and churn. That's obvious. But how can you actually create sales opportunities in the context of offering support? And one of the things I tell people all the time that blows me away is when you're engaging with customers via support, you're actually talking to them in real time in most cases. And in today's age, in the COVID world and the e-commerce world, I think we've lost sight of how important and meaningful it is to actually be talking to one of your customers in real time. So that's a great opportunity to better understand them, to understand their purchasing habits, what they're interested in, what their frictions are, so you can solve those problems, ultimately generating more loyalty and higher lifetime spend. And so that's what I'll be focusing on today. Before I answer the question about how we turn it into a profit center, we just need to set some important context on just how important support is in the realm of the success of your business. So I'm just going to hit you with a few data points that are intended to show just how important support metrics are on your bottom line. And so the three main takeaways, if I can stress one thing for this presentation, is that in the modern world of e-commerce, when it comes to support, the three most important things are delivering excellent customer service, delivering personalized customer experiences, and then obviously immediate customer support. And so that's the three most important things. I won't go over the specific data points here. You can read them on the slide. But we can all speak from this as consumers ourselves. When we're shopping on websites, the moment we hit some friction, the website's not working, or the support is slow or bad, we're just going to go find the next best thing. There's not thousands of Nikes of the world where we're so loyal to a brand that we're going to stick with them no matter what. Because of the competitive landscape that the e-commerce world is in right now, it's so critical that you use support as a competitive advantage, just like you use shipping and fulfillment as a competitive advantage. And so it's critical that you have excellent, personalized, and immediate customer support and experience for your customers, or you are going to suffer on the retention side of things. And then the final piece of data before I dive into how Gorgias actually helps customers, our merchants, with this goal is the impact of CS on retention. So this is a fantastic report from Shopify, Customer Retention 101. I definitely recommend merchants check this out. This essentially is the recipe or ingredients for a fantastic retention framework from a customer support standpoint. And so what you're seeing on the x-axis here is the impact on each of these different categories on your retention. And so giving consistently good service can account for up to 40%, close to 40% of your entire retention strategy. Meaning if you're terrible at it, that's up to 40% of your retention that you're going to be losing. The other key categories are fast and friendly interactions. So I mentioned how important immediate responses are. No unpleasant surprises, so no hidden fees, no shipping and extended shipping delays. Certainly not without informing the customers of it. And then the last piece here is definitely the hardest to achieve: service beyond expectations. So up to 12% of your entire retention, meaning your lifetime value, your average, your lifetime spend by your customers, up to 12% of that is impacted by you going above and beyond on what is typically expected. And so this 12% can be the difference between you're hitting your year-over-year growth goals versus you're lagging behind and you're not keeping up with your competitors. And so it's critical that you implement a great customer support framework so you can improve your retention lifetime. And then the final piece here is what is customer lifetime value. We hear it all the time. I think there's some confusion in the space sometimes by people of what it really means. The simplest way to put it is it's your average purchase price plus your average purchase frequency rate. And so the key thing to keep in mind is increasing either of these two things, ideally both, is going to lead to an increase in LTV. And how customer support plays into this so nicely is the more you're able to give better customer support, generate upselling opportunities in the context of your support is going to increase your average order value. And then obviously by increasing your retention, you're going to increase the frequency at which customers make purchases on your site. All right, so finally ready to answer that all-important question: what is Gorgias actually doing to help merchants like yourselves with us today turn support into a profit center? Well, one of the first things that we do is that we actually study what your customers are asking you and reaching out to you, because those are the most important questions for us to help you address. And so we studied over 10,000 tickets or conversations that our merchants were actually having with their customers to better understand what it is customers reach out for. And so you can see the breakdown of the ticket population here. And so upwards of 33% of all 10,000 tickets analyzed were related to order status. So people saying, whoops, sorry about that. I don't know why that's showing up here. Just let me exit out of that. Apologize for that. Gmail hijacking my computer here. Yeah, so of the 10,000 tickets, over 1/3 of them were related to order status. That's people saying, where is my order? I'd like to change something. And so you can imagine for some of our merchants that we have working with us, they have upwards of 10 to 20 plus thousand tickets a month. And so this manifests in 5,000 to 6,000 tickets a month, strictly related to order status. And so a huge focus of our platform is how can we enable merchants to automate as much of this ticket volume as possible, because that's real time that your support agents or people on your staff have to actually spend answering those questions. So we want to make sure we can make this automate as much of this 33% as possible, because that's going to free up important bandwidth for you to focus on other aspects of your support. And I know some of these other categories aren't as significant in terms of percentage, but given that people have hundreds of thousands of tickets a year, even 3 to 4% is super significant, especially if you consider the category. So a product question. If 3% of every ticket you get is related to a product question, then that's a direct sale opportunity. And if you don't answer that question in a timely and an expedient fashion, then you're going to lose that sale. So 3% of all of the sales could be lost if you're not answering those as fast as possible. All right, and so getting into how our actual product works. And so as I mentioned, we have super deep integrations with the major e-com platforms like Shopify. We're pulling in all the information that is associated with that customer profile inside of Gorgias, right next to the conversations you're having with them. So you're seeing their lifetime spend, their average order value. You're seeing all of their recent orders. You can see all of the recent conversations you had with them in the past. You can see all of your recent interactions with them across the major channels, such as Facebook, Instagram, chat, phone, email, etc. And so there's essentially no avenue that your customers want to interact with you with that we're not pulling into Gorgias in a standardized view. So this makes it really easy to deliver not only fast customer support, which is the first part of the ingredient, and then the second ingredient is personalization. And so by having all this information, you can really convey to the customer, hey, look, we understand how you're using our site. We understand the reviews you've left. We understand your purchasing habits. We're going to make sure that you're heard and we're catering to your best interests. In terms of personalization, which I'm hammering the point home all the time, is it's not enough to just be fast and have that high automation rate. You also need to make sure you don't sound like a robot and you're actually, giving that personalization that customers deserve. And so we make it easy to do that. So one way we do this is through our macros or canned responses. And so these are just pre-built messages that you can use either manually or automatically to answer the most commonly asked questions. So I showed you that over 1/3 of all tickets that you're ever going to get are related to order status. And so you can easily build these pre-canned responses that will answer those questions lickety split. So for instance here, all of these peach fields are Shopify variables. And so you can build out these nice personalized response messages. This one is for where is my order? And so you can see that by pulling in these Shopify variables, I don't need to actually switch tabs, go into Shopify, find all this information. I can just insert the variable. And the moment I hit send and close, it's just going to close the ticket. It's going to populate all of this Shopify information or BigCommerce or Magento. And it's going to send that message back to your customer filled with all the information they need. So as I said, you can do that. You can do this manually. I could open up a ticket and do this myself, or I could set up a rule that would allow me to do this automatically. And I'll show you that in a second. Another big feature of Gorgias is our machine learning, which can detect the intent of a conversation that a customer is having with you or a question that they might have. And so we have a tagging system with Gorgias, which is super powerful. So any conversation or ticket with a customer can have as many tags as you'd like. And the tags are great because the tags can be put into appropriate bins. And so you can see a stock request, product question, shipping change. We could have VIP tags or urgent. And what's really important about that is, say you're a larger merchant, you have thousands and thousands of tickets a month, and you have lots of support agents on your team. You're likely going to have more senior support agents on your staff that are responsible for focusing on the most important questions and issues. So if it's a broken product or urgent or a VIP, those tickets will be tagged automatically based on the machine learning, reading the messages and tagging the tickets automatically. And so if I'm a support agent responsible for VIP tickets, I know that when I go into that bucket of VIP tickets, that all of those conversations that I'm going to be addressing for customers are going to be super important, and they're going to be the most relevant towards sales opportunities and preventing that churn. That's super important. And what's really important with that is you think if you didn't have this tagging system that was automatically binning these tickets, you would have to manually go through a pool, an ocean of tickets, and have to read through them. Okay, this one's a VIP ticket. Okay, this one's related to product question. This one's a return exchange product question. So the tagging system automatically saves a ton of time and increases a lot more efficiency. And then the final piece on the product side here is the rules. And so the rules are essentially a way to automate a ton of your support volume. And so the way rules work is they're like logic statements. And if every step of the way is satisfied, it will fire some predefined action. And so going back to that all-important order status related question, which could comprise up to 30-40% of your entire support volume, you can set up a rule that if executed, will send that macro, that pre-canned response that will close the ticket without you having had any touch with the ticket. So in this specific case, it's telling us that when a ticket is created, if the message contained from the customer, so your customer reaches out, if the message that they sent you contains any of the words or phrase, where is my order, then reply with this specific macro, which is the order tracking macro. It'll pre-populate that response, again, with all of those Shopify variables containing the relevant information. It'll send and close the ticket. And so you had no idea that this ticket even existed, but it was handled as soon as possible. And you can even set up how long it is before you send a response. So you can say immediately, an hour, 2 hours, and you can turn this on and off if you'd like. And you can set up as many rules as you'd like. We have a lot of pre-built ones, but our merchants are always finding new and innovative ways to build their own rules. It's super powerful. And as I said, it can automate up to 40% of your support volume, which saves you an insane amount of time and frees up bandwidth for your team to focus on the more pressing issues that are really going to have an impact. And then the final piece I want to really touch on is the omni-channel approach. So I hinted earlier that we really do connect you with your customers across all the major channels, phone, email, etc. And now we're just going to dive into that a little bit deeper. And so social channels are huge. So all the fashion brands with us today, obviously your social channels are a huge piece of the puzzle for your business. And so Facebook Messenger, for instance, we've had that integration for a long time. So if your customers are reaching out on your Facebook page and they're messaging you, we're actually going to pull all of those conversations into Gorgias. We're going to make it look like a standardized ticket conversation. We're going to display all of the Shopify and customer information that we would have available for them, making it super easy to give them fast and personalized responses. Same thing for your Instagram page. So if you have an official Instagram account and you have a lot of activity and a lot of followers and people are commenting on your post, we'll actually, based on our machine learning, detect the intent and the messages associated with people's comments as either positive or negative. We'll appropriately place them in the right buckets. So say there was negative sentiments on your social channels, you could actually go in there and be like, crap, people are saying some nasty things about a product that we just posted a picture of. We need to address that. And then on the flip side, if people are posting really positive pictures, they're singing your praises, you'll see that as a positive sentiment social channel post. You can go in there and say, thanks so much for liking our photo. Here's a 10% discount code. And that will help drive some additional sales for your channel. And then the final piece here is Instagram DMs. And so we are about to launch Instagram DMs at the end of this month, which is going to be a huge boost for our merchants. It's the #1 requested new feature. Some of our merchants have 15 to 20,000 Instagram DMs a month with their customers. It's a great way to connect with them, really strike up a personalized conversation, walk them through products, and that really helps with retention. So we're super excited to launch that at the end of this month. Another important channel that not everybody thinks about is your live chat. And so live chat is another great way to be interacting with your customers. Live chat is great, and you definitely want to have that available, ideally 24/7. But what's even better than the live chat is proactively preventing your customers having to need live chat and escalating it to a support chat. So we're super excited this quarter to have released our powerful self-serve portal, which can be used by our customers by themselves, so they can solve issues for themselves without having to actually get a support agent involved. So this is huge in saving you time and money. So here's an example of one of our brands, Decathlon. Someone's put in their email or order number. It's pulling up all the orders that they've ever had, so they can get their own tracking information. So they don't have to email you, where is my order, etc. And the V2 of this is going to be more action. So if they want to process a refund or a return and exchange, they'll be able to do that on the self-serve portal, which will be super powerful. And then the final piece to wrap up here is I'm talking all day about driving revenue through support. Well, we actually, because it's such a key piece of our platform, we actually track all the revenue generated from your dashboard. And so a simple example is, say I'm dealing with a customer. I say, thanks, Chloe. I'm happy I was able to help you out today. By the way, I see that you're a big fan of our orange soda. Just so you know, we just launched our blueberry soda. In case you're interested, here's a 15% discount code. If they execute and claim that discount code inside that chat, it'll be tracked as a sale opportunity and a sale, which will be tracked inside of Gorgias. You can see the performance of your agents. You can see the performance of your revenue cross channel, so email, phone, social channels, etc. So you can see which channels are doing really well and which ones need a little bit more love and attention. And I've personally seen the dashboards for a bunch of our bigger merchants, and some merchants are generating upwards of hundreds of thousands of dollars a month, seriously, just by using support to generate upsells, which is pretty phenomenal. And then the last piece here is Gorgias in its own is super powerful. Hopefully I've conveyed some of the key pieces today. But when you combine Gorgias with our powerful integrations that literally plug into our platform, now it's Gorgias plus 40 plus apps, which turns it into something even more powerful. So I'm sure a lot of brands with us today are familiar with some of these more popular and powerful integrations, like Yotpo for reviews, rewards, and loyalty, Klaviyo for email and SMS marketing, Recharge for billing and subscription, Dacity for data and analytics, and Recart for Facebook Messenger ads. And so all of these platforms integrate with Gorgias, which transforms it into something even more powerful. And a quick case study here, I'm not going to do all in the super in-depth, but one of our brands, Marine Layer, they've been with us for a long time. They were having a difficult time connecting with customers across all of their channels. They weren't getting enough sales opportunity through support, and it was taking them a long time to get back to their customers. And they've been with Gorgias for a few years now. And some of the key data points to note is they saw almost a 70% decrease in resolution time, meaning how long does it actually take to solve the questions of your customers? So that's huge decrease. And then a 75% increase in sales through chat. They basically weren't getting much sales through their chat at all. And because of the using Gorgias, they've been able to drive 75% increase in sales through chat, which is pretty phenomenal. And that's it for me. I just want to thank eCommerce Tech for putting on such a great event, and all the great sponsors for contributing, and obviously all the brands with us today for joining in. If you do have any questions about our product or integrations, you can definitely contact me at chris@gorgias.com. I'm happy to answer any questions. And we do have a special offer that we're offering for eCommerce Tech brands that are with us today. We're able to get you a free month of Gorgias, which I promise you is all you're going to need to see the ROI and the power of Gorgias. So with that, happy to answer any questions anyone has, and I just want to thank everybody again for tuning in.
Oh, that was excellent, Chris. I'm going to leave your slides up there for a second or two because I love that. Not only, guys, you're going to get a free month of Gorgeous, you've also got a promise from Chris that it's all you need to prove that this is the platform you need in your business.
Absolutely.
Right. So, Chris, you spoke marvelously quick and Canadianly there, if Canadianly's in order. So we've got time for a couple of questions from the audience. So if any of you have got questions, put them into the chat box that's somewhere on YouTube, Facebook, or wherever it is you happen to be listening. The first one we've got comes from Bruno Augusto, who's wondering what platforms you are available on in the e-commerce space.
Yeah, so that's a great question, Bruno. So we have direct integrations with Shopify, Magento, and BigCommerce, meaning all the benefits and features I showed you today, you're able to reap. You could connect Gorgeous with, say, WordPress, but we're not going to be able to pull in all of that valuable customer information. So it would be essentially a place to handle, you can consolidate all of your conversations, but you wouldn't be pulling in that customer information because we're getting that from Shopify, for instance. So you'd be able to use it in a basic way, but to be honest, you wouldn't be reaping the full benefits of it, just on WordPress.
Awesome. Thank you for answering that one, Chris. And I loved the fact in the interview that you or the talk, you said it's about 3 key things, which I think goes for all customer service: personalized, excellent, and immediate. And that used to be nigh on impossible to do in e-commerce. And every time I see a Gorgeous presentation, I'm blown away by the latest thing you've now enabled to help retailers do this. Of all the bits and pieces bits and pieces, that sounds awful, doesn't it? Of all the amazing tech you've shared with us today, what's the one which you're seeing retailers having the best success with?
Yeah, definitely is our new self-serve chat. And so before we just had live chat. So if you went on any of our brand's website, you'd see a little chat widget at the bottom right, like Princess Polly, for example, or Steve Madden, and you could essentially just engage in a live chat. But that requires the brand actually having support agents available. Maybe they only do 24/5. Ideally, you're doing 24/7. So now this new self-serve chat that we've just launched, the self-serve portal that we've just launched enables merchants to actually solve their own problems and get the information they need, which doesn't create tickets inside of Gorgeous. It doesn't necessitate that an agent take over the conversation and answer often repetitive questions. And so now if I'm a user and I go on a website that using Gorgeous self-serve, I can find my own tracking information simply by putting in my email or my order number. I can see the update on all the orders that I might have active. And you can also take action like get a refund, get your return and exchange information. So yeah, that's definitely a huge feature release this year.
I mean, it is, as you were saying earlier about the deep integration that you've got with Shopify, Magento, and BigCommerce. It's amazing the power that those deep integrations can give a company now, because you're getting such rich data that if you're doing it manually, you've got everything there to be able to do it. But also, we can now set up automations that aren't awful. I try not to swear, but automations that are really powerful and that give the customers what they want, in many cases faster than a human team could do.
Absolutely. And yet the automation piece is huge. As I mentioned, it's one of the 3 key things. Speed and personalization are basically the ingredients of great support. One thing I've learned a lot from a brand, Hello Tushy. They're not fashion, but they sell bidets for toilets, and they're one of our favorite brands we've ever worked with. And I've learned a lot from them because they love the automation tools that we give, but they also don't want to sound like a robot. So for them, personalization is everything. So I definitely recommend people check out hellotushy.com. Their branding is phenomenal. And the way that they reach out and interact with their customers is super personalized, but it's also super fast. And so they're a great example of how speed doesn't also have to suffer on the personalization side of things. You can have both. It just takes a lot of work.
But work that's well worth putting in.
Exactly.
Chris, could you just remind everyone how to get hold of you before we say goodbye?
Absolutely. You can reach out to me at chris@gorgeous.com. As I said, we have a free month of Gorgeous. You won't even need the free month. You'll see the benefits of Gorgeous for sure. And I'm happy to walk you through anything you might have.
Brilliant. Thank you, Chris. And Chris, if you wouldn't mind nipping over to our YouTube channel when you leave me, because we've had a couple of more techie questions come in that I think it's probably best if you go and answer over there rather than me pull them up and make you wade through them in front of everyone. So Bruno, he's coming to answer your question. Chris, thank you so much for joining us today, and thanks for being a sponsor too. It's awesome to have you here.
Thank you so much, Chloe. Have a great rest of your event.
You too. Bye. Wow, so much good insight there in that absolutely packed session. I'm just going to put up for you all those various resources we just mentioned, the various links, email addresses, etc., are going to be put in the show notes for you. So make sure you've gone there and bookmarked it, because that's kind of your one-stop resource after or during today, during tomorrow, and after, to get all the good details as we run through these brilliant forward-thinking sessions through the rest of today. Now, I was about to start introducing our next guest, but he's just turned off his webcam. So whilst we are whilst I wait for GQ to put his webcam back on, because we are running a little ahead of time here, so I will forgive him for that one. What I want to tell you about is that, of course, we have some. I can see him smiling at me now. We have amazing sponsors who do, as Derek said at the beginning of the day, this event is completely free for you guys to come and find out the latest, the greatest, the information that's going to help you take your fashion brand forward. And we couldn't do it if we didn't have our brilliant sponsors on board. So they are Gorgeous, who you just heard from. Also, LTV Plus, who are coming up in a moment or two, and Recart, who I'll tell you very quickly about now. So Recart are best-in-class messenger marketing. For abandoned cart automation to messenger ad sequences, you will increase your conversion rate by integrating messenger marketing into your mix. We've got a session with Recart coming up later, but GQ's back, which means right now we can talk to our sponsor, who isn't Gorgeous or Recart, who is LTV Plus, and get into that, which means I need to get rid of the show notes link. Okay. Whew. Getting all the right things up on screen just about here. Now, GQ's coming on to talk to, he's the co-founder and CEO of LTV Plus, and he's coming on to talk to us about how to turn customer service into a profit driver for fashion e-commerce brands. So a really nice build on from the session we've just had with Chris. So stick around for even more insight into how you can get your customer services side of things working well. So hello, GQ.
Hey, Chloe, really glad to be here.
It's great to have you here, and I'm looking forward to your session. Do you want to dive straight in? Does that sound like a plan?
Yeah, sure. We can start ahead of time. No worries. Better.
Oh yes, we are a little bit ahead of time,
right? So
that's it. Well, it's up to you. Actually, I should give you the choice. Would you like to start earlier? Do you want to hold on for those people who are logging in specifically for you at 10 past?
No, it's okay. I mean, it's since we have people listening in and checking this out, I think it'd be great to just jump right in.
Sounds good to me. And just so you know, everyone out there, GQ's going to be keeping an eye on the comments flow as he goes through his session. So if you've got questions you want to ask, get those added into the comments as you go through, and we'll pick them up at the end if we don't get to them during. Okay, there are your slides. GQ, it's all yours.
All right. Thank you so much, Chloe. And super happy to be here to be talking about, how you can turn customer service into a profit driver for fashion e-commerce brands. Now, I think one of the things before we start is that, some brands may always view customer service as a cost center, but today, hopefully through this presentation, you would be able to identify different ways to make more money out of customer service, and obviously creating a really great customer experience as well. So to give you a bit of background about myself and LTV Plus, I'm one of the co-founders, as Chloe has said. I'm one of the co-founders and CEO at LTV Plus. And at LTV Plus, our goal is to deliver great customer service for e-commerce brands. Now, the common belief here, the first thing is that being in a situation like this where we're a partner for a customer service, it gives us the ability to really see how customer service evolves through different brands, how they work, and year on year, how customer service changes with technology, changes with the kind of expectations that customers have. And so at LTV Plus, our common belief is that contact centers are profit centers, which is why I'm here today to talk about how you can turn your contact center into a profit center for yourself. With every client that we work with, our goal is to increase customer lifetime value by increasing sales and customer satisfaction. And the underlying mission that we have at LTV Plus always is to rid the world of bad customer experiences, because that's just the right thing to do. We keep it simple. And as long as we achieve this, pretty much everything other thing falls into place. So to round this up, how do we usually help fashion brands? Well, we provide omni-channel customer service cart abandonment recovery services, and fail payment recovery services. Now, the reason why I bring up these 3 different core services is because these are 3 things that you as a brand can take control of and start delivering today to start delivering great customer service and start getting more revenue and profits for your business. So as we know, with the pandemic that's happened in 2020 until now, we've seen a sharp increase in e-commerce, right? And we've seen that consumers have spent more than $861 billion online, which is US retailers alone in 2020. And that's a 44% increase when you compare that to 2019. The bottom line being that e-commerce itself is getting super competitive, right? And what we've seen with brands today is for them to stay on top of the game, to stay ahead of the pack, brands have to deliver highly personalized customer experiences to not only acquire, but also to retain customers. You're spending a lot of money on ads, you're spending a lot of money on different campaigns to acquire these customers. The best thing to do is to always ensure that we keep these customers and ideally turn them into evangelists for your fashion brands. So what should you consider implementing in customer service to start driving profit through this channel? Well, I've broken that down into 6 different segments. We'll talk about omni-channel customer service. We'll talk about being proactive instead of reactive in terms of customer service. We'll talk about cart abandonment and failed payment recovery. We'll talk about providing the self-service experience for customers as well. And finally, not just the customer, but also focusing inwards. What can you do to improve the overall agent experience so that your team can deliver great customer service? If you have any questions at any point, we'll be taking questions in the middle of the presentation and also at the end of the presentation. So feel free to drop them in the comment section. Very happy to jump in there. So it's more of an interactive session versus just me talking about stuff, all right? So we talk about the first point, and that is omni-channel customer service. Now, why omni-channel, right? Customers are interacting with your brand across multiple different devices, different channels, be it phone, be it SMS, be it email. Now, when I'm used to a certain way of communicating with the brand, and if that's not available, that might be a bit of a friction point. And also, it's not so comfortable for customers to interact with your brand in the ways that you present it. And so, as a result, the goal here is that brands need to engage with customers where they want to be engaged, because that definitely helps to reduce the friction, and customers just jump on and say, hey, cool, I can just talk to you over live chat, for example. And to give you a quick breakdown, this is how we've seen the preferences for customers when it comes to communication channels. We talk about live chat being the popular one. There's followed by email, social media, and others. Now, others can encompass phone, SMS, and for some brands who have their own applications, in-app messaging as well. We'll touch on the other 6 that I've just mentioned. So live chat. JD Power found that 42% of customers prefer live chat as the main communication channel. And the question is, why? Well, live chat, we know it's real time, and you're able to resolve inquiries really quickly when customers come to your site. They hit you up in chat, they get the information they need to purchase, or further clarify any thoughts or doubts that they might have. And so live chat is a very powerful communication channel. However, of course, bearing in mind that it has to be properly staffed so that people do not wait, because then that creates a not so good experience if someone has to wait for, say, a minute or 2 before they can get in the chat queue. So when delivered right, live chat is super powerful. On top of that, we go over to email, right? So 23% of consumers prefer to contact customer service through email. Now, email is a staple when it comes to customer service because it's useful in a way where you can control how quickly you respond to tickets. And there's that idea where when customers send in emails that, okay, cool, you don't expect a reply in the next 5 seconds, right? Maybe an hour or 2. And for brands that are just starting out, for example, that kind of helps you delay how quickly you have to resolve inquiries. But however, bearing in mind the sooner you address an inquiry, that definitely creates an overall better experience. But email is a staple and everyone uses email. The next part, social media. This is a really interesting one. 16% prefer content social media. Now, when we think of social media, we think of Facebook comments, DMs, Instagram DMs, et cetera, et cetera. And most of the time where we're thinking about it from a marketing standpoint. So most brands would have their social media marketing team there to respond to customers, to respond to possible new shoppers, right? And answering any questions they have about the product, and et cetera, et cetera. However, also considering that, your social media marketing team may not necessarily be placed in a very strategic way where they're able to see kind of like the order, if someone has any order inquiries that they're listing on Facebook. But if you were to integrate that with your help desk or like an omni-channel help desk, so your customer service team can step in, that's going to change things. That means that your agent today could respond to someone on Facebook or Instagram, for example, and actually address and resolve any inquiries that they might have. And here's the best part. When your social media marketing team is asleep, and if you're running 24/7 coverage, your customer service team can actually get to these questions as soon as possible without people waiting, especially when you're a global brand and time, like the faster you get back to people, the better it is versus leaving it to kind of fester on social media. That's a really good way. So it's something to consider when you're talking about an omni-channel customer service experience. The next part that's really gaining traction very quickly is SMS. Now, we see that 77% of consumers have a positive perception of companies that offer SMS as a communication channel. Why is that? Well, first of all, the engagement rates are insane. It's 6 to 8 times higher than email marketing. And everyone checks their phone when a text message comes through, right? I mean, you may ignore it, but you at least open it and see what's up, right? Because you're curious. And so we've seen somewhere between 90 to 98% open rates for SMS. That means it's pretty much like a done deal. You send out an SMS, someone will definitely see it. But it doesn't just stop there as a marketing tool. It also goes over to customer service. When someone chooses to interact over SMS, this is the opportunity for your customer service agent to interact with the customer or new shopper to clarify any inquiries, give them any updates, and resolve any inquiries that they might have. And this is a really good channel because not only it's kind of time sensitive, but not really. Because, for example, if I were to send a text message today, maybe I'll wait 8 hours to respond to it. So there isn't that pressure that you would feel in live chat, for example. And so that's a really good way to kind of tackle more tickets, for example, but not necessarily feeling the pressure of having to respond like almost immediately. So this gives your team members time to actually frame their thoughts. Finally, we talk about the phone. Now, some brands, or depending on maybe 50 to 75% of brands, are moving away from phone, or they have completely removed phone support from their stores, right? Now, the thing is, phone is still around to stay because really depending on the demographics, your customer, right? What's your customer base like? Do they, prefer to speak to someone over the phone because it builds that sense of trust? Now, we know that phone, it's a little bit harder because you can only have a one-to-one conversation unless you're using like a phone bot, right? Or like a chat bot, but with audio. But that kind of limits how many people you can attend to at any given point. But understanding that, when it comes to creating a more personalized experience, the phone experience is one that is pretty powerful. And we've seen some brands where they deal with luxury items, they deal with luxury products or orders that are like usually a few $100s to a few $1,000s. And having that personal white glove approach through the phone really helps a lot. And we can talk about this in the recovery section as well as to how you can recover abandoned carts through voice. So how do you implement this now? And it's really good to follow up this conversation after Gorgeous, because you can, if you don't have an omni-channel help desk today, consider trying Gorgeous out. And Chris has already given the offer there, which is really awesome, simply because Gorgeous itself, as an example, is a great example of an omni-channel help desk. You can integrate all channels in there, Facebook, Instagram, and they talked about Instagram DMs, which has been elusive for the most part for most help desks out there today. And you have chat, phone, SMS, everything in there. That gives your customer service team superpowers because they can actually see the entire conversation history from multiple different areas. So for example, today, I have a customer that's interacting with my brand through SMS on Monday. On Tuesday, calling in through the phone to kind of like follow up based on the conversation that they've had with an agent. And on Thursday, today, I'm the agent and I'm jumping in there to address this customer's inquiry through, say, chat. right? And I can see all these different forms of communication that have happened, and I can provide a response that actually makes sense versus, how sometimes with customer service, people ask the same question over and over again versus just following up like, hey, I saw that you were chatting with John yesterday, and guess what? Your order is on its way, we're taking care of shipping, et cetera, et cetera. That creates a very holistic, a very wholesome, personalized experience, right? So integrating your channels with an omni-channel help desk is the way to go because it puts everything in one place. It simplifies customer service for your team. Now, outside of that, also having a scalable team to meet customer service needs during peak periods is also pretty crucial. Because not only, like your team is strong, obviously your core team, but you probably want to consider having people who can come in for a few months just to address the peak periods, like high volume, right? So that you're still consistently delivering great customer service. So 2 ways to do that. One, you could build an on-demand team, of contractors, building out, maybe hiring part-timers to jump in when needed. The second option is also working with outsourcing partners so that that's taken care of. Case in point, one of our clients, Pink Lily, generated more than $500,000 in revenue during the first 3 months of working together, right? We took care of email support. We were able to extend coverage and also fight the I wouldn't say fight the volume, but handle the volume that came through. And so providing an omni-channel customer service has resulted in generating more sales overall because we're able to address more inquiries and so on, and in a much more holistic way. So for example, Pink Lily is on Reamaze, and that's a really good way to also put everything together. So outside of omni-channel customer service, we also talk about having a proactive view to customer service, right? Now, when we think about customer service, most brands might say, okay, hey, let's wait for a customer to reach out before we, kind of address their inquiries, kind of listing certain things on the website just so that, people get the information they need, and very highly focused on conversions. But if you today, when you take on the approach of providing a more proactive customer experience, here's what's going to happen, right? Brands can help customers before they reach out when you think proactively. So, for example, I'm going to talk about 2 aspects, and that is live chat and personalized payment recovery, right? Or personalized recovery. With live chat, we see that there is a 10 to 20 times higher conversion rate versus shoppers are doing on their own. Now, why is that the case? So, for example, when you have an agent kind of interact with the customer beforehand, right? So if I'm shopping and I might maybe I'm checking out a jeans collection right now, it's a new collection for 2021, and I'm not sure what I want to pick up. But typically based on your analysis, you might find that people bounce off the page at the 1 minute and 50-second mark, right? You have a pop-up that comes in at a 1 minute and 30-second mark asking, hey, I noticed that you were checking out our jeans. Did you need help picking out a product, etc.? That's kind of anticipating the need to resolve any doubts that they might have, and not only stepping in just to offer help, like that's for the first part of it. But once the conversation has started, that gives your agents a lot of possibilities to figure out, is this a product that the person's really looking for, right? Maybe we could recommend something else. Maybe we can even upsell that to offer accessories that match the pair of jeans, for example, like a belt, right? And so on and so forth. And with chat, it's very easy to talk to people very quickly because agents can handle multiple chat conversations at any given time. And the response time is a lot faster as well because it's pretty much real time, right? So to recap, how do you implement proactive engagement at least through live chat? First of all, activate live chat on your stores. The second part of that is to trigger chat pop-ups, understanding not just the bounce rate, of course, but also understanding how customers browse your store and figuring out where's a good place to have these pop-ups, because you don't want to flood them. You don't want to, do too many pop-ups and kind of piss people off, and then people don't want to shop anymore, right? So you have to find that balance and A/B test that. Number 3, and this is a really crucial part of this, and that is have really highly trained pre-sales agents active on live chat. So you don't just want a customer service agent to come in, but you want someone who has great product knowledge, who knows how to sell and pitch your products, and also obviously not just selling for the sake of sales, but selling the right products so that customers leave happy, they leave with a great experience from your brand, and also they then become ideally evangelists to talk more about your brand to others. Now, having talked about live chat, we go into proactive personalized payment recovery, right? So we talk about recovery rates. So with personalized payment recovery, we've seen the ability to recover abandoned carts somewhere around 30 to 40%. And we've seen with fill payments for subscriptions e-commerce, it's anywhere between 50 to 70% to start with. And all it takes for you is to actually reach out and respond to people. So how do you implement this? Well, we'll go further into this as we dive deeper into each section. But first of all, ensure that if you're using text messaging to recover carts or fill payments, use a two-way application, right? So you want to make sure that you can actually engage with people, not just send a marketing message and have interact with a chatbot. That's one aspect. But if there's a need for an agent to jump in, an agent should be able to do so, because then the agent can actually take that on and solve any in-betweens that the conversation might kind of show. The second aspect of that is also having a call center app to call customers who abandon carts or have failed payments. Now, why is that the case? Now, this really depends on your ROI. If your products are not, they're pretty much fast moving, maybe it doesn't make sense. But if your product is worth a few hundred, like the average order value is anywhere between a few $100s to a few $1,000s, that probably makes sense that your customer service team spends some time catching up with people to help address their carts and help address any doubts that they might have to help move along with the purchase. Or, for example, if they have insufficient funds on their card, that they remind them, and so that your customers can top up their cards, and so that the subscriptions box does not get delayed. So we move on to the third segment where we talk about cart abandonment recovery, right? And so we've seen that more than 79% of online shopping carts get abandoned before the customer finalizes their purchase. Now, this differs, of course, from vertical to vertical, but there are a variety of reasons why people abandon their cart. So if you have not done so already, the first step is please implement automated SMS or email campaigns to rescue that sale, right? To rescue that cart. But on top of that, we talked about the personalized aspect of that. So once you have those automated campaigns coming and people are responding to those campaigns, have human agents come in to respond and help them with their orders, right? So for example, you send out a message that says, hey, GQ, I noticed that you have these items in your cart. Let me know if you'd like to purchase them, and I'll see if I can get you a first-time discount. Now, obviously, you don't have to run such an offer all the time, but we've seen great success with it. And so if someone says, yeah, I'm interested in your first-time offer because this is my first time shopping with your brand, and a human agent responds and gives that, and not only that, once the conversation is started again, that gives the agent the opportunity to kind of figure out the order like whether or not the cart makes sense and whether or not they need to change certain products. So be it doing over the phone call, do it over SMS. Those are really good points. And then a really basic thing is to have agents respond to email replies, because sometimes that might be missed. Maybe it goes to the marketing team, doesn't get connected to your customer service team. Please ensure that they're connected so you can do that. And finally, offering the option to kind of jump on live chat to address these recoveries. So at this stage, just like to take a quick minute or two. Does anyone have any questions so far before we proceed to the next final three segments? Okay, I don't think we have any questions just yet, so we'll continue. And if you have any questions, just feel free to drop them in the comment section. And super happy to continue. All right, so now we talk about failed payment recovery, and you will realize that this is pretty similar to cart abandonment. Now, what are some of the common causes of cart payments failing, right? So the first of all, spending limits. Number two, insufficient funds, cards that are expired, maybe sort of bank issues, and also possibly getting flagged for fraudulent activity. So we see that subscription companies lose around 99% of their MRR on average due to involuntary churn. Now, that's money on the table that you could be getting back, because these are customers that are not intentionally canceling their subscriptions. They just didn't know, right? And so if you haven't done so already, like cart abandonment recovery, you need to set up automated campaigns through SMS, through emails, and reach out to them to let them know, taking on a proactive approach to let them know that, hey, your payments are not going through. If you'd like to receive your subscriptions box, please do X and kind of resolve that, update their credit card. Maybe kind of put more funds in their credit card, etc. So that really helps customers understand that, hey, this is a good reminder, right? So I can continue, enjoying the subscription boxes that I'm getting. Now, on top of that, we also go back to the same point of personalized recovery, and the points are the same. Contact them over phone if it makes sense. Engage with them over SMS if it makes sense as well. Please respond to emails and offer real-time live chat. the moment that you're able to talk about a person's, like here's another example, right? And so if, for example, that my card got declined because of it's expired, I need to update my card. Once I start a conversation with an agent could check in and even possibly push new product lines. So for example, they know that I've been subscribed to this for like a year, and they're like, hey, guess what? We have this new product line that just came in. Would you like to swap certain items in your box so that you could test, you can try them out, right? And so that's a really good way to take one step further versus just, okay, here, change your card details, you're gonna get, and your product continues. But rather, the agent has the opportunity to swap certain items and recommend items that make sense for the customer. So that really creates a much better way.
GQ, we've lost your audio. I think you've gone muted. There you are.
Oh, how long was I gone for?
Not very long. I jumped in as quickly as I could.
Oh, phew. Okay, good.
But,
okay, do I have to go back a few slides, or it's
no? It was on this slide. It was literally like 10 seconds max. But yeah.
All right. Thanks a lot, Chloe.
No problem.
But yeah, so just kind of jumping back in. So we talked a lot about engaging the customer now, but what about customers who want to be left alone, right? Customers who don't want to chat with customer service, they just want to figure out things on their own and make their purchase, right? So delivering a great self-service experience. Now, we know that 90% of consumers say they expect some form of online portal for self-service from brands, and 77% of them having used such a portal. How can you as a brand offer this today if you're not already doing so? Well, the first step is to set up a public knowledge base. And so, how are your products being made? Where are they from? What kind of products do you have? How can people address orders, shipping, inquiries, et cetera, et cetera? Having that information up front, not just an FAQ list, but like a full knowledge base that people can search from, that's pretty helpful. Number two, providing automated customer service. So this is typically linked to your knowledge base, right? So if, or even integrated with your e-commerce platform like Shopify or Magento or whichever. So if I were to ask, where's my order today? An agent doesn't have to jump in. Rather, what can happen is that the chatbot can just get all the information that he needs from all the different platforms and just tell me today, oh, your order is here and this is what's happening to it, et cetera, et cetera. And that saves your business time and money because the chatbot can do this at scale and your human agents can just focus on more complex inquiries. Number three, publishing how-to content. And this is kind of linked to the first part, right? We're talking about more interactive content, how people can use your products, et cetera, et cetera. Now, this might be a little bit different for fashion brands, but let your imagination be free and figure out, kind of like what makes sense there. Number four is a really interesting one, and that is building out a public forum or community. Now, you may have some engagements on Facebook and Instagram, like those are really popular platforms for your shoppers. Now, what about building out a community where people can interact and help each other out? Because today, I can get a lot of information from people or actual customers and shoppers versus hearing it from the brand. And I think that creates a better sense or better social proof, because I, as a customer today, can find out what people really think about the brand, what people are shopping for, and figure out recommendations as to what are some of the products I can buy that can match with this and what's really helpful for me to know. And so having that self-sustaining ecosystem will really help your brand alleviate the workload from your customer service, which is helpful. And of course, again, if I as a customer I don't really want to, I just kind of want to lurk around forums or Facebook groups to find out more about a brand, that's kind of an option for me. Finally, having an up-to-date FAQ section. Pretty standard, but sometimes brands tend to forget, but always ensure that your FAQs are up to date. And finally, we come to the last segment, and that is the agent experience. Now, we talked a lot about the customers. What about the agents that are supporting these customers? So not only is engaging customers and offering a self-service experience and offering omni-channel customer service very crucial for the customer experience, the agent experience is also super valuable as a part of your customer experience strategy. You want to equip your agents with the best technology, with the best documentation, training, and skills, so that they're able to carry out delivering great customer experiences as frontliners for your brand, because they are going to be representing your brand every day. So some of the things that you can think about: number one, having advanced help desk tools like Gorgeous. Again, referring back to Chris's presentation from before, Having enhanced continuous training as well, because your agents need to have the knowledge that they need in terms of the products that are maybe the new products that are coming out, and the new processes that you might have, depending on the tech that you have, depending on any new any new logistics processes that you have in place. They always need that continuous training, and when they're up to date, they can deliver a great customer service as a result. Number 3, having more accessible customer data. So this goes back to having an omni-channel help desk where you integrate everything. So if I, as an agent, come in today, I have all the information at my fingertips. This helps me as an agent work better because I can contextualize all this information before deciding how I would respond to a customer. And that leads to point number 4. With all the information that I have at my fingertips, how do I create a very personalized conversation? Because again, I don't want to be that agent that asks the same question over and over across 3 multiple agents to the same customer. I want to be the one that continues a conversation from yesterday. I want to be the one to understand, hey, are you are you one of our VIP customers, for example, who's been with us for a while? Where are you based? Who are you, right? And so when I have all that information at my fingertips, I can interact with customers better. Then finally, the last 2 points are having clear process documentation and flexible guidelines. And the guidelines leads to the next part, which is empowering your agents to prioritize customer outcomes instead of just KPIs. To put this into context, as much as having a lower average handling time allows you to go through tickets very quickly, but here's the thing. If it takes me 5 minutes to resolve an inquiry and have a customer get their resolution within the first touch, and leaving with a smile on their face, they're super happy having interacted with your customer service team and talking about your brand, I would rather that your agent spend that 5 minutes, making a customer happy versus saying, I have to keep this to 2 minutes and moving on to the next person, to the next person, to the next person. Then it kind of feels like a factory line, right? So empower your agents to prioritize outcomes instead of just KPIs. KPIs serve as a guideline; they're important, but outcomes are more important. So, kind of rounding this whole thing up, delivering a highly personalized experience across all channels is super critical in a brand's growth in 2021 and beyond. Now, if all these things kind of feel a little bit too much for you to take in and you're wondering, what should I tackle first? We're here to help. So we're providing a free LTV Plus customer service audit. So what does this audit entail? We'll go through your current tech stack, understanding how you're delivering customer service right now, and identify what are some of the low-hanging fruits that will help you get the most ROI out of customer service today. So if you have any questions, feel free to drop them in the comment section. And thank you so much for listening. I've listed my email there as well in case, if you have any questions and you can't think about them now, feel free to contact me at gq@ltvplus.com.
Hello, GQ. That was brilliant. And sorry, I was making the same error you made earlier, and I was about to come on muted, which is never good. That was fascinating, and there's so many. Well, you shared so much, and I made so many notes myself.
Nice.
I particularly liked. Sometimes I find it. I shouldn't say this on the e-commerce tech event, but I do often find it's the low tech tips which often have a huge amount of impact. And that one about updating your FAQs. I often think that login on the website should be given to the customer service team rather than the marketing team. It's so much opportunity in the FAQs.
It is true. It is very true. And because with your customer service teams, they're the frontliners. They understand what people are asking, and so having that feedback loop is so important, right? Because you want to make sure that again, going back to the self-service experience, we want to make sure that I, as a customer, can get the information that I need without having to ask customer service in the beginning if it's a simple inquiry. And so we've seen there's that disconnect. Sometimes people see certain things in the FAQs, but then when they make that purchase, they go to they realize post purchase, oh, hey, the materials of this product are different from what you've advertised. And then they go back to customer service, and that just creates a really bad experience, and that might even end up in a dispute as a result.
Yeah, it's so powerful. Sorry, we've had something come in. Oh, we've had a question come in. Excellent.
There we go.
It's from Mitchell Najeri. Hopefully I said that right. How do you know the frequency of sending alerts to customers? There's a question and a half.
All right, nice. That's awesome. Mitchell, would you mind kind of clarifying, what do you mean in terms of knowing the frequency? How do we figure that out, or do you mean based on our research? Yeah.
Let's see. I would assume, because it may take a while for the follow-up to come through, I would assume we're talking about working out the frequency of sending. What's your guide to that? How would you approach it?
Sure. So if we're talking about, let's say, cart abandonment and failed payment, right? The thing is, you don't want to be harassing people. So the first step is that typically when we talk about emails, we kind of space them out within at least the first week. We kind of space that out between 1 or 2 days upon like the first interaction. So on the first day, we send something out. The second day, we'll send something out. But after that, probably 2 or 3 days. But this, you really would have to experiment with this. But I'd say that the gap is in the initial first week, anywhere between 1 or 2 days, then 3 days. Then the following week, it could be like once every few days. It could be like 4 or 5. It really depends because we see a variety with our clients. And then in terms of SMS, you can kind of think of it the same way as well, because the ultimate goal is that you want to find that balance. To recap, the first week is very crucial, and that's where you can kind of have that constant engagement. However, you don't want to irritate your prospect, your possible customer or your current customer. So kind of figure out an A/B test, what makes sense there. But once it tapers off the first week, you kind of want to hold back and pursue maybe once a week or so. Yeah.
Well, that was another brilliant answer and some more great advice from you there, GQ. So would you just like to remind everyone how they can get hold of you, and then we'll say goodbye?
Sure, yeah. So you can contact me at gq@ltvplus.com or look for me on LinkedIn. I'm pretty active on LinkedIn as well. Just look for GQ Fu LTV Plus, and you'll be able to find me. Yeah. Mitchell, I just heard your question, but yeah, I hope that answers your question because I kind of jumped the gun there. I hope that answers your question, your follow-up question.
Brilliant. Thank you so much, GQ. And
thank you so much,
see you
Chloe.
again soon.
Yes, take care, Chloe. Bye.
Yes, bye. Oh, so much great advice coming in there from GQ. Lots for you all to get from that one. We're now shifting from the world of customer service to a topic which kind of relates a little bit to the very first session we had today, which was veering into the world of the power of getting things more ethical, more sustainable, and paying attention to the full potential customer base, not just the obvious. And you're all intrigued now, aren't you, about what's coming up? So let's bring on our next guest, Rafi, who's going to be doing one of our tech showcases. Hello, Rafi.
Hi, Chloe. Thanks so much for having me.
It's great to have you here. For those of you who haven't come across our tech showcases before, these are 15-minute sessions where Rafi is going to take you through the tech of the company he works for. And Rafi, just very quickly before we get into it, because I've kind of mysteriously explained a little bit about what you do, but could you just, I'll bring the slides up, could you just very quickly outline who Accessibility are?
Absolutely. So about 5 years ago, the law in Israel changed as far as web accessibility, and it became absolute 100% law that websites have to be accessible to people with disabilities. Our founders realized that they had a web development company at the time, and they started looking into ways that this can be fixed. They realized that web accessibility is incredibly difficult to achieve manually, and for most small businesses, it's completely impossible because the cost is too high. And so they decided to try and find a solution with AI. I was lucky enough to join the company almost 2 years ago now, and we've grown to help over 100,000 websites protect themselves, not only from web accessibility lawsuits, but also make themselves accessible to everybody and make sure that everybody can shop at their store. And that's more or less it.
Excellent. Well, look, I am looking forward to finding out how this tech works, because doing this is a nightmare for many people. So anything that makes it better is good on my front. So Rafi, your 15 minutes starts now.
Awesome. So first things first, what is web accessibility, right? It's a set of rules, behaviors, code standards, and design guidelines meant to allow people with disabilities to effectively use websites. And this affects all different kinds of people with disabilities. While most of us tend to think of people who are blind when it comes to using the internet, there's also people with epilepsy and seizure-related disorders. And if you don't have your animations able to be stopped immediately, they can be physically harmed or even killed by these. On top of that, you have a very wide range of other people who might be aging into disabilities, people who might speak English as a second language. And that being the case, we try to make it as interactive and easy as possible for everybody to work with your website. The laws that are relevant here in the US are Section 508 and ADA Title III. Section 508 generally refers to large government organizations, whereas ADA Title III is everybody else. Long story short, the Department of Justice put out a ruling in 2018 that says that any business website must be accessible, but they said that the standard's reasonable effort. So the WCAG, the Web Content Accessibility Guidelines, are what is used now as the standard worldwide. Every single legislation out there, except for the ADA, refers to the WCAG as the standard for accessibility. So that's what we comply with. This is just a little bit of information on the lawsuit situation in the US. I won't go into too much of this because it's really depressing. What I will tell you is that the last time that I was outside my zip code with this Corona stuff was last February. I was in Las Vegas giving a presentation about accessibility, pretty much the same presentation. And I was interrupted by somebody who said that they run 60 locations of a payday loan company, and they got a demand letter for one location. Somebody was asking them for $10,000. So he contacted his lawyer. He said, what do I do? The lawyer says, okay, look, your websites are completely inaccessible and the law is very clear. You should pay the money and become accessible as quickly as you can. So that's what they tried to do. But the day that the check cleared, they got 59 more demand letters and had to settle for $600,000. So even if you think that you're a small organization and nobody's coming after you and nobody's looking, it is not only risky legally, it's also a moral imperative to make your website accessible. Plus, 26% of US adults, according to the CDC, live with a disability. So it's a significant potential part of your business that you might be losing out on. This is just a little bit of the competitive landscape of accessibility solutions. We are not, of course, the only solution out there. There are some that are completely automated that are generally free. I will just tell you what my dad told me. You get what you pay for. If it's free to low cost, it's probably not going to solve your entire problem. We spent a very long time working on accessibility and working on everything that comes with it to make sure that it addresses many different types of disabilities and everything that's contained in the WCAG. The other solution that you have is manual services. And this is how accessibility has been done up until the advent of accessibility, more or less. The problem is that it's too expensive in time and money. So even if you're a skilled developer, you're spending hours and hours and hours every time you update the website to fix the accessibility. If you're not a skilled developer, then you have to pay a skilled developer. And so either way, it's very expensive and it's not so effective either, because while it can be reasonably effective, one of the problems with manual accessibility is that there's always going to be a delay between the time that you update the website and the time that you update the website's accessibility. And another problem with that is that it's not feasible. You know, there's 350 million websites out there today, and just in the US alone, and most of those are created with no-code CMS systems. So it can't be reasonably expected to go into a WordPress site or a Wix site and try and fix the accessibility. That's why we created Accessibility. It's a fully automated solution that's intended for business owners to be able to make themselves accessible without breaking the bank, and by ensuring that they're actually accessible to real people, not just a compliance product, but making sure that you're actually able to work with people with many different types of disabilities to provide them the services that you normally provide. We also rescan every 24 hours or every update, whichever comes first, to make sure that you're always in compliance and the statement of accessibility that we send you is still valid. Now, I'm stopping here just to mention this. It's very cool, very exciting that we had a $12 million round. We actually had a $28 million A round that recently closed. And the only reason that it's relevant is just to tell you that we're not going anywhere. We're not getting bought out anytime soon. We are going to be here growing and continuing to grow and continuing to provide web accessibility into the future. And also, this slide is a little bit outdated. I apologize. We just can't update this stuff fast enough. We're well over 100,000 websites right now. But what I love to say here is whether you're Burger King or Burger Joint on the corner, you get exactly the same service from us at exactly the same price. This is actually the accessibility statement that you get from us. It's a compliance requirement to meet the WCAG, but it also just goes into detail about everything that's been done to make your website accessible. We'll back that up with compliance audits just so that you can check every month and look into it. We also offer our ACE scanner, which is a proprietary scanner that checks out how accessible your website is. And you're welcome to run as many scans as you'd like, as often as you'd like, completely for free. Now, in the event that anybody approaches you or your client about web accessibility and says, hey, your website's not good enough, I can't use it, it's this, it's that, So you let us know immediately, and we'll do several things. Number one, we're going to do an audit. Because when somebody makes a complaint about your website not being accessible, they have to make a specific claim. They can't just say, hey, this website isn't good. They have to make it very specific about a specific element. And so we'll do an audit and screen record that audit and show you, yes, this is actually accessible. Then we'll send them a compliance overview that explains how to use our tool. We'll include a failures request master as well, which is a big old spreadsheet where they can log and document any kind of perceived accessibility failures. We'll send you your statement again so you have it handy, and we'll send you a suggested response. This is a form letter. Not to go too deep into it, because again, it's very depressing to talk about too many lawsuits, but most of the lawsuits that are coming from a place of people seeking settlements. Generally, the community of people with disabilities is not an incredibly litigious one. Most people with disabilities, if they visit your website and they can't use it, they're going to try and get in touch with you and ask you to either work with them on the phone or fix your website. Their first thought is not to sue you. That being said, there is certainly a profit incentive from certain law firms to extract settlements. And so our suggested response is a form letter that we've used on over 4,500 cases. And in more than 90% of the time, we don't even get a response to our suggested response, meaning that the lawyer on the other side chooses to drop the matter and move on to the next victim rather than continuing to engage further because they know that they're not going to be able to win. And again, we wish that wasn't the case, but we're glad that we're able to help so many of our clients prevent any kind of negative litigious matters. So this is our installation process. It's super easy, super simple, just one line of JavaScript code. Our accessibility interface will appear on your website within 2 or 3 minutes, maybe 5. And then our remediation will start. So the AI goes to work on the back end, and usually within about 6 to 8 hours, but up to 48 hours, we say, your website will be compliant. You'll get that statement of accessibility from us. And the moment that you get that statement of accessibility, that's when our shot clock starts. Every 24 hours or every update, whichever comes first, we're going to do a full and complete scan of that website to make sure that it's still accessible. This is just a little bit of the differentiation between the two parts of our tool. We actually use multiple AI components here. So one side of the tool is sort of the accessibility interface side. I am no developer, but I am told by developers that the CSS changes are relatively simple. I have yet to believe that. That being said, the AI is the other side, and we have 2 different AI components. So we work with Iris and OCR to do our image recognition, and we have a contextual understanding engine as well. And the contextual understanding engine is getting better every day. It's actually exposed to, I think, more than 40 million data sets now, and it is capable of understanding what kind of website it's been put on. So if you put it on Zappos.com, it will know, oh, this is a shoe store. Or if you put it on a Ford dealership, it'll know this is a car dealership. And that way it will inform its decisions on everything else it needs to do. So Accessibility is fully session-based. We're not going to change anything on your website until somebody triggers it to be changed. This is what our interface looks like. And as you can see, we have a bunch of different profiles available for various disabilities to be addressed. There's some videos that are available here, and this is the end of the presentation itself. What I'd love to do now is switch over the screen share and move into a live presentation. Let me get the stop screen share now, and I will pull up the live presentation. All right. Excellent. Thank you for your patience. Of course, usually when I do this, somebody's talking back to me.
Hey, Rafi, I'll talk back to you.
Hey, Thank you.
Whilst you get that set up, I have to say we've got some comments going on in the comments box. People are really, really pleased that you're here and that we're talking about this topic here. So so it's going down well. Do you want to have you got that new screen share set up so I can put
I have
it live
indeed,
for
madam.
you? Marvelous, right? There we go. It's You've got about exactly 5 minutes left. All yours.
Oh my God, I'm so good at this time management stuff. Well, thank you, Chloe. And your accent is always great to hear. Love the British accent. So the first profile I'll show you is Seizure Safe because it's probably one of the most important. Seizure Safe profile, like I said in the very beginning, people who have seizure-related disorders, epilepsy-related disorders can be physically harmed or even potentially killed by animations and flashing lights on your website. So it's very, very important to be able to turn those off. The visually impaired profile, on the other hand, is exactly the opposite. It just makes everything bigger and brighter. We have a cognitive disability profile. This shows you how it makes it easier for people with cognitive disabilities to identify what are links, what are titles, what are various elements. Then we have an ADHD-friendly profile. Now, I don't know if you've been able to identify this in our call so far, but I'm a little bit high energy, so I actually like this one. I will generally add the hide images function because it lets me focus on things even easier than the regular profile. On top of that, we have the blind users and keyboard navigation button. And I always get a great question here, which is, Rafi, how does a blind user click that button? They can't see it. And I go, sir, you're absolutely right. They can't see it. So this is a very, very important point that a lot of people with disabilities use assistive technologies like a screen reader for someone who's blind or severely dyslexic, or for instance, a click stick for somebody who has motor impairments, or they may only be able to hit the tab key. That being the case, we have multiple systems that identify live assistive technology on someone's computer. So if somebody using a screen reader enters Accessibility, or enters a website with Accessibility, I should say, we'll send them a voice note automatically that says, hi, you've entered an accessible website. Please hit Alt-1 to turn on accessible mode. We also will turn on accessible mode automatically when somebody hits the tab key enough. As you can see, that's all I'm doing here. And if anybody wants to do more research, we actually put out a research paper a while back where we evaluated more than 10 million web pages, and we found what elements are most frequently not accessible and which ones are accessible. So about 50% of images are accessible, but 50% are not. And we assume that a lot of that is for SEO reasons and not for accessibility reasons. 98% of drop-downs, pop-ups, and forms are not accessible. And that means that the purchase process and the actual checkout process, the important physical processes on most websites, are not accessible by people with disabilities. So as an example, if I open this pop-up, I need to have a pop-up open in the corner as well that says pop-up panel, press escape to close, navigate with tab, reading out to screen readers. If it doesn't say that, then somebody who's using a screen reader may not know that they're in a pop-up. They may actually have to shut down their computer just to get out of your website, which is a terrible, terrible user experience. I can promise you that customer's not coming back. But with Accessibility, they can navigate everything really, really simply, and they'll get all the information they need. Now, one thing that's also important with this adjustment, that I'll turn off the adjustment now just so we can show you the lack of alt text, is alt text. So alternative texts are the way that people who use screen readers understand what's in an image. This website we coded without any alt text natively because we're using it as a demonstration to show, of course, how we insert alt text with AI. So as a demonstration, I'll turn on the accessibility adjustments now. And of course, I could just do that with the keyboard too, but it's easier this way. And you can see it comes up immediately. This is woman in blue denim jeans. If I inspect this image, I'm going to get woman in black tank top with arm tattoos. So that's more or less exactly what's there. There's a little bit of a give and take between how descriptive you want to be. But people who use screen readers are generally not cognitively impaired. They just can't see. They know that they're on a website. They know that they're shopping for clothes. So you don't need to tell them 2 paragraphs about the jeans. They know what they're looking at. Also, our various AIs come into play here to identify exactly what is behind these images. The last thing that I'll show you is just specific adjustments. So these color adjustments where you can change the background and the title colors to specific other colors, super, super important, because one of the problems with manual remediation, like we went over before, is that when somebody, you have to choose 2 colors. You have to choose a contrast ratio for your website. If your website's the same for everybody who experiences it, there are going to be some people out there who won't be able to see your contrast ratio right, because not everybody who's colorblind is colorblind the same way. That being the case, the only way to make sure that everybody can see the stuff on your website and the color contrast and everything properly is to let them customize their own experience. And this is not just for people with disabilities. It's also for people aging into disabilities, or people who don't think that they have a disability but just don't see that well, or people who speak English as a second language. We have the online dictionary right here. For instance, my grandmother, before she passed away, loved online shopping. And I guarantee you, if she'd had a tool like Accessibility, I would have had even less of an inheritance from her. She would have spent even more money online shopping. So this is something that can enhance your website, not just in a compliance sense and not just in a PR sense where you're sending the message that you're helping people, but in general for everybody.
Excellent. Rafi, I cannot believe how complex doing this right is, and it make when you go through how complex you can see why the custom solution would cost so much and why it makes so much sense to go with a tool like yours. So I suggest you go to the YouTube channel after you log off, because there's lots of questions coming in on there for you to get back to. But before we say goodbye, could you just let people know where they can find out more if they're going, yes, I need that?
Absolutely. So we have a brand new updated website from about 2 weeks ago, and we have, I think, over 100 new testimonials up there. So if you go to www.accessiby.com, you will get to see all of that. You can also go through the link that eCommerce Tech is providing. So ecomtech.link/accessiby, and that'll give you an extra 10% off if you end up purchasing a license from us. And if you don't, it's also totally fine. We'll be happy to answer your questions either way.
Brilliant. Well, Rafi, thank you so much for taking us all through something that's so important for so many people. It's been really lovely having you here.
It's been great being here. Thanks so much for having me.
Okay, so we are now going to be moving into the world, another kind of world, more on the social impact. So I guess actually we're kind of sticking in a similar vein, but again, we are looking at areas that we can use, that we can get involved with, which are going to help shape the future of the fashion and apparel area of e-commerce. So we're going to bring out our next guest, and we're running a little behind, so we're going to be heading straight into our next session here. So we are going to be meeting in a second Savannah White, who's the head of partner success at Shopping Gives, who's going to be taking us through do good and do well. 3 steps to social impact success for your fashion business. So hopefully everyone out there realizes that if you do good, you're going to do well as well. But we're going to be getting into the actual detail of how to make it work for your business in this next session. So let's get Savannah up here. Hello, Savannah. How are you doing?
Hi, Chloe. Doing well. How are you?
I'm good. It's excellent to have you here, and I'm really enjoying the fact that in this portion that I get to be involved with, we've got lots of kind of ethical and sustainable content going on, because if there's anything we've seen with the consumer impact of the last 12 months of everything that's been going on, is humans are crying out for that better way of doing things. So it's great to have you here.
Yeah, definitely. I 100% agree, and very happy to be here as well.
All right, there's your slide deck. So let you get on with it. It's all yours, Savannah.
All right. Thank you, Chloe. Hi, everybody. Like Chloe said, my name is Savannah White. I am the head of partner success at Shopping Gives. And today we're going to go over how you guys can take steps to up your social impact strategy game, and how you can really bring your social impact into this new year with cause marketing in mind. So first, let's quickly touch on why social impact is important. Even before the craziness of last year, customers in the millennial and Gen Z generations were incredibly focused on buying with their values and voting with their wallets. They are really demanding that brands do more than just turn a profit. They want to see retail being used as a vehicle for change. And so they really support the brands that are mission-minded, have a conscious focus, and are giving back. So currently, retailers are spending over $20 billion in digital advertising to acquire and retain this generation impact, as we call them. They have a huge, huge buying power, and yet less than 1% of retailers are actually activating on cause marketing, even though that's a growing field. And there are a couple different reasons why cause marketing can be a little bit difficult to move into. As Rafi was mentioning on the last session, there is a good bit of legality that goes into, accessibility, but also cause marketing, and brands really have to be careful with the messaging they use when they're saying that they're donating a portion of sales. It can be hard to come up with what the strategy is when you don't understand your customers' beliefs. And it's also very difficult to measure, and even from an accounting perspective of trying to actually get those donations to go out. A lot of this comes into play, and that is probably and likely the reasons why a lot of retailers are not actually moving into the cause marketing space. All of these reasons and more are why we built Shopping Gives in the first place. So we are a social impact commerce platform, and we exist to create impact on every purchase. We work with our retailers to give back to nonprofits of any size, and any retailer of any size can give back. And then we always take a look at how that's increasing customer loyalty and lifetime value through our suite of cause marketing technologies. It's a heavy kind of understanding, and there's a lot that we can do with our program that we'll go over, but at the base level, you get to align every purchase that a customer makes with their values one-to-one, and then you get that information back as a retailer to take a look at. Before I jump into these power strategies, I want to quickly set the table with the must-haves you need to keep in mind when donating a portion of sales. So like I mentioned, there is a good bit of legality that goes into it. And firstly, you have to register and file all the correct agreements in all 50 states. So with each nonprofit you're working with, there's commercial co-venture, solicitation agreements, and bonds in a good number of states that you have to have filed away in order to be compliant in your giving. Second, you have to be transparent with your customer and share the actual amount that's being donated pre and post purchase. So lines like percentage of profit, percentage of proceeds, they're not transparent enough for your customer. What could be $3 for you as the retailer might seem like $20 to the customer. So you have to be very explicit in the dollar amount that's actually going back to them pre and post purchase. Thirdly, you need to use names and logos only once you have received permission from the nonprofit, just as you as a brand wouldn't want an influencer or any other business to say that they're partnered with you and use your assets in their marketing. Nonprofits function the same way. So they do have protections over their content that you have to get permission to use. And lastly, you need to keep records of any of your giving just in case of auditing. So how much was given back, any donation receipts from nonprofits, all of those sorts of things. Shopping Gives answers all of these points, and you can read a little bit more about it on our 4 things to know when giving back that's on the website. But now that we've finished the cause marketing compliance and regulation spiel that I have to give, I'm excited to go through our 3 power strategies to social impact success with you. The first is that you always want to be authentic and holistic in your impact strategy and in your mission. Second, customer engagement really counts. How can you include your customer in that giving back that you're doing in your cause marketing? How can you bring them into the conversation? And lastly, the doing well part of this presentation, measurement really matters. So how is impact affecting your bottom line? Are you seeing different buying behaviors between donating and non-donating customers? Things like that. And we'll get into how to measure that as well. So first, I'm going to start with my personal favorite. I'm definitely a sentimental, touchy-feely kind of person. So talking about your values and how to actually come up with a social impact strategy for your brand. We always suggest that if you're building from the ground up, there are a couple key places to start when you're working on your cause marketing strategy and your mission as a brand. The 4 kind of key pillars are your team, your community, your customer, and your product. So on the team side, this is your first line of defense and your frontline influencers. If you're a small team, ask around, what do they care about? Is your CMO really passionate about animal rights? Is your CEO really passionate about LGBTQ rights? Things like that. How can you represent your team and your team's values in the mission that you're building out? Because you guys are the ones that started the company, you're the ones that keep it running. So how can you include giving and mention those values and support those values as well? Your community is going to be the space you exist in, whether that's a small town and you're homegrown and there's a nonprofit down the street that you want to support or you help fund 5Ks for. Is that someone that you want to support in your giving back mission? This could also be your community of influencers, the people that helped build the brand. Talk to the people around you who helped create what you guys are and figure out how you can support those values. On the customer side, this can be hard to guess, or it can be very easy to figure out. If you create a product that fulfills a specific need, we have a lot of partners who, for example, make accessible unisex garments, so they give back to LGBTQ causes. Or if you know your customers care about animal rights, if you make matching doggy onesies and human onesies, maybe you want to give back to animal rights. So take a gander and see what your customers care about, but we can also take a look at what your customers are telling you they care about and the impact that is aligning with the business. We'll get into that just a little bit more in a bit, but if you have an idea as to what your customers care about, and you can always send out surveys too to figure out what mission they want to give back to. Finally, your product. So similar vein to your customer, if you are using specific resources to make your product, perhaps it's giving back to replenish that resource. So if you make cashmere jumpers, or if you're making, pants that are made from recycled wood pulp and things like that, perhaps you want to give back to plant trees or restore those communities. A great way to kind of close the loop and hint more at that circular economy model is to look at your product and how you could give back to supplement your giving. We have a lot of partners there are a lot of retailers in the space who are doing 1-for-1 models as well, and that's a really cool example. If you are making socks, maybe you want to give back to the homeless and things like that. So those are the 4 places that we always recommend looking to first. When you're building from the ground up, it's always great to kind of take a look internally. It'll help you be more authentic and genuine because you're building this yourself and you're building it with the community and the aspects that make your brand. Once you've created that mission, publish those stories and those brand values. So this is an example from our partners at White & Warren. They have an amazing impact page if anyone wants to go check it out. They do Cashmere for a Cause. Their CEO is very close to the American Heart Association. She has a really close experience with the American Heart Association. So their whole impact page and their whole impact strategy is surrounding giving back to the AMA. You can see that they publish their donation goal on that page as well. And what we couldn't share in this deck is that they have tips for how to take care of your heart. They speak about the 1% that they're giving back across the board. It's a really interesting page, and it gives your customers a place to land to learn more about what you guys are doing, which again speaks to that authenticity. When you're sharing your community support as well, we always look to social media. You can see on the left, we have an influencer that's supporting the AMA as well. So how can you get other members of your team, your community, your customers involved in the giving that you're doing? We also have on the right, Anatomy actually has a new nonprofit that they support on a monthly basis, and they always make an announcement on social media. So you can see that this month they're giving to Glam for Good, and they're bringing their community into that conversation, really making sure they're educating the customer there. Speaking about customer engagement, it is really important to mention this giving back to them so that they can see and tie into your goals as well and help you with your goals potentially too. So we have a bit of a crawl, walk, run when it comes to customer engagement. The first is that you always want to educate your customer. If there's a quick win for you that's in the social impact space, it's on the education side. So how can you tell your customer what you're doing and keep them in the loop of giving initiatives? Second, testing marketing channels. So how can we slowly integrate giving into your marketing messaging? It's great that you're doing it on site, but people want to know. And if you're going to try using it in acquisition and retention, this is a great way to test it. Finally, remarketing and personalization. So once you do have the information from your customers about who they care about or how much you've donated, how can you use that in your remarketing strategies? From the education piece, on site, aside from the impact page that we just went over, and as well as your social media, any kind of online marketing homepage callouts, whether that's a hero banner or an eyebrow banner, really informs your customer from the jump about your giving. So this is very common for customers to do in special activation times. So Mother's Day, you can see here, Margot actually did a really cool activation that we worked with them on. They were giving 20% off, but the customer had the option to either split the discount so that they could give 10% to the nonprofit, 10% saved on their purchase, or they could donate their discount completely. So you can see here in their eyebrow banner, they speak to that, and they also talk about it on the homepage. This is especially important if your brand really wants to focus on flash giving events. So Earth Day is coming up next month, and after that, it's Mental Health Awareness Month. So if you're going to be doing something really quickly, having as much information about the activation in front of your customers is really important, whether that's emails, online marketing on your web page, on your homepage. Really important to bring your customer into that conversation to keep them educated. Other announcements in emails and on social, for example, you can see on the left, our partners Ursa Major had a plan in mind. They wanted to plant 2 trees with every order for the month of May. And then they closed the loop on that. And you can see on the right, they actually told their customers how much they were able to plant. What we couldn't share on this deck that's really awesome as well is that underneath they spoke about how many acres of forest that was. They spoke about how much carbon dioxide they were able to pull out of the air with the plants that they were able to plant. So really cool activation, really fun to actually include your customer in the follow-up as well, because if they're donating on one purchase, they want to see the full picture too. In the center, you can see Neighborhood Goods announcing only good things. This was right when the COVID pandemic was coming into everyone's everyday life. Crazy to think there was ever a time when it wasn't in our everyday lives, but trying to keep it positive, keep it light, and kind of brand their COVID response as well. Another way to educate and engage with your customers is by integrating giving into other aspects of your business. So Shopping Gives has an integration with Yotpo loyalty, but this is something you could do with your loyalty program as well if you wanted to build out your cause marketing from the ground up. So Blind Barber is an example. They actually give a loyalty point for every dollar donated through Yotpo. So a customer purchases, they donate, and they're incentivized to donate because they get a loyalty reward point for doing so. Once they have those points, they're also able to redeem them for donations. So on Blind Barber, if they had 150 points, a customer could donate $10 to the cause of their choice, which is really awesome and fun to see piling in how many customers are using their points for sales versus donations, a really fun test as well. Speaking back to that customer pillar on how to build your corporate social responsibility strategy, Shopping Gives allows you to align every purchase with your customers' beliefs. And there are a bunch of different ways to do this. Our program actually enables the customer to select from the 1.5 million nonprofits that are in good standing in the US. So in that search bar here, you can see that a customer is able to pick whatever nonprofit from the big ending hunger companies like Feeding America all the way down to the food bank that's down the street. Then the retailer gets this information back, so they're able to tie that back to the specific customer and potentially use it in remarketing as well. So very cool activation. Another way to include giving on site is to create capsule collections assigned to specific causes on specific collections. So if your brand has pink items and green items, maybe the green goes back to Save the Planet and the pink goes back to breast cancer awareness. You can see how customers align with the items they want or the cause that they care about. Another really cool activation we've seen from partners is when you're using artists as a collaborator, you can support the cause that they care about on the items that they helped create. So we have a lot of partners who do that with the items that were created. They let the artist choose whatever nonprofit they want to support, and that's done on site. Of course, we can't talk about customer engagement without talking about customer donations as well. We firmly believe at Shopping Gives, and this is just a suggestion for you guys as you're building out your responsibility strategy, you should be giving as a brand before you ask your customer to add in extra dollars to give back. The engagement is going to be much higher when the customer is seeing, oh, this brand already gives back and I'm joining them in giving, rather than, oh, I'm already paying for this product and now I have to pay more in order to do good. When you as a brand are doing good first and then asking the customers to join you, it's a much stronger message and it gets a lot higher activation. Of course, the way that we all know about giving back from a customer perspective is the roundup donation. So a couple cents added onto your cart value just to give that little bit more. Micro actions really do lead to macro impact. Another cool way to include customer donations is doing an add-on donation. So a flat dollar amount, $1, $3, $5, lets your customer make a bigger impact if they'd like to. And a very cool activation you can do with that is potentially incentivizing your customers to give with discounts on their next purchase or a free item. So if a customer donates $10, let's say it's 10% off the next purchase, or if they donate $10, they get a free hat with their delivery or whatever it may be. Really cool to incentivize them with add-on donations. Giving doesn't have to exist all on its own. Then for cross-channel marketing and testing this impact messaging in your marketing strategy, of course, any sort of social and paid media, we always want to keep customers informed of the giving. So here you can see our partners at Dr. Bronner's are giving back to psychedelic-assisted therapies. So their special campaign of Heal Soul was spoken about on their social. Kenneth Cole speaking about their COVID-19 response. And then on the left, you can see Giving Tuesday activations from our other partners. You can also influence with giving in mind. So influencers are often very vocal about the causes that they care about. And so you as a retailer should work to support those causes because their audiences are going to have an affinity toward it, and you'll be able to make stronger relationships with your influencers. So the example you're seeing here is from Hannah Brompman. She works with one of our partners, Highline Wellness, on a specific bath bomb with CBD included. She was very vocal about the Black Lives Matter movement and still is. So on their product that they made together, they gave an additional 20%, because I believe it was 5% across the board on her product. So 25% of her product is actually going back to charity, to the charities that she chose. So a really interesting way to activate with your influencers as well. Again, for dedicated campaigns and special activations, we always recommend if it's a flash giving activation that you speak to this and inform your customers so that they're aware of what's happening. This is an example from our partners, Tomboy X. This is for Giving Tuesday, so you can see that they spoke to their mission, and then they also explained when you choose, they give back. So their customer is able to pick the cause of their choice as well. SMS is a new space for us. Another way to integrate and explain to your customers the good that's going on. Blind Barber, again, for Giving Tuesday was speaking to 20%. But this is also really interesting to test. How does an impact SMS relate to a new arrivals SMS? What's getting more engagement? A really cool way to see if your impact is resonating with customers. When it comes to remarketing and personalization, there are a lot of different things you can do with the information you learn from your customers about how they give back. 83% of millennials say it's important for the companies they buy from to align with their beliefs and values. So how do you as a brand align with your guests' values and your shoppers' values? At the beginning, if you wanted to prospect or if you're trying to see if customers care about the same causes you're supporting, you can target their audiences on social media. So nonprofits have massive followings online. You can see here, these are numbers that we pulled from Facebook for these specific nonprofits. Huge, huge followings. So creating paid ads where you can speak to the specific mission that you have existing on site already. If you really care about giving back and ending hunger, maybe it's an ad for Feeding America that you share to that audience and see if you can pull in new customers from there who are aligned from a cause perspective. For those of you who are paying extra close attention, you will see that Feeding America's logo is included in this mock-up. And I did say that you're not allowed to use logos unless you have permission. We have permission. Shopping has a relationship with Feeding America, so we are allowed to use this. However, if you were doing a similar activation, you don't have a partnership with Feeding America, we suggest using umbrella terms. So instead of speaking about the nonprofit specifically, speak about the cause that they're behind. In this case, it would be You Shop, We Donate, Support the Fight to End Hunger, for example. You can still support Feeding America, but you're not using their name to collect customers. On the retention side, once you know who your customer cares about, create audience pools based on the nonprofit category. So in this example, if a customer supported One Tree Planted, an ad could be created for the planet-friendly customer pool that says, look good and save the planet. You might have this running at the same time as someone who has look good, support our veterans, things like that. You can separate the categories out to see where your customers support the most. And you can also see where your largest pool is. So if you start your giving activation and you go, you know what, we really care about animal rights, we're fighting for this, but we don't know exactly what we want to support. And then all of your customers are coming in saying, hey, we want to protect the planet, we want to protect the oceans. Maybe it's supporting an ocean mammal nonprofit or a Clean the Oceans nonprofit. You can kind of see where your customers are aligning and support their values as well. Finally, measurement matters. So again, we always want to measure how impact is affecting bottom line. We also want to make sure that we're tracking any sort of giving that you're doing so that you can share with your customers the good that's happening, and so that they're brought into that story, because again, they're seeing the one little incremental value that their purchase is providing. So when you can give them the full picture, that's a really great way to keep them engaged. So from the impact perspective, on your impact page, speaking about how much giving you've done, like on the left, our partner Succulents box for their COVID-19 response. Again, Ursa Major with how many trees they planted, and again, that was just in 1 month. They're sharing that with their customers on social and an email. For your business, always measuring impact back to your bottom line. So we like to call it return on donation spend. It's our playful little spin on ROAS, return on ad spend. How much does $1 donated equate to for your business? We've seen lifts in conversion to 19%, 23% for average order value, and even an 18% increase in lifetime value from multiple times donors. We also, through Shopping Gives, have Google Tag Manager event tracking that you can pass through to your analytics, so you can actually see if a customer is engaging with the impact widget on site, if they're engaging with the Shopping Gives widget, how is their buying behavior differing from those who are not engaging with that giving back strategy. We also have dashboards to make the measurement of your giving super streamlined and easy, so you can always see how much is being given back, what is the average order value of customers who are donating versus those who aren't. And activation rate that you'll see down there is actually how many customers are opting in to donate with us. So really streamlined and easy for you to see on these dashboards. To review, the 3 power strategies for social impact success is number 1, always start with authentic impact. What matters to you as a brand? What are you genuinely getting behind? Because customers have more access to information than ever before. So they're going to be able to know if you're, pretending to care about a cause just to share a giving back message. Really make sure you're digging in with your team to see, what do we care about? What do we want to stand for? Customer engagement counts. So how can you tell your customer about your giving, whether that's informing them of the giving from the get-go, and then also letting them know how much good has actually been done. And finally, measurement matters, not only from an impact perspective, but from a bottom line perspective. Doing good really does mean doing well, and it will benefit your business to be charitable. A little bit more on Shopping Gives. We integrate natively, so we can map your site and style completely, so that this is a message from you, not from Shopping Gives, about how you guys are giving back. We manage donations from collection all the way through to disbursement, so you never have to worry about tracking how much money is going back. We handle all of that in the back end for you, and 100% of the donations will actually get to the nonprofit. And finally, like you just saw, we do have data and business insights, so you can see how impact is affecting bottom line. We're already working with some top direct-to-consumer retailers like the ones you're seeing on this screen, but we are always hoping to grow our giving economy and build our network of conscious-minded brands. So if you want to learn more, feel free to check out our website, shoppinggives.com, or you can email hello@shoppinggives. And we have a couple minutes left, so if there are any questions, I'm happy to stick around and answer, but thank you guys so much for tuning in.
Hey, Savannah, that was amazing. So, I mean, I've always known that there's a lot of power in giving in terms of how you incentivize people to do things, but there's so much you can do. Like Apurv said, this talk was brilliant. I learned so much, so many creative ways people are going about using donations.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, that's why we built the platform. It's meant to be so flexible so that a brand can focus on the good they're doing, not how to do good. There are so many hurdles just to giving back on every item versus, with a tool like this, you can easily give back across the board and then figure out, okay, how can we incentivize people further? How can we incentivize people to come back because we're giving and things like that?
It's do you just want to? It's brilliant. We've got to start moving on to the next session though. So, and we've got no other questions coming in. So, just want to. Sorry, could you just please remind people where to find you? That would be marvelous.
Yeah, absolutely. So you can always find more information on our website, shoppinggives.com, or email hello@shoppinggives. Always easy to grab a hold of us. We're super responsive. But thanks so much, Chloe. I'll let you move on to the next talk. Have a great rest of your day, guys.
You too. Thanks, Savannah. Bye. Oh, sorry, you got a sneak preview of Nick there, who's going to be our next person coming off, as Savannah managed to remove herself before I managed to remove her, which meant Nick, the joys of the tech. We're working on this platform. So Derek's told me I have to plug my own podcast again before we leave, because I'm going to be introducing Nick, and then I'll be here to say goodbye to Nick the next session, and then I get to go and make dinner and light the fire. Yes, that is how exciting life here is at eCommerce Masterplan HQ. So what do I need to tell you? I need to tell you that what we've put together very specially for you over at eCommerce Masterplan is that we have created, or I've pulled together all my interviews on the eCommerce Masterplan podcast with fashion retailers together in one place for you. So you can see the link scrolling across the bottom there, which is chloelink.com/ecomtech. That will take you straight to that page where we've put all the interviews that I've done with fashion and apparel brands over the last 6 years are there for you to find. And they are everything from standard fashion businesses who've just done the basics really, really well, through to some really groundbreaking, clever, crazy ideas, both in terms of the apparel they're creating, the customer demographic they're going after, and how they're marketing their business. So loads on there if you want to get your hands on it. Like I see, there's loads of comments going on here, but I think we've dealt with all of those, so that's okay. Which means I'm now going to change the branding over to Recart, because in a second or two we will be joined by Nick Ramaya from Recart. And Recart are one of the brilliant sponsors who make this whole event possible. As you'll all have noticed, you're getting in for free. You're not having to pay anything for this amazing content, these amazing speakers, all this great insight into what's going to make fashion businesses successful in the years to come. You're not having to pay for it. Why? Why don't you have to pay? Because our sponsors have paid for it. So a huge thank you to them. And as I said, Nicholas is joining us from Recart, and Recart is the messenger marketing app for e-commerce. They've got more than 5,500 positive reviews and over 130,000 installs. So this is tried and tested and loved technology. And then they work with some of the most innovative D2C brands like BlendJet, Riderwear, and Your Super. So we're in for a treat, as Nicholas is going to be taking us through developing a better opt-in strategy with Messenger. So how do you go about getting those opt-ins? So let's bring Nick up properly this time. Hello, Nick. How are you?
Hey, how's it going, Chloe, and everybody else? Good. How are you?
Well, it's great to have you here, and we are running a smidgen behind, so I'm going to let you dive straight into your presentation, if that's okay.
Perfect. Thank you.
It's all yours, Nick.
Awesome. Thank you. And thank you, Chloe. I appreciate it. Derek and Stephanie, I appreciate all you guys. And of course, eCommerce.io. Thank you guys so much for setting this up. And thank you for watching this session and for attending this. So my name is Nick Ramaya. I'm the head of partnerships over at Recart.com. We are a messenger marketing software, primarily on Shopify and WooCommerce. And I'll get into a little bit about how Messenger can be pretty useful in terms of opt-in strategies, but also some other strategies. I added a few bonus ones as well, and I'll try to cater it around fashion as well. But anyways, without further ado, I'm just going to get right started. So thank you again, everybody. So to start, I want to kind of frame where Messenger is. Opt-in strategy, so what does that mean? There's 3 main opt-ins, right? So opt-in is kind of like the ultimate way to get a customer on board with your brand. It's them subscribing to you. They want to hear what you have to say. They want to hear what messages and promotions you may have. It's a very important channel to own and create these lists so you could send messages to them after, facilitate a community. So some of the main opt-ins, as we all know, email is a very powerful one. It's the backbone kind of all marketing in general, and of working day in, day out. So, but on the marketing side, the experience, it's fantastic. I mean, decades of use cases. You can put whatever you want in there, but of course the engagement is very low. And again, I'm not bashing email or SMS in any sense at all. This is more of just like a framing or a way to conceptually put Messenger compared to some of these other strategies. In fact, I'm going to be talking about how you should play into all these email and SMS strategies in my subsequent slides. Anyways, so SMS, on the other hand, very high open rates, about 90% in a socially relevant area. But the experience, it's great. Don't get me wrong, but you either buy or unsubscribe, and that's kind of how the process works. So Messenger is 90% open rate in a very socially relevant area as well. The experience is also very good. You can send messages back and forth, kind of like a chat when you're sending a friend, for example. It is a customer chat. I can click your logo and then go directly to your Facebook profile in this case. And then, of course, you can send messages back and forth and PDFs, videos, things like that. So anyways, I'm gonna dive right into a pretty awesome strategy over here at Recard that we've seen very successful, and this is something that definitely consider applying to your ads in this case. And I'll go into some other points as well. But let's talk about ads for a second and how an ad, which usually does not develop any kind of opt-in strategy, right? You click an ad, it's not like I'm subscribed to this company. But now we're going to make an ad actually one of the strongest opt-in strategies you can possibly have. And I know in fashion and apparel, it's obviously a very cutthroat industry. You want to market as much as you can. You want to get in front of people as much as you can so they can push other brands out of their head. And you want to get to that frontal cortex, if you will. I don't even know if that's the right word, but please bear with me on that. Anyways, so you'll see a Facebook ad. So when you click a Facebook ad, in this case, BlendJet, an image, a website appears, and then you hope and pray that they're buying. And if not, that's it, they're gone. You've lost them. The average attention span of someone is like 5 seconds these days, considering 10 years ago, or 11 years ago, the Time magazine article title was "Who's Going to Stop the Phone Giant?" They were talking about Nokia. Think about that for a second. This whole smartphone revolution has really only been, you can count them on, I guess, a little bit more than 2 hands, but it's very, very new. We're all still kind of relatively adapting to this lifestyle. And that also goes with attention span. So the attention span of humans has gone down over the past 10 years pretty significantly, because our notifications, our distractions has now amplified, a millionfold. So ads, I'm not bashing ads again, but I'm trying to say if it's the exact same cost for an ad for that click, why not expand on it? Why not create opt-ins, especially since most people are going to get distracted after clicking that ad, right? So with that being said, instead of just blendjet.com opening when I see this ad and I click it, BlendJet, me clicking this, is now going to send me a message immediately after, and this is called a click to messenger ad. So BlendJet will message me in this case, "Hey Andrew, you're seconds away from getting 20% off your BlendJet. Unlock discount." I just have to tap that, and that shows my reply here. And that is you giving your Facebook PSID to BlendJet in this case. So you now have someone's Facebook PSID, which is something that you can send a message to at any given point in the future already. So even if I left right here, I still got the BlendJet Band-Aid on. I'm not have to rip that off if I want to get away from that brand. So take it to the next level. Why don't we get another opt-in here? So it's even harder for them to leave, or even better for them, of course, because they can get more exposure to our brand. So since Facebook did 2-factor authentication a couple years ago, everybody has at least one phone number and one email attached to their Facebook account. So we're able to automatically pull that into a chat. So you can just tap it. You don't actually have to type out this 9 characters, for example, or my email from middle school is like 15 characters, for example. So you can automatically populate that in the chat, and all you have to do is tap that. So that's 2 taps, 2 owned channels. That tap also sends to your providers, such as on the SMS side, we have SMS Bump, PostScript, and Attentive, and on the email side, we have Klaviyo and Drip. And then you're going to give them a discount code in terms of value. So just to quickly rewind here, an ad is now transforming into a double opt-in strategy, one on Messenger and then one on email or Facebook and or SMS, and you're going to give them an extra freebie in the sense of a discount code on top of that. Then let's take the freebies up. Let's keep going with these added benefits. Facebook allows you, from the moment you got that initial opt-in, i.e. in this case me tapping unlock discount, to send an abandoned cart follow-up within 24 hours. So in this case, in 3 hours, if there's no add to cart, we will send a follow-up message, which is a 90% open rate message. Very powerful, considering, again, my point that I was saying about attention spans. I could have truly had the intent to buy this product, but maybe I got distracted and I just need that reminder in 3 hours to come back. Regardless, you can see this isn't just a normal poke. It has a call to action: shop 20% off. let's connect you with our customer service if you have any questions. And then, of course, let's connect you with our content and maybe derive some inspiration for why you should purchase this. So zooming out again, usually ads, when you click them, you are exposed to the website, and then you have to make a purchasing decision on yourself, and you have to be focused on the app and just that app, because if I log off or anything, it's gone. But now you're able to get a Facebook opt-in, a Messenger opt-in, a phone number or an email, and that also comes with first name, last name, gender, location, time zone, and of course the email or phone number. And I joke, but Facebook doesn't like, I don't say care about privacy necessarily, but they're willing to give all that information over to you the moment you tap this information, because that's tied to your Facebook account. So you get all that information. Brilliant for marketers, right? You already now, just from this ad, just by transforming your ads, now have your clients' genders, and for fashion and apparel, that's perfect. You have a men's line, you have a woman's line. Now you can segment those lists, and now you know those lists are catered directly. You might even send specials to people whose last names start with R, or I don't know. You also get their time zone as well. So if you do pop-ups and things like that, you now know people, and hopefully we'll be at pop-up level pretty soon. I'm very excited for the reopening of everything. But if you're in a certain time zone and you're going to do a pop-up in that time zone, now you have an email list with everybody in that time zone, so you can message them and say, hey guys, I'm gonna have a pop-up. Really strong, as you can see, and just a quick little change or add on to your Facebook ad strategy can really unlock this kind of whole marketing nirvana, if you will, of own channels, follow-ups, connecting to customer service, content. There's a lot you can do, obviously. So to go on to the next, and this is kind of basically what I was saying. Messenger ads unlock more value. Yes, it's great for the opt-ins, but really just think about it from a cost perspective. These are the exact same cost per click. So might as well take it to the next level. Another really strong strategy for opt-ins and also engagement, and in this case we also have an apparel company here, is with comment to Messenger. So we talked about click to Messenger ads in the last one. This is comment to Messenger, meaning a comment triggers a message from the brand directly to me right after. So I'm going to comment on this post right here, Riderwear's giveaway post in this case. It works really good for giveaways. And this is more towards like your communities that have pre-liked you. Like I have a Facebook page, let's say 1,000 people like me. That's what this is more geared towards. Works with Facebook Live too. But we've seen a lot of success with kind of like this approach. And if I comment, in this case, Kitty is going to comment, and we've blurred it out a little bit just to focus on the good stuff here. But the original post said comment below in the description to enter into our giveaway. So Kitty is going to comment here. Riderwear is going to message immediately once this comment pulls in. So Riderwear is going to message, hey, thank you so much for entering into our giveaway. We would love your first entry. First entry, please give us your email. It automatically appears. You just have to tap it. Thank you. Give us your phone number. It automatically appears. You just have to tap it. Awesome. Here's two entries into our giveaway. So you're giving a customer value. You're getting engagement here, and you're also developing 3 opt-ins in 2 taps from that customer. So 2 taps and 3 opt-ins. I mean, it's pretty crazy, especially because that can send over to your Klaviyo or drip lists for email, and then PostScript, Attentive, and SMS bump for SMS. And then, of course, you're also getting the first name, last name, gender, location, and time zone as well. So all of that from a comment, you can definitely see how some of these opt-in strategies and engagement strategies, you're giving value and engagement and kind of creating a two-way street with that consumer. That's very important these days. So 3 owned channels and 2 taps is kind of like one of the main gists here. So speaking of engagement and kind of that two-way street, this is a cool stat that I like to share from one of our clients. Essentially, this was an ad that turned into a 20-step quiz after clicking it. I mean, talk about friction, right? And that, I know there's a lot of things about, hey, this is too much friction. Let's step away from this. I was just talking about how important it is, the lack of friction, how you can just tap an email and enter it. You don't type it all out. But it looks like carefully placed friction is actually pretty awesome and can be very engaging with consumers. So this is a 20-step quiz. If 100% of people started at question 1, by the time you're at question 4, you've actually lost 25% of people. But by the time you're at question 20, so it's 16 questions later, you've lost 3% of people. What does that mean? So people like answering this stuff. Over 70% of people who started this quiz, which may seem gimmicky to me and you on the naked eye, but hey, if I see this, sure, let's just answer these questions. And at the end, you can see it's not even a real prize. It's go to my website. People like interacting with these stuff, even if the end goal is just to visit your site, get some engagement. And you better believe they will visit your site after, because they want to see what they just spent, 20 questions on. So I think that's pretty cool in terms of how conversational marketing is definitely getting pretty big. This is another opt-in strategy. This one's a little more basic. I think we all know pop-ups are great for opt-in strategies, but I still felt compelled to throw it in for the presentation just to show the difference with kind of like a messenger opt-in strategy on a welcome pop-up than a traditional pop-up that we're more used to. But I see this pop-up when I am on Safari, for example, on mobile, and then I'll see this blush and bar free ring, $59 value. I'll click that, and then that'll shoot me over to Messenger, and then I'll go through this quick prompt. But you can see, please enter, confirm your email address to reveal all 3 gifts, and then select your favorite. Sounds cool, right? I don't have to type in my email. It automatically is going to appear to me just like this. I simply just have to tap it. That's going to populate. Send the first name, last name, gender, location, time zone, and send it to your provider. And you're also going to give them some value as well. And don't forget, that's also a messenger sub because you're interacting with the bot. So every interaction is a sub, which is obviously very powerful for the future. And this is a little bit about kind of like how the back end works, or how these like conversational editors work. But I kind of want to take a quick pause here and then show some examples of this, because I realize some of this it's a lot better just to look at look at it in action, right? Yeah, I'm talking about all this conceptual stuff. Let's actually see how it looks and how it works. So this is the pop-up on the right that I was explaining, maywoven.com. You're going to see that 4-second delay, unlock 10% off your order, discount will be locked in Facebook Messenger app. That's 1 tap, 2 taps. That's my opt-in. See how emails just popped up. You can see how this is an awesome opt-in strategy. I mean, if anything, don't try try us for to elevate your pre-existing, or try Messenger for your pre-existing channels, to elevate your ads, to elevate your email list, to elevate your SMS collection. Of course, it is its own engine in itself, but think about it from like the perspective of your other initiatives. Very strong. I mean, you can tackle all those or just one. Everything, it's up to you. And then here's another example. This is more on the conversational aspect of Messenger. I know I've been talking a lot about opt-in strategies, ways to elevate certain strategies that we're used to doing all the time. But at the end of the day, a lot of brands have a story to tell. Maybe it's a video, maybe it's a 2-minute story about the founder where they started this journey. Maybe it's a qualification issue, like this brand, for example. Pajamas. It's pajamas you can pee in. Very brilliant name and company, and fitting too, because we're for fashion and apparel as well. But I'm going to press play here, and this is going to be in real time. But the issue is targets mostly mothers. Mothers kept buying this thinking it replaces diapers, when really it only supplements it. And even then, it's at a certain threshold of liquid. But we wanted to create an educational sequence on the first point of contact, and you can see kind of how the other ended aspects of this tool. So exactly how much peel pajamas really hold, I don't know. Let's find out. This is in real time. Check out this 30-second video to see what pajamas is the best bedwetting backup available. Watch video now. There is my Messenger opt-in, me sending that message back. So now I am opted in. How much do you think your child pees overnight? No idea. And I doubt anyone knows what these values are in a diaper, but she's going to explain it to me. And if I press 10 plus, then it would disqualify me saying, do you want to share with someone else? But since I'm able to qualify myself, pajamas is in selling mode. Let's just sell. Sell a lot of different aspects and bonuses about pajamas now. So let's show you a 30-second video on how it fits. Let's show that eliminate 18 pounds of diapers and save you $73. Give you a $5 off code, and then we'll send you to the website. But again, this illustrates one of my points earlier. You see an ad, in this case, an Instagram ad, and then you click it, and then you are now on pajamas.com. You can see the possibilities here. You can collect opt-ins. You can have sequences, videos. Really, the world's your oyster. The most obvious tools and tips and tactics are, of course, like feeding into your pre-existing strategies. But I think we're just scratching the surface for some of the strategies you can actually do within this bot. Really, really cool things that are going on, especially considering that Messenger is also going to open up into, I don't know if you noticed, but your Instagram paper airplane DM logo is no more. It is now a Messenger icon, meaning the chats are fusing, and you'll be able to send messages and communication just like this natively within Instagram as well, and soon to be WhatsApp. Facebook messaging, if you will, not Facebook Messenger. And then I do quickly want to just show one more thing, and then we can get back to the more formal presentation. Sorry for a little scrappiness here, but I just wanted to show like what the lists look like: first name, last name, gender, location. You can see that here. Yeah, that's what it looks like. You can see it's obviously a lot more powerful than just a list that's just this cell right here. All right, now back to this. Okay. So yeah, this is a sponsored message. So this is the Messenger opt-in. These are like, all the other things that you can do with it, the follow-ups and messages post that. But once someone is opted in, meaning once they have interacted with that bot, you can now send the messages at any given time that slide right into their inbox and appear, and you get a notification. And this is what they look like. It's basically a sale. It's it's like an email. It's like a text message that you're used to sending, but now it's in Messenger. So really awesome opt-in tool, especially considering that we're also going to get into Instagram and WhatsApp very soon. So these are some of the results we've seen on our end using some of these Messenger tactics. So on average, 8 to 14% revenue increase. Yeah, Messenger is very, very powerful for, enveloping those click to Messenger ads, maybe getting cheaper customer acquisition, telling more of your brand story, communicating more with your customers. I mean, you saw all those things that it kind of like touches bases on in terms of marketing. But if you were to hone in on just, I guess, like cash and money, I know that's always important. The sponsored messages is very, very powerful. This is, again, a message that appears directly in your inbox. I know I said this would be the last time I do this, but I just wanted to show quickly what this a sponsored message looks like in an inbox from a consumer point of view. So you can see it just appears right in my inbox and my Facebook account. This is my Facebook, and it just appears. It's right there. Valentine's Day sale, the perfect gift. It's an email. So as you can see, this is a very powerful way to develop your opt-in strategies, especially since they're 90% open rates. And you can see Pajamas even messaged me from that a day ago, just from that that video interaction we recorded. And then I'm pretty much done here. So thanks again for bearing with me, everybody. And quick, just about us, we have 155,000 installs. We're the #1 paid for Shopify app right now on the App Store, and we've been around for about 6 years. And some of our top integrations are right here. There's actually plenty more that we need to add, I guess, just for virtue of space there. They're not all added, but we have plenty and dozens of integrations to kind of fit right in here. And then we have, of course, an exclusive webinar offer. Anybody watching this is more than welcome to try our services for 3 months for free. And then we also have a Messenger Accelerator program, which is a program geared to us building and catering and executing your marketing flows for you. Because I realize some of the strategies and things I can do are amazing, yes, but daunting to start. How do I start this? So we are more than happy to help you start that journey. That is a first come, first serve basis, and it is based off of certain qualification. But to redeem that, please message, you can just say e-commerce webinar, no body needed. Yeah, But that is the presentation. Thank you guys so much. I hope you learned some new opt-in strategies with Messenger that you could do, and how it kind of plays and plugs into a lot of your pre-existing strategies that you're working so hard on day in, day out. And I want to again thank eCommerce.io and all the wonderful people behind there working so hard to make this happen. Thank you guys. Appreciate that.
Thanks, Nick, and excellent presentation, and thank you for the offer. We'll leave that up on screen there for people for a little bit longer. It does strike me, like you said, that the potential power of messenger marketing is only just being tapped into by people. It seems like we're doing about this much of what's going to be a huge bank of ideas in the future.
Definitely. Yeah. You couldn't have hit the nail on the head there anymore. I mean, you saw ad strategies and collecting, other own channels, obviously like messengers in the backbone, right, of your strategies. But I think one day it will be like a pretty strong quote unquote backbone where strategies are built out just on the flows there, as you saw with that pajamas flow, some of the possibilities. So really, really cool. And I'm really excited for the future of this space.
And I think one of the things that it strikes me, especially with that pajamas example, is you showed us the video of if you went through the messenger journey, and you get the extra video and you get the questions and the extra opt-ins and all the rest of it, and then you showed us or you click and you go to the website, and I actually felt let down by the click and go to the website. And I can imagine, for a customer, actually what you want is that journey. You don't want spat out at website to happen. So I think I think if you're doing it right, there's a lot of customer service improvement that comes from it too. Precisely.
It connects straight up with your customer service providers. One of our main integrations is with Gorgeous, for example. So, and it is a chat. Say help, put a question mark. We're able to identify that, or Messenger is able to identify that and spit it and create a ticket as well. So really good way to communicate back with customers. And you saw with like that quiz example, how people just like kind of answering these things, even though they seem a little gimmicky. It's fun, creating that two-way street is very important these days.
Yeah, I would love to be a fly on the wall in some of those accelerator program sessions where people are brainstorming ideas. That sounds like my kind of heaven, but that probably says too much about me. So, so Nick, just before we go, could you remind people? Actually, I've just got rid of your slides, but can you remind people where to find Recart and where to get hold of you, please?
Yes. You can find Recart on the Shopify App Store, or go to recart.com, and then we have a link at the top right. So it's download, it'll take you there as well. To get a hold of me, please reach out to me at Nick, N-I-C-K, at recart.com. I'd be more than happy to help, assist, take you on this messenger journey, introduce you to, anything you need, really. So even just talk. I like talking to people. So there you go. There's my
awesome. Well, it's been great.
Outro.
It's been great talking with you today, Nick. So thanks so much for coming on and sharing so much stuff, which has got my brain firing. I suspect has so many of the rest of the audience too. So thanks, Nick.
Thank you, Chloe. Thank you.
Oh, well, everyone, a fascinating session there from Nick, which I hope has got your brains ticking on all the things you could do to help people through the customer journey there, especially when you're a fashion brand and you've got maybe sizing issues, maybe not quite as crucial an issue as how much pee can your trousers hold, but probably some other questions that customers want as they're going through that buying process that you can get them with right there in so I'm getting LOL messages from Nick and Derek who are hiding in the sidelines here for for my comment about the pee and the trousers. Had to be said. So that was Recart. I think now I'm about to be joined again by Derek, and very shortly he's going to be joined by the amazing Kurt Elster of the Unofficial Shopify podcast, who is going to be doing one of his famous website teardowns. So Derek, do you want to come and join me? And have you got some guinea pigs for the website teardowns yet?
Here I am. Can you hear me all right? So we have a couple of submissions, but I want more. So if you are interested in having Kurt Elster, and I'll be there as well, tearing down your website, looking, criticizing randomly, and giving totally generalized feedback that may or may not be good ideas for you, then go ahead and you can submit in the comments. Or if you're listening to this in a way in which you can't comment, you can email me at derek@ecommercetech.io, which is just respond to one of the emails you must have received from me by now. Maybe you've even opted out of. Anyways, just respond to it with the website URL and we'll queue you up for that.
Yeah,
Chloe.
I would say on that front, if any of you are kind of umming and ahhing, shall I put my website through? Shall I not? Do it, because it's so good to get a fresh pair of eyes on your site. And Kurt and Derek's eyes are very good at this sort of thing. So do it. Send your website in and get some feedback. You will not regret it.
Awesome. Chloe, we just heard from Nick about this really slick messenger marketing sequencing. You've written so many books on e-commerce marketing. Aside from messenger, what's your favorite like growth hack or cool strategy that you've seen work really, really well for some of the merchants you've worked with?
Oh, that's an evil question. There's so many, and I'm one of these people who's always looking forwards. So it's usually the most interesting one I've heard about recently, and I would say the general theme of clever things that I'm seeing people do at the moment is when they're combining channels. So like Nick was saying, when they're getting the messenger sign up and immediately saying, would you also like to hear from us by email? Or when they're doing email marketing and they're saying, would you like SMS comms as well? And when they're layering these up, or even, you're sending an email sequence out to your people who've just signed up on your website, and at the same time you've synced that audience with Facebook ads, so you're showing them the Facebook ad. And that's when the marketers who aren't afraid to kind of pay twice for a sale, that's where we're seeing the huge impact at the moment, is where you're willing to go. Not to go, oh, we've got the email sign up, we'll just leave it at that and that will convert them. You're going, actually, let's enhance the experience and let's bolt something else in. And that's where the really clever stuff is at the moment in terms of traffic generation.
I agree completely that omni-channel experience is becoming more and more important, which is probably a great reason to add Messenger to the tool stack if you haven't done it already. It's a clear conversion rate booster, and if you get that journey, that it was kind of an interesting example, but for like parents, if you've had this problem, which I've had, but I think it can be the strategy, the sequence of video explaining whether this is right, getting some information from the customer, and then nurturing them on the journey. We heard from GQ about how that works in live chat. We're hearing about how it's going to work in Messenger, and I do agree it's going to work on every single channel. And the more channels we have to communicate with the customer, the more successful it will be. And
the other thing I would say is that one of the things which we're learning as we're trying to integrate these things as an industry is you've got to be on the right tech. It's like if we go right the way back to the conversation with Gorgeous a couple of hours ago, we were talking about the fact they've got the deep integration with BigCommerce, Shopify, and I think it's Magento, isn't it? It's the third one. And because they've got that deep connection, they've got huge amounts more data they can use to help you do things better. And being on the right base platform, having the right tech platforms, not the dodgy one that estate agents are using. Buy the one that's built for e-commerce. Buy the one that integrates with the systems you're using, and then you can both leverage the power and create the outcomes that people are looking for. It's being on the wrong tech stack is a really dangerous place to be these days.
Yeah. And on the note of omni-channel and fashion, I'm getting a crazy idea here. I saw, just randomly yesterday, a couple of people showed me like really interesting packaging design that was like totally off the wall or silly or something like that. One of the things, fashion is often in retail, of course, or we're retail and selling direct to consumer simultaneously. Well, we've got this tag oftentimes on our products and it says machine wash cold, and that's it. If you can use the tag to remind people to sign up for a loyalty program or take a quiz or use a hashtag or something like that, if you can incorporate that into the design of your fashion and apparel brand, I think you'll see a lot of people coming in from this omni-channel experience, whether it is that they're coming from retail and moving into direct to consumer, which is obviously very valuable and something you should have been doing prior to March 2020, but most brands were not. Or if it's somebody that bought online and is just reminded to share on social media using the right hashtags, so that then you can reshare that content and use UGC to support your brand. So random growth hack for me on that side of things. Chloe, I know you've got to get going. You want to get out of here. All right.
I do. It's getting quite late here in the UK, and we're in danger now of having 3 e-commerce podcasters on one webinar, which I believe is the point at which that's the critical mass at which it explodes.
Yes.
So I should go and make space for Kurt before something terrible happens here.
I can see my screen is starting to get electrified here. Right.
Too much audio power in one place.
Thank you so much, Chloe. It's been a pleasure having you co-host with me today, and we'll make sure that everybody here follows you along in the show notes and subscribes to the e-commerce master plan podcast and the fashion link that you've got for everyone as well.
Brilliant. Thank you, everyone. Have a lovely rest of the event, and you're about to have a blast with Derek and Kurt. So see you all soon. Bye.
Bye. And right before we get into this, I want to briefly drop an opportunity in here for you. This is actually something it took 2 years to make this e-commerce technology landscape, with over 160 different e-commerce technology tools in like 30 or 40 different categories. And merchants are actually loving this. They're downloading it, printing it out, and using it as guidelines for what tools they might want to research when looking for things like messenger marketing, loyalty, supply chain management, order tracking, or cause marketing. And Shopping Gives is, of course, up there, et cetera, et cetera. You can download this at our website right here. I'll share it with you in the chat. Take a look at it. It's it's just a good resource to have. We're continuing to expand on the landscape, and I'd love any feedback on it. And if you're in the industry and you're not listed here, then you can ping me directly and we'll talk about getting you up there. All right, that's my little plug before we get into it. Kurt, are you ready? Let's do it. You are, yes, muted. Level 99 Shopify wizard. I don't believe it. I thought you were level 63 tops.
No, it only goes to 99.
Okay.
I decided arbitrarily one day.
Is this Diablo 2 or World of Warcraft leveling is what I need to know here.
I'm going to go with WoW leveling.
Okay. I see. All right. Then how's it going, Mr. Kurt Elster, by the way?
The usual, hanging out in my house for the last 12 months.
Oh, geez, Rick.
It's getting a little crazy in here.
Oh my God, I love the soundboard, and that is definitely, I think that is my favorite show, would be Rick and Morty. I was a latecomer to it, by the way. I watched the first episode, hated it, and all my friends said you have to, like, years went by, and I finally started watching it, and now, of course.
I did the exact same thing. I watched the pilot. It was like, what is this? And then years later, rewatched it and went, I love this. But by then, I already knew, like, Rick and Morty fandom was super weird, so I don't want to admit it. So I don't actually know anything about Rick and Morty.
Oh, geez, Rick. Awesome. All right. Well, we've got some websites to tear down. Before we get into it, let's get some plugs from you. Where can people follow you? Why should they care about you?
Number one, I've got this amazing soundboard, and I'm best known for hosting the unofficial Shopify podcast with 1.5 million downloads. Well, when you publish 300 some episodes, that happens. No, I've been doing e-commerce most of my adult life. Been a Shopify expert since, I believe, 2012. Hosted a podcast on the topic for 6 years now, and I've worked with a lot of really fun and exciting brands. I just got off a call with Nomad Goods. Those guys are great. I was talking to, I got Hoonigan as a client. They're really endless fun. Jay Leno's Garage, Venus Williams' Sutra, lots of good stuff. So
awesome.
I'm ready, but my joy, the thing I love, is revenue optimization. I want those quick wins. I want to know, where are the profits hiding in your website? Are they under the couch? No, they're somewhere in here. So we're gonna do some screen shares and some teardowns and see what quick wins we could find together.
Yeah, and we need more submissions, guys. So if you're here live with us, submit your site to us, and we will almost certainly tear it down, as long as it's e-commerce centric and safe for work. Kurt, you want to share your screen really quick, and we'll get into the first one here. And I do have a couple of alternative submissions if we don't get more audience participation. So I've got some backups for you. Let's see.
Share screen.
By the way, I was looking at your website. I know you did this kind of recently, but I forgot about it. It is just like the green letters on the black background. I love it, and it's like the copywriting is just like so good.
When it's one page, here it is in the background here. When it's one page that you're like 3 paragraphs that you just keep revising to death, suddenly your copy's really good.
Yeah.
But yeah, I was like, hey, can we just make it look like an 80s computer terminal? And my co-host, the developer, went like 30 minutes later was like, here, go, I did it. And I just stuck with it. It's just so weird.
That's funny. And it's I think it's it gets everything done, and maybe even the takeaway for merchants is keep it simple, stupid.
That may as well be my mantra.
Yeah, I think that is honestly the best marketing. At least in my opinion, I see a lot of people with headlines that are really broad, or like, look what they did today. It's like catchy or it's clickbaity, but it doesn't speak to like the purpose. So before we even get into the teardown, I think when it comes to copywriting, just tell people what it is, tell them how much it's going to cost, tell them whether you want to talk to them or not, and then you'll get the right people to come through and talk to you. So all right, takeaway number 1. Tell us, what are we looking at here? And
So
is there any way to zoom in? Because we got the whole screen. Maybe just share the app window.
Oh yeah.
Of
course.
It is. It's so cool that you've got this set up like this.
Well, so we're gonna do all mobile because we know that's what that's how people browse. Oh, that's weird. When I choose application window, it doesn't let me do just this window.
We can do the screen, and what we're going to do is we're going to take our heads away and go full screen with it, so it's as big as possible.
Okay, we'll do
So
that.
We'll just
because my sharing options in StreamYard are a little limited.
It should be everything Google does, but
I can't do.
Maybe this application isn't seen by Google. I don't know. I know we did it last time, but it's okay. All right, I'm going to go full screen with it. It's definitely big enough for us. We can't read that fine print, but that's not what we're supposed to be reading.
I think I can make this full screen. Here we go.
We could go tablet with it. And then,
here we go. Full screen.
Are you optimized for tablet? That'll work.
There we go. Okay, much better. So this is my actual iPhone where I'm screen sharing from my phone here. And this is 10tree.com. This was a attendee submission. And the moment I landed on the site, it loaded this welcome mat. I like these full screen takeover welcome mats. However, there's a problem here. I'm not familiar with what 10tree sells or what they do at all. And they're saying 10% off my first order, put in your email. I don't know anything about this. And then confusingly, it says by signing up via text. So it's asking me to sign up via text, but it's also about email. There's a lot that's confusing here. So on these, I always put the disclaimer and the legalese text at, after the submission button. And you want to fire them on mobile at least. Do it on scroll. Like I haven't scrolled through this page yet. This just opened on me. If you fired it when I scrolled to 50%, you have a way higher quality of subscriber. So at this point, I'm not ready to subscribe. I'm just going to close out of this. And here it says 10 Golden Spruce Collection. I'm guessing this is apparel, but I still don't actually know, right? If we had a tagline, like 3 to 5 words below the logo, immediately that would help orient me. Let's check our menu. I love this menu. Look at this. It's got the phone number and the contact info in there. I think that's great. When you make yourself look available, and especially an 800 number makes you look more professional, it's not necessarily that people are going to call you. It's that they want to know they can. So I love that you've done this. And my one criticism of this menu, it's not entirely focused on shopping. Like blog, about, some of the stuff I would move to the footer. About, I might change to help or info, give it a little more context. Blog, I'd probably move to the footer. But ideally, I want this like exclusively focused on shopping. I do like that the women's and men's are together. It's weird that new arrivals right here is under accessories, because for returning customers, you want those new arrivals front and center.
If only we could personalize the new arrivals at the top for anybody that's tracked as a returning visitor.
We could do that. We could totally do that. I could do that with Dynamic Yield to do that. That's an app. I love these shop by category. This is pretty cool. One of the things that I've been, and I love that there's no image carousel. Do you see the one thing missing on this site? There's no carousel. I loathe carousels. It's so much better to just let me scroll through some featured promos here. I like doing, it looks like they got about 4 featured promos right at the top of the page. So there's a good chance I'll scroll through and see something I like. And you know what? I do. I like this hoodie. I'm going to scroll through, check out this hoodie. You see those little animated illustrations? Those are so cool. Here it's got, it's telling me $68. One optimization you could do here. I don't see review stars up above the product title up here at all. I don't see review stars. So if you do offer reviews, make sure you put the review stars up there. You can even get a pull quote from a customer and display it right in here to really ramp up that social proof. Another thing you may consider testing, have the product photo be the first thing. That's what about half of people, the first thing they're going to do is go straight to and click on the photo. And oh no, when I click on the photo, nothing happens. It'd be nice if I could zoom in or have hover to zoom with the photo. And as I scroll through it, all right, I got my different shots here, but it's basically just like a 360 view of this shirt, which I want, but we can go further. Show me the tag, show me the stitching, show me an action shot. Like let's throw one of these lifestyle photos that I saw on the homepage in here. And even do a screenshot of the size guide so I can't miss it. And then that way you're doing fewer returns.
Yeah. To add to that, I believe that the science that I've heard about, I don't have it on hand here, tells us that action shots are actually better first photos than white background shots. So so seeing the person in the city or, in the country or whatever it is tends to convert better. But I think it's absolutely something that needs to be tested. And then you can also add little infographic call outs to that first image or to some of the images there. And this is something you would always do on Amazon. But when you're on your own site, you can just say 100% cotton or made from sustainable resources. This will get us 3 trees planted, I think, because this is a give back kind of site. So add those things directly into the images so that you're seeing it above the fold. Could be huge.
I agree with all that. Another quick win on your cross sales. Put the review stars in here. That you've got everything except the review stars on your cross sells. That really helps. Going on up, I love the descriptors in this page. When you're selling apparel and it's add to cart, it forces me to select a size. Not every site does that. The advantage to this is you don't have the scenario where it defaults to small. My XL self orders it because I'm so excited, and then I have to exchange it. It's a big annoyance. So I like that they've done that here. Whoops.
Yeah, absolutely.
Chris Pointer Creative, just messaged me. There we go. And then it looks like they've got this order summary defaulted to open. I like it. And I can offset my carbon credits. I'm assuming this is a Shopify Plus store. Normally the order summary is defaulted to closed. It's one line of CSS. We'll default it to open. And that's for when you have customers who are like, I can't find the discount code input. Oh, Express Checkout. Love Express Checkout. The Apple Pay. You may as well call Apple Pay the impulse buy button. Because I could click that and in 5 seconds I would own this.
Yeah.
There we go. What else you got for me?
Well, yeah. All right. So I was gonna give some more thoughts on that, but let's go to the next one. So I'll have you type it in venim.com. You did them a few months ago, and when we had them back on, we're having them on again tomorrow. So I'd love to see what's changed on the site, if they took your advice or not, and see where they're at from their store standpoint.
All right, venim.com.
Correct.
All right.
And then we've got one more after that, and that probably will fill us up. But if somebody else has submitted, we will take a look at that.
Well, this site is cool. Look at it. So we land here, And this is so smart. There's no carousel. So it seems like those are going away. I'm thrilled to see it.
Yeah.
I like the big bold logo. And normally I would say, oh, we got this proactive live chat powered by Gorgeous. Normally I would say, oh, stick a tagline in there. But when I land on this site, it is very clear what they sell and what they want me to do. Customize a denim jacket, shop denim jackets. And then lifestyle shot. They got a DeLorean. How cool is that?
It's like they know that you're looking at the site.
I know. Oh, a DeLorean. And then they got video as a featured promo. Man, this site is slick.
It came in with the slider.
Here's the slider. Whatever, it's for reviews. But I see no reason why you could do stack 3 reviews, as opposed to having I think this is just a little awkward. But it's not. That's my biggest criticism is this review slider is a little awkward. Beyond that, oh my gosh, this thing is so brilliant and lovely. I'm thrilled. I love this site. But
so you like that long footer at the end.
I love big footers. I do. It's why not? The easiest thing on mobile to read is a single column list. And so text is easier to read when you add headings and you space it out with big line heights. And they've done that. They've made a really easy to read list. And that's all your footer needs to be. It's like all those links we didn't want to put in the main menu. Oh, look at this. They make it so easy. One click and at a glance, I know exactly what they sell and how to get there. It's really, man, this is great. Accessories. Oh, what should we shop? Well, clearly jackets are their thing.
Yeah. I was going to say, I want to see this custom jacket checkout process.
Customize.
Because I know that this is kind of tricky to get done, and they had to build custom technology for it. So I want to see.
Trying to do a product configurator is very difficult. So style. Oh, I want longer. Oh man, off-white. Oh wow, look at that thing. I love it. And we're gonna put some antique brass on there. I can put a racing stripe on it. Whoa! Black glitter racing stripe. I could put in text. Oh my gosh.
Where did that go?
Well, I guess we're gonna find out. Oh, it's on the racing stripe.
That's pretty cool.
How cool is that? And we can even throw a reflective hood on there.
I think you got to put level 99 Shopify wizard is what goes on with that, right?
$400 and it tells me delivery 5 to 7 business days. It gives me everything I need to know to make a purchase. Add to cart.
Let's see if they upsell us anything. Total. All right, they come kind of separate.
All right, this is the first time we've run into a spot for opportunity. Special instructions for seller. What do people use this for? Whatever, if they don't use it for anything specific that we want or need, get rid of it. If they do use it for something important, state what that is, like gift message, whatever it may be. Taxes and shipping calculated checkout. You could probably remove that if you want. And it drives me crazy that the continue shopping button is bigger than the checkout button. The easy remedy would be rename the checkout button to proceed to checkout, and then it would be just as wide. But I think more importantly, take a page from the Amazon mobile cart, move this checkout form above the products, above the line items, and then even make it sticky. So when I scroll down the page, it's just always at the top. Then I don't have to go hunting for it like that. And that one's it's an easy win. I would encourage you to implement that one. And then when we head into our checkout, there is my friend Apple Pay always taunting me. And earlier on the other one, I mentioned they've got order summary defaulted to open, so they must be on plus because they've got this minor customization to do it. Here you can see on this one, it's defaulted to closed. That is the standard behavior in Shopify.
Yeah, and I don't think they're plus, so I don't think we can do anything much more here. I wish that there was some sort of upsell component. I know that they've tinkered around with a membership program in the past, and I wonder if they can add that as a little button. We saw that with Tentree earlier, which was the add $5 kind of component. We could add the membership here and get, I think they do like patches and buttons every month or something along those lines. Or maybe it's even join the VIP program today, and maybe it doesn't cost anything, but it gets them one step closer to some sort of loyalty program that ends up getting them back or referring a customer or something like that.
This Venom site. No, it's really cool. I think the product's cool. That configurator is impressive. I'm quite taken with this.
Awesome. Should we move on? One
Yes.
final. All right, I'm going to spell it for you. You probably have to type it in. It's Krakatoa underwear, and
boy.
it is safe for work. I promise. I took a look. Krak. I'll make sure.
Okay.
Sorry.
Krak.
ATOA.
ATOA.
Underwear.com.
All right. All right, we got Krakatoa underwear.
Yeah.
All right, here we go.
We've
And
got
see,
the
here's
ads.
where
Oh,
why you want to
MeUndies is
run. This is why you want to buy. You want to be on Google Shopping and bidding on your own keyword phrases. Because I searched their brand name and I got other people's stuff. Blech.
Very dangerous.
Fortunately, Google Shopping ads pretty good. They're worthwhile if you haven't experimented with it yet.
Especially for branded keywords, including competitor brand, as you saw there.
But take 20% off for an entire year. Limited spots available. Offer open new customers only. I love the scarcity that's implied on this deal, but also the generosity of the offer. Like, you're invited, 20% off. I just really like how this welcome coupon is presented.
I think it's clean, but is the scarcity real? Is somebody really believing limited spots available? And if it is limited, how many are there and how can we show that number?
Good question. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it could be limited in that, like, at the point in which it starts getting abused is when they shut it down.
Yeah.
But yeah, fake urgency, fake scarcity is a turnoff.
And then one other thing, it says take 20% off for an entire year. So now I'm thinking, okay, this is probably a subscription brand or product. I'm not just buying things one-off. So of course somebody might have already known that going into it because they clicked on a Facebook ad and kind of knew. But it's the first time hearing of this, having come to the site cold.
Smart. No, you're right. Oh, look at this.
It moves.
Yeah. Cool. Any opportunity you have to add animation and motion to a site like that. Well, what's going on with this guy's package? What? It's inappropriate. Oh, look at this. Backed by our 52 wash guarantee. We guarantee they'll last 52 wash cycles. That's great. They're telling you, hey, you can wash it every week for a year and it's not going to fall apart. A guarantee like that about quality is quite the objection buster.
Yeah.
Shop our collection. You could probably just take shop our collection out entirely.
Yeah.
And then we got the 3-pack on here. I don't know. Maybe just like show me, let me choose between what style I want. And then once I do that, then try and upsell me on the 3-pack. Like do a true upsell where we replace the product.
Yeah. I'm thinking the same thing.
This thing, it says available in multiple colors. What's funny, like, why not just show me color swatches? Like we saw that on other sites. They had little color swatches in the collection grid.
I think you probably run into this problem a little bit, Kurt, when you're working with merchants, is whether it's a different SKU or a variant of the same SKU. I think some people consider different colors, different SKUs sometimes versus variants. What do you do to deal with that?
Really it's dependent on, maybe like sometimes so it's all functionally the same underwear, but it comes in different colors. So is this one product listing with multiple colors and sizes? Or is it 5 different product listing, one for each color?
I gotcha.
And to date, I have no idea what the right answer is. You could do it either way. The advantage to one is you have more listings, and I could see it in the collection grid. And the advantage to the other is one product page, and I send everybody there, and they pick their options. I don't know what the right answer is. It's probably something you want to test, and I think it's based on how big your catalog is.
Yeah, I like the idea of keeping the catalog slimmed down and then also having the reviews under one place, but absolutely I can see it working in your favor, even from like a SEO standpoint by having multiple different pages and products for that. So there's pros and cons to each.
one in this description, so they've got benefits. One of the things I always see Amazon sellers do that I love is they annotate their photos. So they'd have like, the photo of this dude, and then on there, it'd have labels on there that said like large front pouch, micromodal fabric, all wide, ultra smooth waistband, 7-inch inseam. You could put all that info into the image to help make sure people don't miss it, and that they understand it. A quick hack we often do on these review stars is if a product has no reviews, then we hide the review stars in the product form. Just, it's not doing you any favors when it says no reviews.
Yeah, absolutely.
Tab descriptions, I'm starting to come around and accept as an occasionally necessary evil. But if I had to pick, I'd like accordion menus better, especially on mobile. I think they work better, though I appreciate that with this tab setup, description is always open by default. I like that. And then the other, like scanning through this, it looks a little wall of texty. It would be nice just to bold a few more key phrases in here, like large front pouch would be in bold, then form fitting, and ultra smooth waistband, and then 7-inch inseam.
Yeah,
it just makes it easier to get to the important parts. All right, what happens when I add this guy to cart? Added. All right, it opens up a drawer cart, and I can go straight to the checkout from the drawer cart. I think this is a really smooth transition. However, there's a gigantic, freaky friction point in here. I agree with terms and conditions.
And it doesn't look like it links anywhere.
Yeah, I don't know what the terms and conditions are. Am I selling my soul to this underwear? What's going on here with the terms and conditions? All right, now I check out, and it loads. Looks good. Oh, look at this clever thing he did. So, we talked about the order summary being closed versus collapsed. And I said the reason you'd want it open is because people don't know where to put the discount code. What he's done here is edited the languages in the theme. He has renamed the label order summary to got a discount code. And then that way people can find where the heck to put it. That's kind of yeah, that's a clever workaround if you're not on Plus.
Now, we did miss a huge upsell opportunity there in the cart, which I think you have to be thinking about this. Okay, you've got 3, now get 6. Also, we were alluded to 20% off for an entire year, but I'm not seeing any kind of subscription. So does that mean it's only my first purchase, or is it really am I going to be able to come back next year or next week and buy more?
So I read the fine print. It's you could do up to 6 orders, or 12 months are the two, or how it expires.
Okay. All right, cool.
So I could purchase, I could get 20% off my 3-pack of anti-gravity boxer briefs.
I am in the market, so I might have to visit this site later. I think the last time we did a fashion brand together, I actually did end up buying from them. I forget who it was though.
This is a very expensive profession to be in. Just exposed to a lot of cool stuff.
Yeah, for sure. All right, Kurt, any final thoughts?
No, that's all I got. My advice to people is nail the basics, because I've seen the biggest brands make the same mistakes that the new and smaller brands do. You have, all the bells and whistles and shiny toys are nice, but you got to nail those basics, which is just, can you communicate your value proposition to your customers? And then once they buy, can you not scare the hell out of them so that they're confident in placing their purchase that they're going to get their stuff?
Yeah, 100%. Awesome. We have, if you haven't followed along the unofficial Shopify podcast, it's time to do that now. I'll throw the links in chat in just a second. And you can go to kurtelster.com and see if he will actually talk to you about redoing your website or advising your company or a few other things that he occasionally partakes in outside of his usual shenanigans.
I'm in high demand. So I cherry pick the good stuff is what's going on.
Well, awesome, Kurt. Thank you so much for your time. And we're going to move right into an amazing tech showcase I'm really excited about.
Thanks, Derek. Talk soon.
Bye. All right, we're going to bring Christian in and we're going to talk about a tool called MySureFit. We're just going to go straight into a demo here. I really want to see how this technology works for merchants, how it works for the end consumer, and what it means as far as transforming the buying process for fashion and apparel. Christian, how's it going? And you're muted, by the way.
Hi, Derek. Thanks very much for having me, and appreciate the opportunity to speak with your audience. I'll just share kind of a quick presentation just so you all can sort of see the file here as I and then you all requested. Let's see if I can share this. Let's see, share.
I'll quickly plug Kurt one more time as we do that. Let me find
screen application window. Here we go.
Right.
Okay, very good. So I'll kind of just very quickly. I know probably most of you are kind of familiar with the challenge in online shopping. Customers have a huge problem now as they're moving online to shop. They're ordering multiple sizes. They got a big try-on problem. They can't visualize before things arrive in the mail, and they're returning 30 to 70% of actual purchases. The real problem here that a lot of merchants don't appreciate is the fact that when people are buying in store, they could basically grab 3 sizes, try a few on in store. If they didn't like it, they put it back on the rack, and generally customer was happy. Cycle took about 30 minutes or so. And good economics, and those items were available for other consumers to purchase, the ones that were returned to the rack. So you had generally a decent satisfaction, good profitability. When we shift online, the unit economics for the brand retailers goes negative very quickly because customers are ordering multiple sizes, which results in stockouts, especially if you've got people trying to get the same items. Why? Because those items are sitting on people's shelves for 30, 60, 90 days. They're sitting at their homes for 30, 60, 90 days, and results in customer frustration due to stockouts and all the shipping costs, return costs, and damage results in returns. The fit problem really comes down to this. It's really an issue of shapes and measurements. All consumers are unique. Most solutions rely on self-reported measurements. We don't do that. Consumers also have fit preferences, and then within brands, you have a range of size runs that may vary between brand. They vary even within brand. And so the result is when you have consumers self-reporting measurements the wrong way, they don't know where the hip is, they don't know where the waist is, they're not exactly sure about what to do. So what do when they buy online? They bracket. They end up ordering multiple sizes, which creates that stock out problem we discussed earlier. And so the result of that, the only way to close those gaps is to either lose the customer and have stock outs, or you have to manufacture an exponential volume of inventory to be able to address that effectively false demand. They're not really sales, they're really experiments that are being conducted in consumers' homes. It destroys working capital, it destroys profitability. Literally the unit economics for most e-com apparel brand retailers that are selling garments online where multiple sizes are permitted to be ordered are literally negative. They actually lose money. And the magnitude of this problem is massive. As more and more stores have shifted or closed and purchasing has moved online, you can understand the exponential impact this will have on the industry, and we'll continue to see bankruptcies. It's less. COVID only accelerated e-commerce migration, but really the movement to e-com is deadly for brand retailers that cannot close these gaps. MySureFit closes the gaps. We provide a solution that provides fit accuracy, alpha visualization. We stop the returns and provide higher conversions. We do this by ensuring using standardized data, consumers can upload their photo. We can determine their measurements with 99% accuracy, and then we use other data sources to verify the actual correct size. I'll get into some of our performance statistics in just a moment. But as a result of that, the consumer is not even having to select MySureFit, and I'll show you that in the demo here in just a second. They're basically not even having to select size. In fact, they don't even need to know the size. We help them to eliminate any of the sort of the mental, emotional guilt associated with size selection because it may vary across brand and even within brand. So the consumer only gets a MySureFit size, and the brand retailer delivers that directly to the consumer, and they have a great experience. Here's sort of a basic sort of a snapshot here. The consumers upload their photo, download the app, you'll do the photo in 60 seconds. We can measure them with 99% accuracy. We develop a unique shape profile for that user, and then we can reconcile that information with other proprietary data we have from brands and retailers who are growing all their garments, and that results in a better experience. They can then visualize and actually mix and match and create outfits virtually on the platform and actually shop. And so it's a really unique experience for the actual consumer. We use AI, machine learning, augmented reality to put all this together. And here's sort of an example. If they want to mix and match garments, in this case, she's actually using a dress. She's just kind of shopping at, dress categories. Now she can kind of create an outfit with top and bottom. All our technology here is all patented, both on the fit engineering side as well as the visualization side. Our system automatically can gather the data from the brands. They don't have to provide any images, any spec sheets, any kind of any kind of information. We're able to gather all that information digitally. They can create the outfits, and notice she just picks My Sure Fit. She's free from having to actually pick a sizing across the actual brands. She can even share the outfit with friends and get some feedback before she actually buys, see what the friends actually think about the garment. So you're really closing all the emotional, contextual, purpose, purchasing reasons behind an actual transaction. We're launching My Sure Fit wardrobe shortly.
Using your measurements and body shape, along with your style preferences, our proprietary technology filters through tens of thousands of styles and selects only the ones that are the best match for you. Instead of wasting time and energy searching through endless styles, trying to find what you want, swipe through outfits that perfectly match your unique style and shape from all the greatest brands. Your style and fit are unique. Instead of looking for it, spend more time enjoying it. Get My Sure Fit wardrobe, where your perfect style meets your perfect fit. Complete your style profile to get started. Download My Sure Fit today and get your free $25 gift coupon to try it.
So My Sure Fit wardrobe is now available. It's in sort of an earlier phase on the release, but this is coming out here very shortly. But it combines both our visualization, our fit capability, combined with user style preferences that they provide, and they continue that machine learning continues to learn. The more and more they shop on the platform. We've got great validation, lots of users. We've had customers. We've got lots of orders, lots of items sold, and across actually it's about 250 brands. And I want to say we've actually sold against. We've outperformance in terms of session times, conversion rates, reorder rates, and most importantly, a return rate of less than 1% on all of these items that have been sold. And I'll let the consumer, our customer, sort of explain why that is.
This is the future of shopping. Obsessed and in love. And I love that I don't have to worry about returning because I already know that it's gonna fit. It fits perfectly. I'm so happy how everything fit, and there's so many brands.
So that's pretty much the My Sure Fit presentation, just kind of showing an idea of what it is we actually do. But the benefit of this, now going back to that chart, is that now consumers are only actually getting one size. They're actually getting one that they like. They can visualize it. It's consistent with their style preferences. They get one item. They keep that item. We have a very high keep rate, off the charts, in fact. And as a result, these items are now, those other sizes are now available for other customers. The customers have a good experience. They refer their friends. Items are available for purchase by other members without being on someone else's kitchen counter. You have maximum satisfaction, lower customer acquisition costs, longer lifetime values, dramatic reduction in working capital requirements, and we maximize the profitability. So we really close the gap, and that's where the My Sure Fit story. I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have, Derek.
Yeah. So my jaw literally dropped in the middle of that. It's so amazing, this technology. I love what you've gotten in terms of brands on there. What do you look for in onboarding a brand? Since we're mostly speaking to merchants today, how do they get on your platform and start selling through you?
Sure. So there's a couple of things that we do. Again, we're a completely digital platform, which I don't want to go and I don't want to waste everyone's time on this call, but we've invested tens of millions of dollars in this platform, this capability to be completely digital. So we're not touching any inventory. We're basically moving digital information. We're optimizing the quality of that information. We're getting out to both consumers and brands. David Cunningham, who's a former president of Calvin Klein, recently joined us. He's now leading up all of our brand licensing opportunities, so the brands can actually feature My Sure Fit directly on their websites. In addition, they can make their items available for us to sell on mysurefit.com. So the benefit of that is a customer, let's say they want to do Girls Night Out and they want to ideate for hours. They want to look at, and we've got over 90,000 items on the platform. So they can look at a lot of items where they may want to go right to a specific brand and say, this is the brand I want to go to. I need a pair of jeans. I need a dress. Bam. They can shop directly on that site. And My Sure Fit is gathering, it continues to manage or optimize data on all of those interaction sources, whether it's on the brand site, on My Sure Fit, or even in store. We sort of collect all that information and we give that information to the brand, no matter where they make the purchase, to help the brand see the kind of information it's helpful. One of the biggest benefits of the technology for the brands, other than conversions and reduced returns, is that it really helps them to start thinking about the inventory volume production, because we now can give them information as to what are people trying on, at what size ranges, what do they like, what do they not like. We actually have like and dislike information available, so they can start to curate or optimize the actual volumes of styles and colors at varying sizes, right? As opposed to kicking out, million 4221 packages. They're getting, a couple of 4s, 2s, and I'm not sure if you're familiar with all the manufacturing process. Okay, so they generally are packaging these things in conventional physical pipeline world where they got to stock the warehouse, stock the stores, and now we're trying to help them move more and more digitally and really protect. The sustainability piece of this is massive. It's really massive. It helps them, take care of their businesses, take care of the environment, take care of the ecosystem, take care of the entire, the entire market between the consumers and manufacturing and their customer, their employees. So that's what we do. So we're delighted to announce that we are available for licensing now. And I'm happy, if you want to hit me on the platform, they can message me, Christian@mysurefit.com, and I can be happy to have them schedule a meeting with David. David's a 30-year. He's a highly regarded industry expert. As I mentioned, he's been former president of multiple major brands and did a tremendous amount of homework and diligence. Tried the platform and everything, used it himself before he joined. Agreed to join us. And we think that there's a tremendous opportunity to help everybody in the ecosystem, brands, consumers, and the environment.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, the value is there, and this is going to be commonplace in a few years. You've got the patents on the technology, so I think there's only one place that people will be going for this. One thing that I'd encourage you to do, I know you're at the top of the market today. You have a down market opportunity. Launch a Shopify app. Let stores just install the tool, and then you can track and basically take your cut on like the conversions that you're assisting and all that stuff, as well as that information that you're obviously going to be able to feed back to the brands. I'm sure you're organizing reports and stuff around that. They take that to their supply chain, managers, right. And then all of a sudden, you've just saved brands hundreds of thousands of dollars, and hopefully, I know right now you're talking about licensing, which means enterprise sales, hand-holding, onboarding, all that stuff. I see this totally being self-serve as well for the longer tail of the market. Those 50,000, 100,000, 200,000 brands that are doing 100,000, 1 million, 10 million out there. I just want to see their customers, snap that picture and then I'm imagining once you've created one profile, it's basically permanently. You'll never have to enter your size again. Is kind of the idea.
That's right.
Ever again. I mean, this is like, so Shopify has Shop Pay, which I thought was a great innovation because it's like Amazon in the sense that if you buy on any Shopify site, you don't have to enter your information again. It's about time we had this for our sizes. So I think this is just huge. This is so big. I can't wait to see My Sure Fit just blow up and be everywhere. It's going to be great.
Really appreciate the opportunity there. And one thing I would encourage, if you've got some of the smaller brands or merchants, they're on they're attending your program today, your conference this week. This is a huge benefit for newer brands. As long as they've got consistent manufacturing, this is a major differentiator for them. I mean, you're talking about a premium experience for the user to get an idea of how's this thing going to look, what does it go with. Maybe I get some feedback from some friends. And oh, by the way, I don't have to think about the guilt of sizing or the confusion of sizing. I just click My Sure Fit, bam, I get the one size that's going to fit me. I like it. And so it creates, some of the newer brands or newer retailers, if you will, that are not as encumbered by legacy, sales and infrastructure systems, that are a little more nimble, that can move faster. This is a game changer. I mean, this is a big game changer for them. It's a safety issue in terms of the COVID or whatever it is. They don't, the customers don't have to try things on in store. They don't have to be trying things on and returning them from home and then desanitizing, all that stuff that they have to do with conventional in-store and e-commerce experience. It really gives them a differentiated, premium experience for customers. And to your point, we actually, as part of our licensing of our technology, It has SDKs and everything that lets them, deploy the measurement aspect of it either on the website or within their app. So that's all available as part of the licensing. Our goal is to, kind of like not like necessarily a white label, more like a co-branded kind of feature within their capability, because we want everybody in the world to know, hey, they're using my SureFit. We know it works, right? So it's, as opposed to some of the other fit solutions that are based on self-reported measurements that have been known to have some problems. Our stuff is, we've earned this. We've worked really, really hard to do the engineering across, thousands of users and hundreds of brands to make sure that our fit recommendations are correct.
That's amazing. Awesome. Thank you so much, Christian, for sharing this with us. We're going to move right into our next session.
Thank you so much.
All right. We're bringing in Raul from Referral Candy. Raul, how's it going?
It's going well. How's everything going over there? I'm really happy to be here one more year.
Yes, it's great to have you again. Did you see that tool? It's amazing.
Yep.
Oh my gosh. This is changing fashion apparel in so many different ways. I actually, for some reason, I see this working really well for you from a referral standpoint. Happier customers means they're more likely to spread the word, as well as just the, there's, I don't know, there just seems to be some form of a collaboration opportunity there. More higher conversion rate, which is going to incentivize referrals even further. And all of that stuff. So I think as fashion and fashion technology evolves, it'll be interesting to see how your tool, tried and true referral marketing platform for merchants and their end customers, it can really it kind of amplify that growth, let's say.
Yeah.
So, cool. With that said, I'll let you introduce yourself and talk a little bit more about Referral Candy and the whole of how we get more referrals into our business. And even before I give it to you, I have to let everyone know that getting your customers to tell a customer about your brand is one of the best ways to succeed. Because that means that the new customer you get on Facebook is going to have a higher viral coefficient. They're going to tell more people. So it really amplifies the lifetime value, which is huge. We just heard in fashion and apparel the number of refunds and things that can kill profitability. We have to have that lifetime value high. So Raul's going to show us how we optimize for increasing referrals, which just can fundamentally take a business that's breaking even or slightly making money into one that is profiting significantly and becoming more successful. All right, now I'll get out of your hair. If you want to share your screen, I'll go ahead and throw it up here as well.
Sounds good. Well, first of all, thanks for the introduction. I couldn't have said it better. Let me just share my screen real quick. Right, I think we're good to go. Cool. So thanks again, Derek, for the introduction. It's really important, and I'm actually really happy that you bring it up from the kind of like the financial point of view for brands, because at the end of the day, like you said, we're especially nowadays. I mean, this was a message that was relevant last year, the last event that we did. It's even more relevant these days in the sense that there's a lot more competition in the space more than ever, and so profitability, it's just something that brands can really not, they can't postpone it anymore. You can have kind of like a growth-led strategy, but at the end of the day, you need to think about retention. You need to think about ways that you can keep your customers around, whether that it's for future purchases, but also to keep them around as advocates, as basically ambassadors for your brand. And so, that's what I wanted to discuss today. So I'm bringing this 5 ideas to increase word of mouth. Most of the examples that I am bringing today are obviously related to apparel and fashion brands. But obviously this is something that, they can, any brand from any other kind of industry that it's watching, they can easily extrapolate this strategies and these actions to their own brand. So this is what we're going to cover today. Seems like a lot, but I promise it'll be pretty easy to digest. First of all, we're going to talk about why referral marketing. Why is this even something that we need to consider for our online brand? Then we're going to dive into these 5 ideas. The first of all, it's how referral marketing needs to be part of a much wider kind of customer-centric strategy, and that will resonate very well with what Derek just mentioned before during the presentation. The idea number 2 is it's about giving your customers a reason to refer. And I'm going to explain this idea with an example from a merchant that I just particularly love. And if you've seen me talk before, you've probably seen this example because I just love it. And it's just very self-explanatory. The idea number 3, it's different ways of running a referral program. We're getting into details in a minute. And then ideas number 4 and 5 are more about setting referral rewards based on customer behavior. So obviously, every store is different, every customer is different, and so how do you set up these kind of like referral incentives to match your particular customers? And then the idea number 5, which is my favorite, it's how to create a community around your brand. So that's, in my opinion, that's referral marketing 2.0. It's how really, if you can master this, you'll be able to have a fully oiled engine in which customers are going to go out there and be really, really happy to be your ambassadors, and they'll resonate with your brand, and they'll just become the kind of like the best type of salespeople that you can possibly have. And then before we go, we'll dive really quickly into how Referral Candy works in case that you are thinking about setting up a referral program. So first of all, let's talk about why referral marketing in the first place. So why is referral marketing something that I need to care about for my online store? And to answer that question, we need to ask another question, which is, why do we share? And for a moment, let's just kind of like stop talking about e-commerce and marketing, and let's just talk about psychology and human nature, basically. And let's do a little bit of introspection and see how we behave as humans. And in my opinion, and also, if you guys think there are more reasons of why we share, I would love to see that in the comments and kind of like share that, have that conversation with you guys. But my number one reason of why I think that we share, it's because we love finding unique stuff. We love being that person that's kind of like always going out there and finding new restaurants, new recipes, new TV shows, whatever it is. We kind of love being that. The hunter of the group, and like bring what we found back to our group of friends and family and kind of like share with them. And so I think that's just part of our nature, and obviously that also applies to e-commerce and the way that we love to kind of like go out there, find really good products, and then kind of like share with our friends, like, hey, look at this really cool pair of jeans that I just bought, or this like pair of sneakers. The reason number 2, it's because we love sharing what we know. So as I mentioned earlier, we love kind of going out there and being the hunters, but we also like bringing that back, and we love sharing what we know, in the sense that we love being kind of like the experts in a field. We love sharing that expertise that we have just earned, and earn a little bit of a reputation with our circle of friends and family. So sharing what we know, give us a little bit of a kind of like an ego boost, and we love that, and so we're naturally incentivized to share just by our own human nature. And then the third one, which is, not that it's less relevant than the other 2, but we love being useful to people that we care about. So when we talk about referral programs, and this is something I discuss with brands all the time, and they talk about like what's the right incentive, how can I make my customers refer more? And there's part of kind of like science behind that, but at the end of the day, the bottom line is, and we'll actually dive into details in about this in a second, is that you need to have a product that it's useful, and so when your customers buy it, they'll say, wow, this is something I need to share with my friends and family or my coworkers, because they're going to love it, and something that's going to be useful for them. So most of the time, the best referral programs are those that start after the brand has realized that they have word of mouth happening on their online store already. And word of mouth is something organic, something that happens because, again, it's just part of our human nature. And so once you have your customers organically, naturally referring you to their friends and family just because they think that what they are presenting them, it's useful for them, that's the best time to start a referral program. A referral program for a product that your customers are not loving, or a product that your customers are going to think that it's not useful for their friends and family, it's not going to work, because kind of like the foundation of sharing, it's not there. So for all these reasons, your customers are the best salespeople that you can possibly have. And this is something that I think it's really important for brands to realize this from day one, because if you can start nurturing this conversation with your customers from day one, you're going to end up having the best marketing, the best sales team that you can possibly have, for several reasons. One of them, it's because they believe in your brand. They believe in your brand so much that they're willing to open their wallet and pull out the credit card and place an order. So they trust your brand with their money. So I don't think there's better recognition than that. The second reason of why your customers are the best salespeople is because their audience trusts them. They are selling to their group of friends and family. So it's people that don't see them as a salesperson. They just see them as somebody that they love for the kind of like the link that they have with that person. So if this person that has already earned their trust, it's coming to them and kind of like, presenting something to them that they think it's going to be useful, they're definitely going to trust them, because they're not, nobody would recommend something harmful to friends or family just to get $10 off a future purchase. Nobody will do that. So that's why their audience trusts them so much. And number 3 is because they don't sound like salespeople. So they probably don't sound like me when like as I'm doing right now. But I mean, that's connected to number 2. When they talk to their friends and family, when they're presenting a product, they're not selling it. They're just giving a recommendation, basically, and they're providing value to that person that they care. So let's dive into the ideas. As you can imagine, the number 1 is how referral marketing needs to be part of a customer-centric strategy. So I like to explain this concept with what I call the customer retention and referral cycle, which I think it's something that Derek mentioned earlier during the presentation, which is the fact that every time that you get a new customer, if you are incentivizing that customer to go out and refer their friends, they're going to refer more friends. They're going to come to the store, which then again, they're going to be turned into your advocates, and it's kind of like a cycle that keeps growing. So we're going to talk about post-purchase here. So our cycle starts with a purchase. You have acquired the customer, they have placed an order, and assuming that you have a great product, assuming that you also have the customer has had a great experience buying from you, that is, whether everything went smoothly and they received the product and they loved it, but there might have been, it's possible there might have been some sort of issue with like shipping or the run size or whatever it is, but you have a great customer support, customer success team that's willing to, or that's proactively fixing these issues and making sure that your customer is happy. Even if that happens, just because you have a good customer success team, your customers are going to achieve. You're going to achieve customer satisfaction. So your customers are going to be happy that they bought from you. They're happy with the product, and they're happy with the overall experience of buying from you. So if you have all these 3 steps in line, the next step is, and I guess this is kind of depending on your product, but since we're talking about fashion, it's safe to assume that you can assume some recurrent purchases from your customers. And again, that's also going to lead into referrals, just because your customers are going to be so happy with your products. And since we're talking about fashion, they're probably going to wear these products in front of other people, and just word of mouth is going to happen almost organically. So they're, when somebody asks like, hey, where do you get that shirt? They're likely explain about your brand, where they got it, how was the whole process, maybe some recommendations, whatever it is. But those referrals and those recurrent purchases are probably going to happen naturally. But you can also set incentives the same way that you can set incentives to get people to come back. You can also set incentives to get these customers to refer, and you can actually combine them both. And this is one example. So if you send your customers an email like this after they make a purchase from you, like the one from Rockamore that you guys see on the image, it says, become a shoe lover ambassador. You have a shoe lover friend that doesn't own any Rockamores, invite them to shop, and they'll receive 440 crowns in shopping credit on their first purchase. Best of all, so will you. So in this very quick email, that it's pretty self-explanatory. You just need to kind of read the first couple of sentences to figure out what's going on here. They're asking you to refer. Just by sending an email like this after the purchase, you are already incentivizing your customers to do 2 things. one, to go out and refer their friends, and then the second one is that they're gonna earn that incentive and they're gonna be able to spend it back on your store. So you'll be achieving basically customer referrals and then also recurring purchases from that customer. So keep this in mind. Again, a referral program can't fix a not so good product, a not so good customer experience, and you can't really have a healthy referral program without customer satisfaction. So you need to be aware that customer obsession must be it's absolutely necessary, and this is something that your whole team needs to be aware of, and that's kind of like the foundation for a referral program to grow. Idea number 2, it's about giving your customers a reason to refer. So as I mentioned at the beginning, there's lots of competition in the space right now. There's more competition than ever. Lots of e-commerce stores are coming up every single day, and fashion, it's one of the most crowded markets that are out there, and probably one of the fastest growing ones in the e-commerce space in the past few years. So you need to stand out, and there are several reasons that you can stand out. You can stand out in terms of how your product is. You can stand out in terms of pricing, in terms of delivery. Maybe by delivering some sort of like kind of like limited collections, whatever it is, whatever makes you unique. Make sure that your customers understand exactly the reason why they need to refer you, and what makes you guys unique. And then on top of that, you can also add maybe a little bit of a message, kind of get personal with your customers. And this is the example that I wanted to bring to you guys today. And again, you've probably seen this one before, because I personally love it. This is from one of our customers, Baron Fig. They're not in the fashion business. They create kind of productivity tools. And so they have a referral program that's very easy to pitch, which is, give $10, get $10. You get $10 towards your next purchase for every friend that you refer. No commitments, no tricks, just a simple way to share the love. And this is something you can see on their website. So if you go to Baron Fig's website and you go to the top navigation bar, they have a call to action that says get $10. If you click there, you'll see that, and then you also see this note from the team. So they've written a little note for their customers just to explain why they're running a referral program. And in my opinion, this is the best way to explain the core of our referral program and why referral marketing is just so powerful. It says, a referral program helps us spread the word, and it gives you a reward as a thank you for supporting us. If each of our customers refer just one person, it will make a major impact on our small studio. Instead of spending on advertising, we'll rather give the money to you. Any help is tremendously appreciated. We hope you continue to enjoy the products we make. Again, I mean, in my opinion, this is one of the best pieces of writing in referral marketing that ever exist. And just the fact that how they say, instead of spending on advertising, we'll rather give the money to you, that's very, very powerful. And the fact that they tell their customers that it's a small studio, in that the fact that they're going out and spreading the word, it's going to impact them in a positive way. I think it's just tremendously powerful. And so if you can connect with your customers, again, every brand is different, and your customers obviously are different, but if you can find a way to kind of like incentivize your customers to go out there and sell for you and recommend you to their friends and family, and you can give them this kind of like a personal recommendation, or a personal kind of like incentive to do so, and you can get personal with them, it can really make a difference. Idea number 3. Now we're going to talk about referral programs and kind of like the different types that you can run. So there are 2 types of referral programs that we typically see that our merchants are running. One of them is to run an open referral program, and the other one will be a closed referral program. And I'll explain that in a second. So open referral programs are those that are open to anybody. So you might have them, might have some sort of call to action on the website, like the Baron Fig example that I just showed you. If you go to their website, it's actually in their top navigation bar, so you can just stumble upon their referral program right away as a visitor. This is another example, Christy Dawn, which we'll actually use as an example later on in the presentation for a separate reason, but I also wanted to bring him here. If you scroll down their website, you can see that they also have a call to action at the footer that says give 34. Well, in this case, it's translated into euros, so it's give 34 euros and get 34 euros. I think the actual number is about $40. Give $40, get $40. And so they have it open, and which this means is that if I stumble upon, let's say, Christy Dawn's website, they're selling dresses for women. I'm definitely not their target market, but I might know people that could be interested in these dresses. So I can just, instead of like just closing the website and probably, maybe not thinking about it, if I see that they're running a referral program, I can grab a referral link and share it, in a group text with my friends, and they can go on the store and kind of like check her out directly through my referral link. So it's basically a way of kind of like maybe recycling, or maybe those visitors that for whatever reason stumble upon your website and might leave because they are not your target market. It's a way of saying like, hey, by the way, if you know anybody, here's how you can give them a discount. And in most cases, people would sign up and share this referral link just so their friends can get a discount. That's kind of like the beauty of a referral program versus an affiliate program, which it also works in this kind of way. If you are a blogger and you want to offer your blogger some sort of discount, you might find this referral program and add your referral link to one of your blog posts. So we've seen collaborations happen like this all the time between brands and influencers because they kind of like stumble upon the referral program. So those collaborations are typically very interesting for the brand because they can tap an audience that they might not be aware of them. So this will be an example of an open referral program. On the other, and by the way, when you click there, they take you to the referral program landing page, where again they also explain why they're running that program. We're so happy you're part of the Christy Dawn community, and we'd love to reward you for spreading the word. When your friends use your link to shop at Christy Dawn, they'll get $34 on their first purchase. And everything you refer, you'll get $30 that you can use towards your next purchase at Christy Dawn. So kind of like explains how what the program is about. On the other side, on the other hand, an example of a closed referral program will be something like this. This is an email that you get after a purchase. Again, pretty self-explanatory. Give $10, get $10. Give your friends $20 off, and you get $20 off when they shop with your link. Let's all be cozy. That they add a little bit of fun there. So this is the other side of the deal. It's running a referral program that only works if you are a customer. So only customers can get a referral link and start referring. This works as well. And actually, kind of like the point of running this program is that by only allowing your customers to refer their friends, you're making sure that these people that are going out there and spreading the word actually know about your product because they own one, and that's how they got invited. So it's another alternative to keep in mind. I can't particularly choose between one or another. It's more of a personal decision for the brand, but just so you guys know that these are kind of like the two options that we typically see with our merchants. And idea number 4, it's about setting referral rewards based on customer behavior. So every brand's different. Every product's different. You might be selling a product that your customers are buying on a regular basis. Maybe you're selling something on such a regular basis that your customers are on a subscription. Maybe you're selling something that your customers buy once in their lifetime and that's it, or once every 5 years, whatever it is. So setting referral rewards based on that customer behavior, it's super important. We're going to see some of these examples now. So the first one will be, and again, for fashion, most stores have some sort of kind of recurring purchase type of transaction. So this will be an example of that. So refer your friends and get $20 off $100. So you get right away the incentive that you're giving your friends. What you're getting $20 off $100 on your next purchase, and your friends are also getting the same deal. So yeah, pretty straightforward. But if you're also selling something on a subscription basis, you can get even a little bit more creative, because you have people that are kind of on your system already, and you can make it easy for them to continue as a customer and not churn. So this is an example, another referral program that I particularly love. Woven, they have a really, really cool concept. They sell these designed, basically kind of like limited edition t-shirts. So every month they deliver a batch of t-shirts that all have the same design, but they only produce it once. And if you happen to be subscribed to Woven in that particular month, you're getting that t-shirt. If not, then it's gone forever. So you're basically getting kind of like limited edition clothing or T-shirts on a monthly basis, and it works really, really well. And they have a referral program for their subscription business there you go. That it's really, really smart because it makes it really easy for their customers to sell it to their friends and family and get them started on that program. And also it's very easy for them to get them even more, kind of hooked, these customers to stay with Woven. So the way it works is that if you refer one friend, you get a free renewal. So next T-shirt, it's on us. But the friends also get 50% off their first month. So it's just a no-brainer for both of them. For the customer, because they get a free T-shirt just the next month, and that's it. And also the friend gets a T-shirt for 50% off. So they're going to get hooked. They know, this is an example of a company that knows that their product is so good and that their customers are going to love it, that they are willing to, again, give one for free and give another one half the price to the friend, because they know that both of them are going to love it. And then another example, and this is another subscription business, and it's also an open referral program. It's ThreadBeast. So they have a very prominent call to action on their website that says free threads, and they explain the referral program. It's similar to Woven's referral program, but here, every time that you refer a friend, you get an additional box of clothing. So the more friends that you refer, the more free clothing that you can get. And obviously, not only influencers, but lots of people that have YouTube channels are going out there to do unboxing of their ThreadBeast subscription, and they're sharing it. I had the pleasure to talk to the founders a couple of years ago, and they were already getting this kind of like viral type of movement on YouTube. And this is a screenshot that I took. I think it was on Monday or Tuesday when I was kind of like finalizing the presentation. So as you can see, videos from a day ago, from 15 hours ago, from 3 weeks ago. So if you search for ThreadBeast unboxing, you're going to find tons of videos just in the past few days. And the last idea, which is, again, like I said at the beginning, in my opinion, it's referral marketing 2.0. It's the absolute best thing that you can do if you're running a referral program. It's to create a community around your brand. And there are different ways that you can run a community about your brand. We have a company that's selling a subscription business for in terms of books. So every month you get kind of like 5 surprise books on your mail. And what they're doing is that they're running a book club online. So people that love books can just join and talk to other people and discuss what's the latest book that they're reading. So it's more about like getting people together. But another type of community, and that I'm actually seeing quite a lot on the fashion world, it's about the purpose of your brand. Your brand is more than just a product. You have a company mission, and there's something that basically made you start the company and made you get into this journey. And the fact that you're sharing that with your customers, it's basically allowing them to go out there and talk to their friends and family about it, about what makes you unique. One example that I like to bring up here, it's how Patagonia, for example, in the past few years, they got really, really political. And that created a community of people, like-minded people around their brand that started to get more involved with the brand because of how vocal they were about certain issues. So it doesn't have to be about politics necessarily, but it's more about sharing your actual vision as a company and what made you start the business with your audience so they can engage with it. And the example that I wanted to bring is Christy Dawn. So it's the example that I showed you guys earlier about an open referral program. So Christy Dawn, the founder, Christy, she was actually a model for several years. She was working in the fashion industry, and when she was working as a model, she realized that fast fashion and kind of like the fashion industry, and more specifically, like I said, fast fashion was very damaging to our environment. It was probably one of the biggest contributors to our current environmental crisis. And so she decided to launch a brand in which she could basically do the opposite of fast fashion. So she found a community of local artisans. She's from California. She found a community of local artisans that she works with. So every piece it's handmade, and so obviously they have limited editions of each one of these dresses. Also, the fabrics that they use are not only fabrics that other bigger brands might have discarded, so they're recycling fabrics that otherwise will have ended up in the trash. They're actually using those fabrics to create beautiful dresses, but also they have co-founded a cotton farm in India with another Indian company, another collective, and they're producing their own cotton, and just to make sure that kind of like the whole cycle of getting manufacturing these dresses, it's actually it honors Mother Earth. That's literally what they believe, and that's literally their mission. It's to honor Mother Earth on everything that they do, and in this case in creating dresses. So from the very beginning, their goal is to become continue being actually a very environmentally conscious company, make products that people can wear forever. So timeless pieces of clothing that are not necessarily tied to trends. It's something that can be passed along to generations and increase the lifespan of the fashion items that whatever is a dress or in this case that's what they make dresses, but of whatever items that they're selling, make sure that they're not, they're like the typical fast fashion type of dress that you might wear for a couple of years and then it'll either, get out of style or just fall apart because the quality is not that good. That's not what they're trying to do. They're trying to produce timeless pieces that can basically last forever. And so what they're doing is that they're sharing this on their journal. Sorry, Derek, I'll finish up with the example.
You've got just a couple more minutes left here. I know we started a little late, but we do have to get to the next session soon.
Sounds good. Yeah. So all I wanted to say is that the reason why they're being able to build a community around this is because they have a journal where they share all this and they share kind of like the whole process. And they obviously also have a very strong community on Instagram where their followers are constantly interacting with the brand and everything that they're posting. And they obviously also have a referral program to capitalize on their own community. And so yeah, when somebody asks, where do you get that? The explanation is a lot longer than just I got it online. It's more about what makes them unique as a company. And this is actually something that Allison, the marketing director, told us in a blog post that we have on our website. So just as a quick summary, so again, we talked about why we share, what makes us go out and spread the word as humans, and how we can capitalize on that. How your customers are your best salespeople, so you need to keep that in mind, and make sure that you're giving them the right tools to go out and sell. Keep in mind the customer retention and referral cycle. So keep in mind that a referral program works very well when you have kind of like a customer obsession strategy as a company, and making sure that everything, you have a good product, you have a good customer experience, and you achieve customer satisfaction. That's when a referral program is actually going to work. And obviously, know your customers, adjust the rewards to their behavior. It's one of the ideas that we saw in terms of how to adjust your referral program to your customers. And very quickly about referral candy. So if you want to, if you're looking on setting up a referral program on your online store, referral candy makes it really easy. We give every one of your customers a unique referral link that they can go out and share with their friends. When the friend makes a purchase at the store, the customer that make the referral in the first place get rewarded. We automate this whole thing in the back end, from creating coupon codes on Shopify to distributing this coupon codes, distributing the rewards. So it's all kind of running on autopilot on your end. All you need to do is to set up the rewards. So whether you want to give a cash reward or a coupon discount, set up the theme. So just upload a logo and a banner, and we do the rest. And then promote the referral program. So we saw several ways that you can do that. Just need to make sure that your customers are aware of this referral program, and we'll literally do the rest. And yeah, so we brought a little bit of a promo to anybody who's watching right now. So if you want to get started, that's our link from the presentation today. So yeah, try.reflecting.com/ecommerce tech. And you can get to
this link will go to the same place too. So either which way, it's in the comments below.
Awesome.
I love the trial. And thanks so much, Raul. The number one thing I want to say about this is that when you do the give 10, get 10 thing for customers, this is tying into just like innate, like it just goes straight into their psyche, and they go, I have to tell people about this. I like how you talked about a lot of related things about community and all the ways that you really get people talking about your brand, because without those, honestly, a referral program falls flat, right? You're at like a 1%, 3%, 5% referral rate. But when you have a strong community and when you have a strong brand connection and you're able to put all these things together, then it just starts going through the roof. And, it can even be like almost to 50% or even to 100%. In some cases, people will just scream from the rooftops about you, and that give $10 to them and then either get a free renewal or something like that, or get $10 yourself. Those are, they fundamentally can just blow up your business. I was able to do this at a beauty box subscription and got tens of thousands of new customers for free with one email. It was quite magical. So thank you for that. Oh, and I have one thing. You said challenge on the number one reason people share. I believe the number one reason people share is because it makes them look good.
Yep.
So
we love being experts on something. So yeah,
people are selfish and they just want to look better in front of their friends. So anything we can do, I think that's what the psyche part about giving 10 and getting 10. I look good because I'm giving you a discount, but of course I'm also self-serving. I'm getting something in between or on top of it. So thanks again for that. We've got the link here. If anybody has questions, they can reach out to you on the site or sign up for the trial and get the credits at this link, ecomtech.link/referral candy. Thanks so much, Raul. We're going to move right into the next session. By the way, I've got your mug right there on the wall. Awesome. Love it. Good talking with you. All right. We're getting right into it in our next session. We're talking referral marketing. I think perfectly ties into influencer marketing. So I really like how these two conversations are really going to tie together here. I'm going to bring on for you Sarah Boyd. Sarah, are you ready?
I'm ready. Hey guys.
Awesome. Hey, good to have you here. I want you'll do this a lot better than me. So tell me a little bit about the background at Simply and now at Socialite and all of the crazy things you're doing with influencers today, just to set the stage on what you're up to and how you became this expert in influencer marketing.
Sure. Yes. So originally I started in fashion PR. I did that for about 9-10 years, working with all the celebrities in Hollywood, dressing them in different clothes. And after 9-10 years of that, I started Simply, which is an international fashion and beauty conference. Started that in the very beginning of influencer marketing, where I would have these bloggers sit on our panels and editors and designers and all of these really cool people in the fashion and beauty space. Really to connect people with kindness. That was our goal at Simply. And we hosted these conferences all over the world, from Dubai to LA, had thousands of attendees over the years. And a lot of celebrities that I knew from, my PR days started coming to me asking if I could help them, like navigate this whole digital space, because this is what I was working in for such a long time. So I started managing probably about 12 celebrity talent in the digital space. So I'd help navigate, the blog that they're creating, help them monetize their social. And that was probably 8-9 years ago, in the beginning of influencer marketing. Fast forward a few years later, Simply was acquired by Socialite. So now we are a much larger company across the country, and we manage about 160 talent from lifestyle all the way up to celebrity level. And then we also do casting for any influencers around the world. So we have a marketing agency side of the business as well as the talent management side.
And you're largely on the influencer side. You're the kind of the agent for these influencers, finding the brands and placing the talent in the right spots, right? So here we're talking to merchants today, and so they're thinking, okay, how do I engage influencers, and how do we figure out the right fit? But I think this is perfect that we have you on this side and the merchant over here on the other side, because you've seen all the mistakes perhaps that merchants have made in hiring and working with influencers. So we can definitely speak to that. Let's get into us. You said you've been in influencer marketing for 8 or 9 years, which is almost the entirety of influencer marketing. This makes you very well experienced. And I could say the same. I've been in digital marketing for about the same. And so I feel like at this point we are becoming veterans of the space, which I do. I think it gives us, a leg up on those young Gen Zers who are just figuring out the industry. But anyways, just walk me through the past, present of influencer marketing. What did it look like in the beginning? You talked about it being PR, and how has it evolved since the dawn of the internet and social media, and now even the prevalence and exponential growth of e-commerce as well?
Yeah. So, I mean, in the beginning, it was, like I said, bloggers coming into our showroom and like begging for us to give them clothes to wear, for them to borrow and do a shoot with and return it. Now brands are just throwing them everything possible and paying them. So I remember it from the very beginning. And back then it was all about this beautiful curated feed, right? All of the influencers, they would post like 4 posts a day. There was no stories back then, Instagram stories, there was no TikTok, there was no Snapchat. I mean, nothing. It was really the dawn of Instagram. And, it was so just beautiful and curated, and, the feed, there was no algorithm. It was just, real time. So that's when I really saw people rise or not rise. So, I saw a lot, go from 1,000 followers up to 100,000, just like that. And it was the time when people were growing, and it was much easier to grow than it is now. Similar to how I see TikTok is kind of what Instagram was so, long ago. But now, a lot of our talent, I'm seeing, it's not about the beautiful photos. When they take curated, professional photography, they don't get as many likes or engagement. It's the real photos. Like one of our talents yesterday, Jana Kramer, she posted a picture of herself crying in a corner. And that got the most likes and the most engagement because people can relate. They're like, you got in a fight with your husband, I can relate to you. Like, it's being honest, it's being raw, it's being open. And those are the people that I'm seeing getting the brand deals, getting the most sell-through with brands and products.
I was just going to ask on sell-through.
Yeah, like those are the ones, because everyone feels like their best friend that's following them, and they feel attainable, and they feel like I could be her or be her friend, and I trust her. So it's really changed from this unattainable to attainable.
Now, would you say that this is a pendulum swinging? It got too far in one direction and is moving back, or is this going to be the way forever, for a long time, at least the foreseeable future?
I think it's definitely going to the foreseeable future, because the people that are just this beautiful feed, you don't have anything to grab onto with them. So they aren't getting the endorsement deals, and maybe they're doing content creation and submitting that to brands almost like a model. But I'm really seeing it all go towards authenticity and that real connection. As you can see with all of these other platforms coming out, it's about that real connection. So I see that being the trend of the future.
I think it's here to stay. I just wonder how brands in, let's just even say the 90s and the 80s, were being so successful with these very mocked up, non-related, like not relating to me really, but, just totally aspirational brands. It's funny to think that I think this need was here in us the entire time, but it was hidden for us from a while. Maybe it was the medium. I don't know. You got any thoughts on it? Random thoughts on that?
Well, I've seen so many companies rise because, they kind of pivoted in the same way influencers did. They became more engaged with their audience. They had real conversation. They would post, people, regular people wearing their clothes instead of all supermodels. They casted diverse models, different sizes, colors, shapes, and really brought that real life aspect to their social media. So I think those brands have really seen a rise in their following, their engagement, and in turn their sales. So I think people can take this on the influencer side, and also the brand side is really about that connection, like he talked about in the last discussion. I was backstage listening, and it's about community and building that, and building that conversation, and that will then relate to sales, as opposed to just shoving product down people's throat. No one wants that. You want to feel connected.
Yeah, 100%. All right, well, let's bring it into the more recent year or two, and maybe even a little bit into the future. But what are you seeing for recent trends, especially on that maybe influencer brand relationship, on how that's changed since I saw it we were so easily ready to give influencers a lot of money, kind of like celebrity endorsements. And now obviously it's gone all the way down to micro. And I think there was this time a few years ago where money was being poured into influencer marketing, and then brands maybe didn't see the results. How maybe have you seen these trends change along those lines to help validate our ROI from influencer marketing?
I mean, like you said, micros are such a powerful force. Like the last talk, it's about referrals and friends and sharing, and they are a very affordable way to, really increase sales. And, the large influencers are expensive. It's great to round out a campaign, but we always tell people, or clients of ours, do a full 360 approach where it's, Facebook and Instagram advertising, a couple macros, some mid-tier, and load up on the micro, because they really round out and support a campaign. You need the brand awareness with the big celebrity or the big macro to really get the word out. But in terms of sales and conversions, I'm seeing the most with the micro and the mid-tier level influencers. Obviously, there's a few unicorns that are huge and can also move product, but it's not that often that you see someone like that.
You're giving me a strategy idea here. So you mentioned, I think if we've got, like, let's just say we've got a $60,000 influencer campaign budget. You're saying pay the mega influencer $20,000, get like 5 or 6 at $5,000, and then the rest towards the long tail, right? Yeah. And then we're gonna have maybe the influencer says the one cool thing about our brand, and then everyone chimes into that conversation and ties it back. And maybe we can even get that mega influencer to talk back to our micro influencers to support them in a way. And then in that way, you're creating a cohesive strategy. Have you done things like that? I don't know. I just kind of made it up.
Well, yeah, no, that was perfect. I'm like, you're hired. No,
perfect.
We just launched within Socialite a division called Lighthouse, and it's essentially a marketing agency. So brands come to us, large and small, and we put together just exactly what you said, a casting strategy where we allocate the budget, we round it out, we include, Facebook and Instagram ads, all those things. We're adding in Clubhouse now and TikTok, and we try to diversify it as much as possible, just like everyone does with their financials and, anything in life. You need to diversify. It's really a big risk when you put all of your money into one influencer. If they fail, then, what do? You have no budget left. So we always suggest diversifying. A site that I really like for micro influencers is called Ambassador. I always refer them. I think they're great. And it's a great, one-click, easy way to activate so many micro influencers. And they actually contract with them. So you're guaranteed that ROI and, content. And it could be, in exchange for product, or it could be for, $20. So it's a really great way to tap into, how many people are in this world. There's so many with a smaller influence than, a traditional influencer that have impact.
Yeah. And I think also for any of the fashion apparel brands listening to this right now, if you're starting with influencer, or maybe you've done 1 or 2 attempts and decided that to push it back, or that it hasn't worked for you, I think this kind of proves the point of making sure that your 1 or 2 attempts isn't necessarily enough, because it's kind of putting all your eggs into one basket. Even if it's a small basket, like 1 micro influencer or 2 micro influencers, diversifying is what's really going to get us to our goal. So I think that this speaks to launching strategy as well. Yeah.
Yeah. And a little tip, just because I literally get every email for all of our celebrity talent, so I see what brands are sending and what works and what doesn't work. And a big trend that I've been seeing recently is for brands listening is asking the agent or manager for screen grabs from the last 14 days, because, you know, they could have a 1 million to 7 million followers, but how many people are watching their Instagram stories? How many people are swiping up? Sometimes people even ask for reward style or shop style links to see how much your sell-through is. It all comes down to numbers, and it comes down to engagement and analytics. So, you know, I share it for my talent because they are worth the money that you pay them. I don't want to do one deal and then not work with the brand again. I want to do a long-term campaign. So asking for these things are really common. And if they don't want to share it with you, there's probably a reason why. And then, you know, looking through all their analytics, it's very common to ask all these questions. We actually created our own technology called Insight, where we have our talent and then talent that aren't on our roster sign up. So it's first party data. So we can share this with the brands looking to work with our talent. So it gives you like that first party analytics. And you can see if they're a good fit for your brand. You know, a lot of trends I'm seeing right now is, you know, brands want over 50% US following. They want over 70% female following. So some of these things you can't tell by just looking at someone's Instagram page. So diving a little bit deeper before you make an investment, I would definitely suggest.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. I want to go a little off topic on this conversation of diversifying how we spend our money. Jay Anderson asks, how will these sponsors? Oh, wait, no, this is the one I want. You asked too many questions about the Genfluencer trend and getting genuine influencers in and moving away from things like paid ads, which is so moving from kind of a fake promotion to real people. And I want to modify our question a little bit, but how do you see when we're talking about influencer marketing versus paid ads, we often talk about clicks or, you know, impressions or something like that. What's your average, you know, cost per 1,000 impressions with an influencer? And then if you have any experience on the paid side, how do you see that tying back to your cost per 1,000 impressions in paid? And I think this will also speak to the change in value from influencer to paid, since paid ads are so pass through as opposed to real and tangible.
I don't have a set fee. It kind of, for me, it depends on the influencer. It depends on the relevancy. It depends on a lot of different things as opposed to just a dollar amount. Depends on, you know, how much incoming opportunities they have, all of those things. But you can definitely get more for your money with paid. Because you're not getting a person, you're using your own content and paying. I do like a flat fee on the back end if someone wants to whitelist our talent's content.
I see.
Yeah, we used to do a percentage of the spend, but it was too hard to track. So we just do a flat fee now. So it's essentially a retainer if they want to whitelist. But yeah, I mean, if you're doing Facebook and Instagram ads, it's definitely less expensive than working with an influencer. They have to hire a stylist, a photographer, editing, you know, posting on their page. There's so much more that goes into it than, you know, boosting an ad.
Yeah. Now, whitelisting, for those that don't know, you're talking about using the influencer's channel as and so advertising on the influencer's page, channel, whatever it is, right?
Yeah.
And then the alternative to that is getting the rights to the content and ripping it and re-uploading it. Which one do you prefer? And tell me more about this set fee. There's a clear benefit to the influencer. Their channels, you know, their following is going to get a lot of exposure from it. How do you, it's like, you should just give me access. I'm going to do free advertising for you. Like, how do you negotiate that?
Yeah. But on the talent side, you know, when they're seeing too much, I've seen a lot that the talent is unfollowed then when they're all over the place with these ads. So the talent likes to reel that back in and not let it happen as frequently as you might think. They usually prefer that the brand does rips the content and posts it on their channels. That's usually the preferred method, just to not oversaturate them in the market. And, you know, they always see a decrease in following once they have ads running on their handle.
I see.
I know.
That's weird. I thought it would be the opposite. So
you would think, but no, every time we've done it, we've seen a decrease in following just because I don't know, they're being served the ad one too many times. If you,
You
have
know
a
what
really
you need? You can set an impression cap. You can set an impression cap there to avoid this.
I know. If you have a good ad manager, we always ask like, who's running the ads? Who's doing it? Because sometimes we serve the same ad 10 times and then they get unfollowed. So I think if you can have the right ad manager doing it and ensure that it only is served once to that person, sure. But we do charge.
This is this is a huge takeaway. I think we're learning here right now. Like, so I think that whitelisting is a huge opportunity. I think it can work well for the brand and the influencer when done right, but clearly we don't want to bombard that same audience with the ad. Most importantly, what you can actually do in an ad campaign like this is take that influencer on their channel, whitelist them, but then advertise to everyone that's not following them. Now that should solve the problem. And I know sometimes that's counterintuitive, and you're dealing with celebrities and mega influencers where it actually makes a lot of sense to keep it under this one roof, because you want to hit when you post, you might get a couple 100,000 views. You've got 3 million people still following you that didn't see it. So you kind of have a large audience pool there. But to keep this this problem at bay, maybe there's a way to mitigate it by changing that around. Alternatively, one of the most successful campaigns I ran at BoxyCharm was getting permission to. We paid Cardi B for a video, put it up under our account, and it did work really well in lowering cost of acquisition. And we ran that. We spent a lot of money, like two commas amount of money advertising that one video. So
wow.
It was it worked very well. But all right, let's moving on. And I want to know more about how brands tend to work with you and your influencers. Specifically, like if I wanted to work with you, what would I come to the table with? How do I come prepared, and how might I come prepared to any influencer that I want to work with as a brand?
Yeah, I think there's two really important things that brands should come forward with. One is the campaign brief. What is this content going to look like? What are the do's and don'ts? What are you expecting of this influencer? And then the scope of work. So what content do you want? Do you want 5 Instagram posts, or do you want TikTok? Or, how long is this program? So I think those are the two most important things. From there, I always like to set up calls and really talk through everything, from A to Z, just so I have a full understanding before I throw out a number or a quote. And then we kind of go back and forth from there. But those are the two most important things for any campaign, to have it go successful on both ends.
What do you look for in that campaign brief? It's like, who else is in it? Is it like the cause we're giving back to? What are some of the size of our overall budget? Like, what do you really want to see in there?
Well, the talent always wants something really organic. They don't want something where they're holding up the product and it's like, really like contrived. So, we look for that and see, exactly how much, wiggle room we have to make it as organic as possible. It's a benefit to the brand as well. If they're really organic, the likes and comments are going to be higher than, holding up a product and talking about it. So, I look for that, and it kind of tells you that the brand has their stuff together. If they come forward with, all of those, the campaign brief and the scope of work, and, if they have a budget, even better. So, all those things, I'm getting so many emails every day, and I can easily kind of see who's serious and who isn't. So by having those in place, you can tell if someone's serious and ready to move forward.
I'm with you. Let's talk channels for a minute here. Snapchat, TikTok, and Clubhouse. We've got emerging channels. You mentioned that you're starting to advertise or sell influencer spots in Clubhouse, which I think is absolutely brilliant to be on that leading edge of it. What channels are working really well, and how are you using all these new channels for your influencers today?
Mm-hmm. Well, I've told them all to get on TikTok, but TikTok is not for everyone.
Okay. So you have a couple that failed, you would say?
They're like, it's not for me. It's not natural. I'm like, well, don't do it then. If it's not natural, don't do it. But we have seen success with a few on TikTok, that have driven that traffic over to their Instagram, have doubled their Instagram story views, increased their following, and then in turn, you can grow following so much faster on TikTok. So I think they have 1.8 million on TikTok, and then increase their stories and their following on Instagram. They're up to like 2.2 million. So it
Nice.
helps, they help each other. So I think any way that you can like cross promote channels, one is starting a vlog and going to start posting on her YouTube. That will help drive her Instagram and vice versa. So I think any way that you can like help the other channel grow and vice versa and help the engagement grow on another channel, I think is super helpful. Clubhouse, I'm getting into it. I just did a little panel with some of my talent a couple weeks ago. It was fun, but like, it's the infancy. So now is when they should get involved, build their following. You don't want to jump in a year too late and you kind of miss the boat on it. So every time I'm like, just get in there, try it. If it's organic and you love it, keep going. But if it's not a natural fit, then don't do it.
That's so interesting. And now all these platforms have different engagement styles, strategies, and metrics. How do you value like the difference of a TikTok follower versus Instagram follower and et cetera?
Well, TikTok is like so undervalued right now. The cost for a TikTok and the amount of views you can get and impressions is like 10x plus what you can on Instagram. So I'm seeing so many brands now moving over to TikTok and trying to get the content and get it at a much more affordable price, and then they share that TikTok over on Instagram stories or on their reels. So I've seen a lot of that, and you get way more impressions. The only thing is there's no swipe up link, so makes it a little bit harder for that purchase.
And the tracking on it too. And this has got to be kind of a gold rush kind of situation, because TikTok's going to do what every other platform has done at some point: throttle that growth and make you pay for it, because that's the only way platforms can really monetize their media. Is so get on now is the idea before, and pay influencers instead of TikTok ads, and it'll be cheaper for you. Whereas on the flip side, Instagram it might be cheaper to pay for impressions. Okay, so this is very interesting. All right, really quick, because we have to go very shortly here. Tell me what you think about. We have to talk about the future. This is the future of e-commerce. What's on the horizon for influencer marketing? Something that we haven't talked about yet that maybe you expect to change the industry over the next few months and years.
I mean, what I've been working on since COVID is talent-owned brands. So forming partnerships. We just launched a wine brand called One Brick Wines with our client, Jana Kramer. It's all direct-to-consumer subscription program. It's incredible. You can get a $25 wine that tastes like a $50 bottle. We launched a loungewear line. We're launching a line at Kohl's for one of our other clients. Like all of those things that the talent has ownership of. We're launching like a brow dye, all kinds of things. So my goal this last year is finding partners in all of these different avenues, whether it's home goods and fashion and beauty, to form these partnerships, because the talent are like, well, I don't have any skin in the game for the company I just promoted and sold hundreds of thousands of dollars for. Why don't I own my own? So
Wow.
It's definitely going in that direction, especially for the talent that can really convert to sales.
Oh yeah, and so brands are becoming influencers as well, right? We've got influencers becoming brands, brands becoming influencers, and then it'll all just be everyone is everything. I have my clothing line, I have my influencership, I have my company, all that stuff. Sarah, I love it. Awesome. Where can people connect with you? I'm plugging some stuff down below, by the way.
Yeah, if anyone has any questions, Instagram is Sarah P. Boyd. Just DM me. I also have an online course about building and selling a business. If anyone's interested, it's the link's down there.
Yeah, at simplyinc.com/course. I really wish we had more time, because I think we could talk for another 30 minutes on this. We have to move into our final session of the day. Thank you so much, Sarah.
Thank you.
All right. With that said, we are going to close this out in a rather unique way today. I'm going to bring on Lucas Walker, who is hosting a myriad of podcasts a lot in the e-commerce space and has been in e-commerce and e-commerce technology for a while. Lucas, if you're ready, I'm bringing you in here right now. How's it going?
Good. How's my audio? Check 1, 2.
Yes, yeah, a true professional here.
Where are your ear pods? It said in the green room to make sure you have headphones. I've got these big Audio Technicas on, and do you have like tiny little Bluetooths in there? What do you got going on?
I am just risking it through the speakers, which are pointed away from my microphone, and hopefully there's no background noise.
No, it sounds great.
Checked on it, but I think there's no background. Otherwise, a bunch of people have been overly polite while I go echo, echo, echo.
No, it's great. That's why I was asking. I was surprised maybe a little invisible little cable, but the software is good, and I applaud that you've been doing this for coming up on 5 hours now on the live button and giving me the opportunity to close it out.
Yeah, well, of course, I will go ahead and step out here. I'll let you introduce Kristen, and definitely make sure before we begin to plug your podcast and make sure that we can all follow along for all future episodes.
Absolutely. And if you're taking off now because you're on the East Coast and you want to commute home in 11 minutes, just search for Lucas Walker on Spotify, on Apple. This is going to go on the Pit Stop brand of podcast. Very tactical, very merchant driven, how to every episode. If you don't learn something that will make you an extra $100, leave a negative review on Apple. And then I also have my Rolled Up podcast, which it's a podcast for me, interviews with founders, a little bit more refined, but it's not going to be as tactical. Next podcast dropping is called Bricks and Clicks with the team over at Omnium CPG, getting into the thick, heavy molasses of retail marketing. For instance, looking at things like if you have one SKU going into Kroger's, how does that get you $1.3 million? And what happens if a SKU sucks? Because one SKU at a time adds up pretty quick. So that's what I'm working on these days. I'm excited to be joined by Kristen Jones. Derek, thank you so much for passing me the mic. Kristen, you are the head of marketing, director of content over at the Groomsman Suit, home of the $194 suit, which is perfect because I own 3 suits and I've probably worn them a total of 7 times. So my cost per wear is not very optimized. You do a lot. You're not an analyst, but you take a very data-driven approach to both the organic and paid side. What else am I missing here, Kristen?
I mean, that's pretty general coverage for me. I do a little bit of everything. Our team is very small. There's only 11 of us. I'm the only person that is hired for a specific focus in marketing. So couple other people have a little bit of hands in the bucket or in the pool, whatever you want to say. But for the most part, I'm the one that handles all of it. And that can come from like strategizing blog content, to sourcing writers, to writing it myself, to creating content like digitally, to finding influencers. Thankfully, a lot of our team likes to be logged into Instagram and like searching through and finding those people. So they'll send me someone to check out. And then to obviously like executing all paid channels. And for the most part, the only thing that we outsource in terms of paid advertisement is SEO, but all of our paid social, organic social, everything is done in-house, primarily by me with like a little bit of hands from other people on other various areas of the team. So yeah, I can do it all.
Thank you. And that's what I'm so excited for today, because so many D2C brands really are starting out now quite small, where you have to be able to juggle a lot, where you have to do an organic TikTok, but also run a large Facebook ads budget, which is easily could be its own job.
For sure. And just to like kind of even use what you just said and make something from it. On my first or second week, I made a TikTok from like the authentic perspective of like, if you're getting married, this one's for you. This is the groomsman suit, and like ran through our website. It was like very low budget with my iPhone. And it ended up unexpectedly, like I did not expect any views. It didn't go like super viral or anything, but it got 55,000 views and it bumped our site traffic by 20%. And this was like my 5th day on the job. So they were like, you're a genius. But it went really well. And then now I actually utilize that same video in our ads that actually drives a lot of top of funnel people into the very top of the funnel, like video views and whatnot. But it's been really beneficial. So that's one way to tie in that organic content for TikTok and then bringing it into paid ads.
And I'm just going through our notes because we're going to touch on a few items and hopefully turn this into 3 episodes of Pit Stop. We'll see. It might just be one great free-flowing conversation, but I'd love to really start there. I think the elephant in the room to talk about is COVID and how, I mean, it affected everything, but also buying a suit or any thing that's kind of tailored. Usually there's a few measurements. You can try to measure it yourself, but it's not great. So what were some of the ways that COVID impacted your business? Because on one hand, it's great to be able to go online and really buy a suit that you can wear and order it. But then on the other hand, you can't the wedding industry. I mean, I was hoping to drop some 90 Day Fiance references here, but you don't know about Brandon and Julia having to have a very, very fast wedding. Which is funny because if you were to think of which one of us is the 90 Day Fiance fan, I don't think you'd pick me.
Yeah.
So, I'd just love to hear how COVID impacted overall sales and operations for the groomsmen suit, both positive and negative.
Yeah, so I would like to preface what I'm about to say with the fact that I did start in November, so I kind of started late in the game for COVID, but I've obviously been brought up to speed and know exactly what has happened over the last year and where things have gone and what happened. So to kind of start that, I would like to also preface with the fact that we were an online first suiting business. So we were always like starting with the D2C in mind. And we do have 3 physical locations and showrooms, and those are in Chicago, Philly, and now Denver. Basically, with that being said, we had a lot of stuff already implemented on our site to let people have like a seamless online suit shopping experience. And because of COVID, then we were able to implement a few more things that were able to take it kind of to the next level. I actually got a review the other day that was like, it's just like going to the store and shopping, except you're at home. So we love to see that. So some of the things that contributed to that were the fact that we have our Fit Finder online. So we partner with a huge database that has tons of information on people's sizes. So then if somebody can just put in their height, shoe size, and a few other data points like age, weight, stuff like that, they can then get like their predicted suit size. And then if they feel like maybe it's off, they have the ability to then send us an email or whatever, then we can get them all squared away. We also do virtual appointments. So if a couple or an individual, it doesn't really matter, you can buy a suit from us even if you're not a groomsman or in a wedding. But no matter who those people are, they can set up a virtual appointment with us and have a stylist walk through either what they are looking to accomplish with their look, or if they just need kind of help with sizing. I'd say for the most part, like our Fit Finder that I mentioned is 80% accurate. There are some people who are not like the average person. For example, my boyfriend is a bodybuilder, so his like top is like very big and broad, and then his waist is very small. So that obviously like there's some like off chance or off use cases there that are outliers that don't really fit into that, but for the most part it works really great. And that has helped kind of alleviate that stress of like, is this going to fit? Like, I don't know what to get, that a lot of people face whenever they're shopping online. But I will say the other thing about that is we also, like the groomsmen suit as a company, we have the widest range of sizes of any other like D2C retailer online. I'm really bad at this part because I'm not working on like the sizing aspect very often, but I know that we have 0 to 20 in women's, and then we have like some very like really low to men's up to like a 40, I think, or maybe high.
40
maybe
seems
50,
not so big, probably.
Okay, there's a really big range. See, I'm terrible at sizing. I don't want to be quoted there.
Well, that's why it gets tricky, and it's funny you mentioned awkwardly sized people. I am one of those people who've got just freakishly long arms, apparently. And I was in a store once, but just buying some shirts, and I'm like, it's hard to find stuff that doesn't like go all the way up here. And so he measures me, like you get measured down the arm, looks at his tape measure, calls his buddy over, and uses his friend's tape measure. He's like, "Oh, you're not at all like wrong. Whatever." And like, but just what a way to feel of, oh, what a freak with these long arms.
Yeah.
So it's funny that you mentioned that in some of the ways that does matter, and we'll talk about some of those personalized automations a great way, especially if you know someone has that awkward sizing, to put in sort of a snippet of dynamic text to say, by the way, also available in tall or extra thin or whatever it is, or you can mix and match your sizings. But I'd love to just also mention that you, like me, you were on the software side of e-commerce before as well, at a company called Springbot and a few others. Do you want to talk a little bit about how your experience there impacts what you do day to day on the merchant side of things as well?
Yeah, sure. So yeah, recapping, I worked for a few SaaS companies before breaking into e-commerce. I had been like very distracted, I guess is the word, like shiny object syndrome by the app Yik Yak that is no longer in business. But I loved the experience I had working for them whenever I was in college, and they were like my first contract gig out of college. So I loved that experience. I was like, I'm going to be in SaaS marketing forever. This is what I love doing. So I kind of like went down this path of, I couldn't start marketing. It was really hard back then, and even now, to just like get right into marketing easily, especially where, you know, some of these bigger companies are startups. So I went from Yik Yak to Uber Eats, and then went from there to Springbot. And Springbot was my first chance at like really getting in with e-commerce. I didn't really have any idea of what I was doing as it pertained to e-commerce. I just knew that tool. I was an onboarding specialist. And so my job there was literally to work with these small and medium-sized businesses. I had about 8 new clients a week and managed 60 to 120 clients at a time. So they would get onboarded. I would help implement all their automations, make sure that they had like their web ads and stuff for retargeting. And I mean, honestly, that was kind of it in the beginning. And then we had released our own ESP right before I had started. So when I started, it was super new. It was so clunky. There was like, you know, unless you really knew the ins and outs and all of its little, you know, bugs, then making an email campaign was quite difficult. So I got obsessed with it and like learning exactly how to use it. And so I told my boss one day, like, I want to make emails for people. So they were like, okay, here's your job. So me and this other girl started a team of campaign services where we basically took any paying client at Springbot that wanted somebody to make emails for them or start ad campaigns for them. And we just started running their paid social and email marketing. And with really, honestly, like looking back on it now, we had no grounds to be doing that. Like we had no idea what we were doing. We were just kind of kicking things off, but we learned really quick. And it ended up being like a really big revenue driver for our company. By the time I left Springbot, I was we had built it to 10 people. So, and had split it up between like creators versus paid specialists and whatnot, like you see often a lot of times in agencies now. But what happened here is like, in this time period, probably worked with more than 500 e-commerce stores. And this could be somebody as small as like a mom and pop shop that was making product photos on their iPhone, or like, probably even worse than that, like some like really low quality image, to somebody. There are a lot of larger brands that we worked with, but a few of them were on NDA, so I will not quote them specifically. But there were some really big brands that were really well established that if I did name drop them, you would know exactly who they were. So the variety of people that I worked with, they could be selling bracelets to literally pet shrimp online, like things I didn't even know people bought online. Like I worked with it, and that required me to be like in this constant state of like being adaptable. I would have to go from like making a fashion email campaign where I'm like doing new arrivals, then to like creating something for bike parts. So I became a designer very quickly, like a graphic designer very quickly. I became an email strategist very quickly. It went from doing email campaigns to like re-strategizing their automation strategy and building out the content that would go in there. And then again, like adapting to Facebook. When you're working with like a really small client that doesn't have a lot of data for Facebook to utilize for optimization, you have to get really crafty really quick. So that like really drove a lot of just constant research and development of like, how can I get more people into the top of funnel so then I can lower their cost per click and then lower that CPA and those lifetime values and whatnot. So that everything I learned there has gone immediately into what I do now. So, you know, I just have continued to develop those skills over time and bring them into larger scale for these larger brands like the groomsmen too.
Awesome, and I love
Yep.
that too, because it is such a wide variety of customer base that you're dealing with.
Yep.
It's a lot of that will impact, and it's funny how you have a lot of great differentiators, like the $194 suit on the website, like the measuring technology, like the fact that you're direct to consumer first. But at the end of the day, you can be the best business in the world. If nobody knows from you, they're not going to buy. There's a reason that Steve Jobs put the Apple Store in the busy malls. And if you think of it now, organic really is your foot traffic. So let's kick off episode 1 of Pit Stop, live recorded at the Future of E-commerce with Kristen Jones, marketing director for the Groomsman Suit. You had mentioned that when you first started, day 5, you created a TikTok with some of the credit that you're still using now. What was the recipe for that? What was the secret sauce of? And I realize it's speculative. If you knew why it went viral and blew up, you would do it with everyone. But what are some elements of a good organic post for a product that might not be what people think of a traditional direct-to-consumer brand with, say, a functional snack, or because buying a suit is nothing new. So for more of a traditional or even commoditized product, what are some of the ingredients for good organic content that go into it?
So I like to start thinking about content and like content creation from like the consumption perspective. So I think if you're going to make any type of content, the first thing you should probably start with is consuming the type of like consuming content and seeing like, if you're going to make a TikTok, then you should go sit on TikTok for a couple of days and maybe spend like an hour or even just 20 minutes a day, just kind of like seeing what's trending, what are people responding to. That's kind of like the first step of making good content, in my opinion, is consuming content. And then probably like one of the next steps would be identifying not necessarily problem, but maybe questions, problems, information gaps. So if you are, for example, if we were to go back and you are running paid ads, a lot of times you get a lot of questions on paid ads. You might get replies to your welcome flow, or you're abandoned carts with questions about like your return policy or whatever the case may be. And kind of really identifying those things. For us, we know those problems, but there's also another problem for us specifically, is that's like rental companies and rental suits are a pain in the butt. You might get something that's like totally mixed matched. You might not get the right size.
Maybe
like
something with
get
a
back the next
stain.
day. Literally, suits can be worn 40 to 50 times before they're retired. Like, that's gross.
When you say retired, do you mean like not washed or dry cleaned?
Like before they're out of circulation, like before they can, like they're recycled, like they're not used anymore. They can be worn by 40 to 50 different people. So there's that.
Oh wow, God!
Yeah.
I was thinking of like my lifespan. I was assuming like, so if you wear a suit once a week, it only lasts a year. That makes much more sense. So it's the skin mites from people, possible hair getting in there, cleaning agents, right? We don't.
People, and a lot of times, like, for example, I'm not married. I'm in a long-term relationship, but I'm not married. I'm not engaged. I'm not planning a wedding. But so I personally had never thought about like what it's like to buy a suit or rent a suit or what that experience is. And I learned very quickly like what that was like. And so, you know, to tie back to like that, like research and development of like what type of content you're going to make. Our business, one of our co-founders, it really came from this idea of like, one of our co-founders was getting married and she couldn't find the simple suiting solution for her husband and his groomsmen. So, you know, she's a fashion designer. She used to work for Under Armour, I think. Don't quote me. And so she like, you know, hand drew all these designs, and now they're designed and they're, you know, that's the groomsmen suit. So that, you know, that was the initial problem. And so my approach to that piece of content specifically that I'm talking about is that I know that's a problem that people face every day when they're wedding planning. Like, where can I find a suit? And like, how do I get my groomsmen to order? Like all this stuff. So for another example that ties into this is I have a friend who's getting married, and he picked something from one of the big box retailers like Men's Warehouse or something, and the suit he wanted no longer happened. So now, you know, none of his groomsmen ordered in time. So now nobody has that suit, and like he had to change his whole suit situation. So now we're suiting him. So, you know, worked out in my favor. But the thing is like it can be hard to like do all that. So something else in our technology that we've built out, like we have a CTO. A lot of e-commerce brands do not have the luxury of having that.
No, and I mean, not to cut you off, but you had mentioned that you have 11 employees, and one of them is a CTO.
Yep, and the other one is a like we have another developer on staff. So 2 of our employees are like totally related to like development and tech. So one of the things that they work on though is our wedding dashboard. So a wedding, somebody that's getting married can come in and like set up a group, and basically all they do is add their people's emails and their style, and then they send that initial like welcome email, like, hey, this is the groomsmen suit, this is what you got to order. And then we automatically follow up with them and make sure they order all the right pieces on time for the wedding. So the other, just tying that back, is we know that all these things are problems. So when I was making this video, I was trying to touch on all these points. Like, this is affordable. We're going to manage your groomsmen for you. This is how the box comes when you get it. And then you have a suit and it fits perfectly. Like, obviously you need tailoring. Our suits come unhemmed purposely so that you can get them tailored right to your body. But,
which
I summarized all that.
Know, which is funny. And it goes into some of that personalized automation, which I'm sure you got negative reviews of, oh, it was a good suit, but like, what was up with the pant leg?
I think for the most part, we've avoided that. At least since I've been here, I haven't seen that as a problem. And I think that's because we have a really, really nice box. And unless somebody like can't read, which I know happens, like that does exist. And
it does. That's why they're warning not to stop chainsaws with body parts on DeWalt.
So yeah, I guess. But our box right inside, like as soon as you open it up, and I even showed this in that video that I'm referencing here, is like the instructions, like try it on, cut the little strings that hold the pockets together and the flaps, like cut that and take it to your tailor because our pants are unhemmed intentionally. And so I think we've kind of alleviated a little bit of that just because of our customer support. So while 2 of our people are tech, 3 of our people are specifically devoted just to customer support. And we do also have I don't even want to say 3, but because some people have various titles, but they do focus a lot on support. But we have our 3 showroom managers that focus a lot on support in the back end as well. Then we have 1 customer support guru who's only job at besides being in the showroom and helping in the Chicago showroom, if she's making sure our trials and everything are shipped out accordingly and handling any customer tickets that we might get through Gorgeous, etc. So we have a lot of customer support. So I think we've avoided a lot of that. But again, identifying all those problems, knowing what people want, if I were to just go back and kind of recap, is consuming the content yourself first, seeing what's trending so that you can make something that fits in with that and people can consume easily, and then taking your problem and then making that video kind of in that trending style, I guess you could say. So for us, I used a trending song in the background. I did a lot what everybody else is doing. If you're this person, this is for you. And then showed them how simple it was, answered all the questions that they potentially could have. And then kind of wrapped it up really cleanly. So those are kind of the key things. And then the last thing is making sure it's authentic. I heard in the last conversation that was had up here, I was listening in at the end, and authenticity is such an important part of how content is consumed in this stage. And I heard the question about the pendulum. I don't know if there's any people that kind of lingered around, but we are kind of on that side of it where authenticity is the clear winner. And if you're not authentic, if it's way too posed or it seems fake, it's not as easily received by the audience as if you're being somebody's friend or somebody that they can relate to.
Even if it's awkward, because I'll be on TikTok and it's not the best shot TikTok. You can tell it's someone who's maybe trying to ride a trend a little bit, started by a 16-year-old, and they're not Gen Z, but it's them, and you still take something away, and just because it's not polished or refined, it's them trying their best, and you can tell and see through, versus something like a celebrity who joins TikTok and everything's professionally edited, and it feels forced, and there's forced fun is never fun.
Yeah.
You mentioned,
go ahead.
No, you wrap it up, and then I've got a question just with the free
The
trial.
only thing the only thing there, and like you might have seen this through my Twitter or in like some channels that we communicated in outside of this, but like I also on the side, like after I get off work, like as soon as we get off of this, I'll probably make content for the next few hours. I also work with a lot of D2C brands creating ad assets for them. So it, like I just wanted to like add that as like almost like a reinforcement for I literally make ad assets all day from this perspective of like being authentic. Nobody knows who I am. Like when I go, when they get an ad, like there's this one ad I see of myself all the time and it just like kind of cracks me up, but it's like, nobody knows who that is. Like, and nobody's looking at that ad thinking like, who's this girl using this skincare or drinking this thing or whatever. No one thinks that. They're just like, oh, that's me. I'm doing that. Like they see themselves in that. So I think another thing just to like kind of wrap it up is like, also, I'm not the best person to like say this, but anywhere that you can also add like representation of your actual customer, that's what matters a lot. Like if you're, like that, if you are your customer, great. If you can work with people who are your customer, that's even better. Like representation of your customer in any content is super important.
And customers are always happier than you think to share either unboxing or even just photos of them with their product, and they're happy more so than influencers. And I would think start with your customer because they're the actual users, and some of them will be micro influencers, especially for you where wedding shots always seem to do well on social media. Whenever I have a friend post weddings, babies, etc., it always does really well for that engagement. And sometimes it's just that little reminder of, hey, take the groomsman suit and really communicating it in a way of what's in it for them. Say, hey, you're going to be looking so fresh. All your single friends and engaged friends are going to be wondering where you got your suit. Make sure you tell them that it's from the groomsman. The groomsmansuit.com.
The groomsmansuit.com.
It is the unofficial suit supplier of 90 Day Fiance. I believe you said something like that. It's something unofficial.
If you're watching, hit me up, Kristen at thegroomsmansuit.com.
Brandon, Big Ed, Jovi, if you need a suit, go hit up Kristen. She's got you.
So real quick, side note, I'm in Atlanta, and a different binge-worthy show that came out early COVID that like captured a lot of people because they were locked at home and needed something to do is Love is Blind. And Love is Blind was shot in Atlanta. And actually there's like, I have quite a few friends that are on there. So
wait. Quite a few friends on the show, like as characters, or like worked on the show as consultants?
No, the people. I know a lot of the people that were on Love is Blind. Whether or not their stories were shown, there were only like 4 or 5 main storylines, but there were like 20 other couples, or at least like individuals on both sides of the like gender identity that were there and that weren't shown on TV at all. Like my friend Matt, we actually got him in a suit. That's what made me think of this. Is like I'm like claiming unofficial suitor of the Love is Blind series, even though if you guys are watching like that one for real, hit me up. But we got him in a suit recently, and his story, for example, he was the first scene, like he's in the car driving and then you never see him again. Like, and he had a story too. Like he had like a story that came out of it. So, anyway, that's beyond the point. It was just a little side note there that I thought was funny and relevant to your 90 Day Fiance spiel.
Well, that's a great question. Well, that wasn't a spiel. That was an offer. Absolutely. Like, yeah. I see you watching this webinar. But it's just such a great question that ties into both the organic and paid side, is almost keeping those opportunities on your sonar for, let's say somebody wears one of your suits on a TV show. How can you have some fun? We have a Love is Blind fan in the comments. Love is Blind with a train wreck, and I watch every episode. 2 exclamation points. Jay Anderson. Let us know what show you prefer in the comments, either Love is Blind or 90 Day Fiance. And while you're doing that, Kristen, I'd just love to hear a little bit about how it works or how you capitalize on those opportunities when you see them in your sonar or your radar, however you want to say it. You see someone, and let's say it's a good opportunity, not a total train wreck, but where you see them on a Netflix show or a cable television show, and it's just, hey, this is getting 2 million views. How can you capitalize on that? Even little things like I learned.
I have a great example actually of this.
Yeah, I'm excited, and I'm gonna shut the hell up so you can tell it.
Okay, I would love to hear what you were gonna say though. My biggest like piece of advice and like the way I approach this is I literally like shoot my shot. So if I see something and there's an opportunity and I'm like, that's getting a lot of views, I want in on that, I literally will find the best way to get in contact with that person and try whether it's through a management, if they have a manager, or whether it's like through immediately DMing them. And honestly, that's like my entire team's philosophy. So the example that I can give like immediately that I think is really great is that there is a guy on TikTok who was like, hi, I want to get married to someone from TikTok, life's a game. And I saw that like collectively the 3 videos on his account had like a couple million views or close to that or something. And so I went to his Instagram where he had like 2,000 followers at the time. So like I knew I could get into his like onto his radar with like DMs, and I just DM'd him. I was like, can I suit you? Turns out he was he's a freelance videographer. Like that's his job. So he like made us this dope video, and all I did was give him a suit. Like and now that's running for my Philly showroom as an ad that drives a lot of traffic to us. So we suited him in his Vegas wedding, him and his wife. They got married.
Did they meet on TikTok?
Yeah, they got married on TikTok in Vegas on Valentine's Day. And they are now living together in her ambulance because she has like a converted ambulance. So he's pretty cool. I wish that we were on all of these TV shows, like really. But the whole thing was just funny to me because like the way that he kind of talked about it was like, oh, it could be whatever, like we'll see what happens. And then he just goes where life takes him. He's like a very laissez-faire type of guy. So then I guess after they got married, they were like, hey, come over here. You don't have anywhere to be, like live in my ambulance and let's travel together. So anyway, I shot my shot. I took the shot and I got a response from it. Same thing happened on our team with 2 celebrities. One I mentioned to you earlier is Joel Courtney. He was on Love is Blind's kissing booth. He's like the best friend. And so his groomsmen suited with us, and I'm 90% sure that it was just because somebody from my team like DM'd somebody that he knew or something. And then same thing happened with Sammy Sweetheart from the Jersey Shore is getting married. And they DM'd her fiance. So now he's going to be suiting up with us. And so it's his brother's wedding. So a lot of it for us has really just been a matter of taking the chance and just like messaging somebody. I know that that's like not always the case for every brand or every product, that like it might not just seem that simple, but you can start small and work your way up. Like the more people that you work with and have like credibility and examples of, like I think that, again, using the word credibility, but the more credibility you have to then go to someone else, like these are the other people we worked with, like, do you want to do it too?
What's social? Nobody wants to be the guinea pig.
Yeah, who wants to be the guinea pig is the real question.
It's,
no one.
No, and it's I hate how much reality television I've consumed during the pandemic. But I got really into cooking and doing the Gordon Ramsay masterclass. I love later season Hell's Kitchen because you can learn a lot of like legitimate management stuff. Just you have to deconstruct it and build it back up. But one of the things that Gordon Ramsay said was, "You've never cooked this before. You have one opportunity to cook for me, and you're going to use me as your guinea pig." And I just really hit like,
that's so good.
You're doing a product launch. You're going to spend a ton of money on it, which is a good segue into the paid conversation. But why would you not do a few test orders or measurements first before shipping it out? It's you got to get it out the door, but don't test your best material with your guinea pigs. I'd love to hear a little bit about. Obviously, we chatted how we get some of the content and data for what works on the paid side. How do you set, and obviously without going into any proprietary budgets or any numbers like that, just to set the stage for everyone. But what are some of the ways that you approach paid advertising? Because I would imagine that there's a lot of word of mouth, a lot of referral, a lot of organic. How do you approach paid marketing from that perspective? And just the comment I was going to say earlier about before I cut you off about daytime television and stuff was I learned the other day that Ellen dropped in viewership from 2.5 million viewers per episode to 1.5 million, which puts her in the same echelon as Maury Povich's bodyguard, Steve. So Steve the bodyguard from Maury gets 1.5 million viewers per day.
Wow. I mean, she had a scandal though. So, I mean, and it was like a pretty big one with the way that culture is. I mean, to relate it to commerce tech, I mean, MailChimp's kind of going through a very similar thing right now. So, and that's a whole nother conversation. My boyfriend works there. I won't speak on any of it. So, but they're like, you know, that there was one more thing I was going to try to drop in there. Oh, like the test guinea pig, just like a small plug, something that we didn't talk about earlier, but I've mentioned kind of a little bit here and there, is that Groomsmen Suit, something that we do to try to do for that guinea pig thing is like, if you're really unsure about your sizing, or you're really unsure if you think our suit is going to be high enough quality for you because we are such an affordable price, doesn't mean we're cheap because we're affordable, but we are affordable. So some people are like, is that real? So we do offer a 7-day at-home trial as well. So I think that's something else that's kind of nice, is that if you're unsure, you're on the fence, or you really want to feel it on yourself before making full commitment, you can get that 7-day trial. And then if you keep it, and we run your card. If not, you send it back, and there's no hard feelings. So we do offer that. But
cool.
We can segue that into the paid social side of things.
It is, which I love, because to me that's a great remarketing strategy. If someone comes to the website, maybe sees an ad, hears about it, and they're like, well, I don't know if I want to buy a suit online. I'd just love to hear about that paid strategy.
Yeah. So for me, again, like kind of going back to my Springbot days, I had to get like really nitty gritty with some people to be able to make them ROAS. Just because, again, like their budgets were really low, or they didn't have a lot of data, or whatever the case may be. It was so hard sometimes to get people ROAS. But for me, there's always like that low bottom benchmark. Like if there's anything that's making less than 3x ROAS, then I feel like if it's at 3x, I feel low. But if it's below that, I'm like, we either got to cut this off or figure out what's going on. Like that's like a minimum benchmark for anything that I do. But again, I'm definitely shooting for much higher than that. So for me, any social approach that I take is more of like a full funnel approach. That's what always, like, no matter what budget you have, a full funnel approach is going to work. Like it's going to help increase the numbers you want to increase and decrease the numbers you want to decrease. Like cost per click will lower and your ROAS will increase. What happens there, for example, like to give like tips to the audience, this is even what I implement with the Groomsmen Suit in certain perspectives, but is working from the top of the funnel. Anything you can do to get eyes for really cheap. So for example, that TikTok that I keep referencing, that's at the very top of my funnel. I get eyes on that for less than a penny, and people watch it and they're like, whoa. And then if, that has a really high view through rate. And then oftentimes it also drives a lot of clicks, even though it's a video views campaign. So that's not even the objective. And I'm grateful for those clicks. And then those people now have seen that. If they've watched a certain percentage of that video, if they've clicked through to the site, then I can re-engage them, retarget them to get them to either drive actual site traffic or to add something to their cart or whatever it is I want them to do. So I start up high and try to get people for as cheap as I can into my funnel. And then the various content that's kind of throughout the funnel, whether it's traffic, you're still kind of top of funnel there, to middle funnel if they're kind of poking around but haven't really added anything to cart or made like any type of real substantial movement towards making a decision. You can start getting more informative with your content. So instead of being like the Groomsmen Suit is the premier suit D2C brand, blah, 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 where you're just kind of like giving this like weird overhaul.
Every ad says, and it's weird if you don't say it. Nobody says, we are the 4th best suit you can buy online. Yeah. Like if you don't say that you're the best in your ad, like you have to have a campaign, or you are just, I don't want to say way too honest, but sharing more, you're oversharing at that point.
Yeah. So to me, I like to get just like more descriptive. Like people already know that your suit, like at this point, hopefully, like there's some like top of funnel stuff that I still need to like flesh out, where it's like, oh, we're Groomsmen Suit, own your suit for $194 instead of rent or whatever. But then I can get more into the get free swatches, order a 7-day trial, try it on at home, group your like suit your group, like whatever the case may be. I can get into this more like informative type messaging where it's not just like this overarching copy or non-engaging content. It's actually like, oh shoot, that's what they do. So that's kind of like the middle. I would say it's still top of funnel, and then the middle funnel is more like the actual experience for people. So for example, we're very fortunate that we work with a lot of partners in terms of like insiders who have like exclusive discounts, and they're not like your average influencer. They're wedding planners, photographers. They're more of like these venues or people like wedding pros versus that influencer. But these people are also business owners trying to grow their brand and usually don't have a big team, so they're also typically okay at making like good content. So I've been fortunate enough to have 2 video ads that I have running right now that were from wedding planners, where they're showing like, one is showing like the delivery experience. Like, I ordered this is him trying it on. He's so happy. Order order now, whatever they have on there. And then we have another video that is in the middle of funnel about the trial. So another wedding planner, like, he did like the whole thing about how you get set up your trial and what that's like and how convenient it is and all this stuff. So, again, like as I get deeper into like the mid to bottom funnel area, I'm trying to show them like the exact experience like that they would have, like what they can expect from us, which converts pretty high. But obviously like the highest conversion is if you can set up like an abandoned cart style ad. So including anyone that's added payment or added items to cart but hasn't purchased, which is totally something you can do in Facebook very simply. If you do that, then you can do like dynamic ad groups where it's like only showing them things they've looked at or are super high priority to them. So those things convert at like 15 to 20x ROAS. Like that's like an easy money for me, especially because they've come from the tippy top and they've moved through each piece of my content to now they have no questions. They love this. I've berated them with ads. They know who we are. Like that, they feel like they can trust us at that point. So when it comes to anything paid social, if you have the ability and budget, which you can do this on a low budget, but is break up your ad groups as much as possible, or your ad sets, your audiences as much as possible to build out a full funnel versus just like, I'm going to build one conversion campaign and that's all I have money for. So if you only have $10 a day, break it up 5 and 5 or something. Like, work on if you're working low, break it up as much as you can. If you're working high, obviously that is a very generic approach that I just told you. We could go way deeper into like direct marketing and sending people through a funnel, like their own funnel based off where they landed on a landing page. But from a very general perspective, that's like, I mean, I've seen very few ads or ad accounts do poorly on that method. Like that, it's very, very rare, and it's usually got something to do with your website speed or your product over the ad.
It's not. It's you. It's
it's not.
If it's not working, it's not the ads. It's you. Is it still possible to test ads at $10 a day and split that? Is that too low? Did that kind of go out when Facebook ran out of inventory in about 2016, or like at that point, are you better off spending $300 on something else a month?
No, I don't think that method is totally dead. I mean, it's been a while since I've worked with somebody at that low budget, like a couple of years. But a lot of times, like at Springbot, a lot of our clients really did only have $200 a day, or $300 a month. So that, especially because it was new to them, they were scared to invest, and their revenue was so low that they were, that cut into like a lot into what they brought home at the end of the month. So what I will say is it's okay, I think, to start low if you want to like test something for click-through rates or landing page views or like things like that, so that you could see, what's my CPM with this audience? How many people are actually watching this or clicking on this or engaging with this? Like, is it worth me putting $30 a day behind it? I think that that's totally appropriate. I think long-term, $10 a day is not going to move the needle for anybody. I've seen, I want to say like a couple of really big retail brands. And when I say big retail brands, I don't mean like, I don't know, J. Crew or something. I mean like they're like a boutique that has a really large following and makes a few million a year. That was what I meant. So when I said that, I've seen
big
them.
retail can mean very different things.
Yeah. Yeah. No, as I said it out loud and then I went back, I was like, I got to pedal back a little bit. Like, that's not what I meant. But like a boutique store that makes a few $1 million a year and has a big following, I've seen them. Like, I'm not going to name drop a specific person, but like there was this one store I worked with where they gave me $300 a month and their cost per click was 3 cents on an ad, like for traffic. And their ROAS was like insane. Like they would spend $300 and be making like 20 grand. I was like, what is going on? I could not wrap my head around it. And, you know, I still have a group chat with all the girls I worked with on that team, and some of them still work there. And when I was like talking about that with one of them, they're like, oh, I run their ads now. And it's the same thing. Like there are very few people that'll get away with it like that. So don't expect those types of results. And if you're working with like an individual or if you're working with an agency and that's all you give them to work with, like you can't expect them to change your life. Like there are probably a lot of other issues that need to be corrected. So to even make that budget work if it's not already working for you. So that's that.
Thank you. Sorry, I was sneezing there on camera. It must have been horrible to look at. Thank you. I appreciate that.
No. Honestly, I don't know where to look when I'm doing this. Like when you're talking, I look at you, but then I see myself like looking like this. So I try to look into the camera. So when
that's
you sneeze,
what I
wasn't even looking.
It's hard, and because you have your peripherals and we're used to motion, I mostly just look at myself and think, oh man, is it the lighting or
everyone does?
Man, nobody loves how they look on camera. I doubt it.
Yeah.
So I know that we are coming up on time. I mean, we have the last slot. We could go all night if we wanted to, but we have other things to do. I think I bought the last bike in Toronto, so I need to go pick that up tonight before they give it away. But one thing that we were going to talk about is personalizing that content, and with something that's so personal in terms of sizes, style, materials, budgets, even regions. I'm sure the trends in your Chicago store are different than Philly at times. What are some of the ways that you use personalization to increase sales?
Yeah.
In a way that's automated and doesn't frustrate people.
Yes. So that was like the first thing I did when I came in. I had the privilege of working with a really big brand owned by Sheryl Sandberg right before I went back to full-time work, and revamped all of their automations. And that's what really got me into like personalization. So then coming right off of that project into TGS, like that was like my first thing. I was like, we gotta automate some of this. Like nobody needs to be responding to these emails. Like I got you. And so it's interesting. You've given me a few ideas because of like your perception of like, or your perspective, like what you think my version of personalization is versus like how I actually do it. Because I don't really personalize a lot of stuff in emails around sizing or even colors or trends. Not to say that's not in the plans, but we're actually in the middle of a rebrand that's going to take place on April 15th. So stay tuned for that if you're paying attention. Groomsman Suit will still reroute you to our new site. But anyway,
are you going headless?
But what was it?
Are you going headless?
Headless?
Like a headless commerce build to bring all the trust in?
I'm sorry. I should know that term, but I don't. I'm like, what?
Shameless plug. There's Shogun has a great blog post about it, and there's a few episodes of Pit Stop talking about it because it's kind of that trend that people are talking about, but it's still what is headless commerce. So if you check Pit Stop, there's a few episodes about that there. And I should probably start launch my newsletter. So I'll do an email about what is headless commerce and how that applies to you maybe on Friday.
Yeah, I'll have to look into that because now I'm sparked. I'm like, wait, what? Do I need to know this? But we are rebranding. To summarize the rebrand really quick, if this answers your question, is everything for the most part, if you go to thegroomsmansuit.com, we've already started making a lot of changes in terms of like an editorial photo shoot we did earlier this year and everything. So a lot of stuff has already started to kind of start that migration. We've been working with a really big SEO partner to make sure we don't lose our rankings because the groomsman suit is so highly searched, or groomsman suit is highly searched for people planning their weddings. So we're working on a lot of that stuff. But like we've mentioned earlier in this conversation, like we have 2 people that are full developers that are working on this stuff like pretty much nonstop. So that's, you know, the biggest thing for me is all the stuff that I came in and implemented from November to now. I'm basically redoing all of it, but with different branding. So really cool. But so to kind of like backpedal into like what the question was and like personalization in email marketing and like what can we automate and what, like, where does it make sense? For us, like one of the biggest things that people love about the Groomsmen Suit is how our customer support works. So one of my biggest goals whenever I'm working on automation that's going to alleviate some work from my people is making sure that I'm not taking away from the customer experience, because that is so important to our sales and revenue. So for example, some things that you can do to make it seem very personal, even if you're not necessarily, it's good if you can call someone by their name, but even if you're not doing that, is like having these like backup like emails where it looks like Kristen at the Groomsmen Suit is my normal email, but maybe an email from like Klaviyo that I'm sending out might be Kristen J at the Groomsmen Suit. So it still looks like it's coming right from me, but then I tie it back to Gorgeous. So when someone responds, it creates a support ticket and one of my customer support gurus can go in and respond. So that's like one thing for personalization is all of our emails, not all of them, but a lot of them, especially when it comes to like following up after a trial or after a swatch or whatever the case may be, those still look like they come from my customer support gurus directly.
Oh wow!
And then
what a good tactic. I love that, because especially, and it's funny. Harley from Shopify talked about it, where he always wears like black shirts, and it's you have a guy, and I'm sorry for using gender neutral language when the 10 of 11 staff at the Groomsmen Suit are women, but like you have a guy that you just go see and they just fix your problem. You have a fixer, I think would be a better gender neutral term. But once you have that interaction, it's you want your fixer to go in and solve your problems. You don't want it to be coming from marketing. You want the email to be coming from Alyssa.
Yep. And so when anything is like couple relative, like if it's like about the swatch or the trial, it comes from Alyssa. If it's to our insiders, that's like wedding pros, people that we work with that have their discount codes, etc. Those emails, I have custom tags made that like we have these like profiles of them that like from that dashboard that we've talked about, that like my CTO built, and basically we have Klaviyo with these custom tags that will pull in their discount code, their rep's email. And basically on any email they get from us, it looks like it's coming from the person who leads that team. And then it includes all of their personal information. And they're like, don't forget, this is your code. This is your rep. This is their email. So anywhere that I can provide that personalization in terms of like who it's coming from, that's like one area of like making it seem very personal. Another thing is like those custom tags or those dynamic tags that you can use in Klaviyo, where you could pull in someone's first name is like the best example there. That is like the bare minimum, I think. Like if you have somebody's first name, but like I'm trying to think of like an example here is the one that I just used with the insiders. But if I have all this other information about them, when I'm writing an email to them or an automation to them, I can include all this stuff where it really, now it's coming from Katie or Alyssa, but now it also has all this personal information. It legit looks like it came right off the desk, like right from them. So using that personalization method, but like the deeper use of personalization is more in like how you conditionally split an automation. So our abandoned carts right now, I'm happy to talk about this in more depth, is like the first thing I check for is like what's in the cart. If it's a swatch, which is free, their automation for abandoned cart is much different than somebody who has a suit in their cart. But once they have a suit in their cart, I check for a lot more things. Like, do they have a wedding group created on our site? Are they just like a person who's in the wedding group versus created the wedding group? Have they had a trial? Have they had a swatch? Have they had both? Have they had one or the other? You know, and every abandoned cart flow like goes in a different path and has a different follow-up sequence depending on what they're marked and tagged as. So they're now getting abandoned cart and it comes from Alyssa and it says, hey, I saw that you ordered a trial in the past, but you haven't checked out yet. You know, I just wanted to make sure that everything is okay. Is there anything else that you need help from? or help with or something. So it looks like, again, Alyssa or somebody from my team is directly emailing them saying like, hey, I saw that you already have XYZ done. What's missing? Like, where can I help you? And again, it all just opens tickets in Gorgeous, which, you know, tying again to like ecom tech and like things that you can implement for support. These things are just so critical to us. Like my abandoned cart rate I was talking about the other day, like our open rates, depending on where they're at in that different, like how a house split I have it, that can vary the open rates a lot. But our open rates vary from 60 to 100%, and our click-through rates are around 50% on all of them. And then our conversion rate is 12 to 20% on abandoned carts, or 24 to 44%, sorry, on abandoned carts. So to me, it's like my abandoned cart flow and how personalized and split I can get into that is so crucial and critical to driving revenue. So, and I mean, that goes for any flow. We also have a flow that goes out depending on how far out from your wedding you are. So starting at 12 months, you get an email, 11 months out, you get an email. And this is all dependent on the dates. And then that checks in a different flow, puts you into a specific segment. And then you hit the automation based off what month you're in. And then we give them like some special tips and tools. And then within those, I have like splits, which like, if like month 6, I might recommend a trial. If they've already ordered a trial, I'm going to send them something a little different. So really, you can take customizations and your automations or personalizations in your automations so deep if you have the time. My recommendation for how to tackle that is to work on one flow at a time and think about all the different variables that come into a customer's experience and like how can you enhance their experience through these flows. And you can do this also with SMS. So pretty cool. It's helped drive a lot of conversions. I love looking at Klaviyo's dashboard and seeing all the money that my new flows that I've implemented since starting have driven. So it's really cool and it's fun to look at.
Have you done a birthday flow?
No. See, the thing about like our stuff traditionally, like from what I've gathered since I've started and what we've talked about a lot here is like the moments when people buy a suit are so specific, and maybe birthday is a great moment to buy a new suit, but the thing that where a lot of e-commerce brands, especially like in consumable products or for like a fashion boutique or, you know, whatever, you're looking at this like lifetime value, like how much money can I get them to spend over time. For us, it's way more about like getting that initial wedding group to have 8 groomsmen or 8 bridesmaids or whoever you have on your group, like have an 8-person wedding party, bringing them in, getting them all to shop, and then get like the full suit, tux shirt, shoes, belt, vest, like increasing the average order value per person, and doing that more so than it is for like customer lifetime value. So I think as we transition into our new name next month and we appeal to a broader audience of people, that will be something that we'll probably look into, is like various ways to increase lifetime value and be there for multiple moments versus just the wedding. But since I've started, that's just not been something that we've done.
Yeah, and I think it's something that you could do. And the reason that I asked this is we're doing a bunch of episodes with Greg from OmniSend tomorrow, and they publish a report on automations, and birthdays have super high engagement.
Yep.
But the conversion rate isn't there, but it's good because it's a nice gentle reminder that you get to have some fun with. And I don't know how to set up the tracking on it, but I just drew you this little tree where if you start with the one wedding up top and then you have the 4 groomsmen, if you can get one out of the 4 to keep buying. So maybe they register, you send them the birthday reminder that, hey, if you get married for your wedding, here's 50% off your suit if you bring your wedding party or whatever the promo is, and then just try to keep that chain going as far as you can.
Yeah, that's actually a great idea. I mean, we've looked at various ways for referrals through our customers and through our partners. I think like we'll continue to like build that out as our new name and like our transition happens. It's been so hard for me in this call to like be between the 2 names and like not say the other name. We're trying to like not speak it out loud too much until it's implemented. But I think as we transition, like the more and more of that kind of stuff we'll do. But my co-founders have been, I won't even say my co-founders specifically, but between my co-founders and just like the way that the business model has been up to date is like we have traditionally avoided coupon codes or discounts unless it's an insider, like one of our wedding pros or like a friends and family situation. So that's also been a little bit unique for me because I'm always somebody who's like, come on, no, let's give like a little incentive. Like it's okay if that's like part of the acquisition cost. So for me, that's been like traditionally like different. So
it is, but it's funny. And this is why writing and language is so important. It's not constantly bombarding with discounts. And shameless plug for Pit Stop, but I talked about Dan Dembski from Unbound Merino, who made my shirt and hoodie, about this. And they run 1 or 2 discounts a year so that when it goes on, it's big. And you can say, hey, 2 of our discounts are coming up in 3 weeks. So make sure you have your notifications on. Go to your push notifications. Hey, if you don't want to miss it, subscribe to SMS. That's what Beard Brand does. But there's a very big difference between, say, a 10% or call it a 40% discount and a $50 gift card. So hey, here's a $50 gift card for your wedding when you're ready. A little present from us to you. And so it's just the verbiage, even though it's the same thing, even though the cost per promotion is still the same amount, it's funny how that works. Or even if you, to go full circle as we take it home, talking about direct response, you could have an actual gift card with their name on it if you knew that that they spend a lot on their suit, and almost do an ABM approach to borrow something from our SaaS worlds. But it's fun for me to chat about. You have to actually do it and measure it. So.
Yeah, I mean, it's funny that you say ABM because whenever I had one of my first SaaS jobs, like I was like really obsessed with learning more about ABM because I think Terminus coined that term, and they were right next to us in our building. So I actually had the ABM book for dummies that they launched in like 2015 or 16. And I remember I was so bummed I left that on a plane. But anyway, side note again. But these are great ideas. And I think that I think you're so right about like what a difference there's such a difference that between the percentage versus the dollar amount. That's like an ongoing conversation, I feel like, in commerce, when we're all like, whenever people like us or operators like get together and we're like talking like, oh, what's working for you, what's not, things like that. I had a client through COVID that I worked with in Australia. I've worked with him since the day he launched his business. He's a really small brand, but he in COVID or during quarantine, we did 2 sales. We did like one that was basically like spend this, get 30% off, and then spend this, get $100 off or something. Like we did like 2 variations of it. And like both of them performed very well despite people being in lockdown, and this was like gym wear. So I was very surprised that it did so well during lockdown. But
you don't have to work out in it. You can just feel like you're working out from home.
Yeah, these type of leggings are like kind of like, I don't know. I feel like I definitely don't wear them to just hang out in, but they're beyond the point. They did very well, both of them, but there was like, I remember there being a clear difference and us being like, oh man, like, look, why are people so into the dollar amount? They spent so much more money. Like it was crazy. So I think that's definitely worth testing, especially like, for a good example for this, for anybody who might be listening, is like if you, for example, are using Klaviyo, they have A/B testing on their pop-ups, and you could easily A/B test how many signups you get for 10% off versus $10 off 100, or whatever the case may be. So whatever makes sense for your business. Like Inside Weather, I think, does this, and they give you like a $20 gift card. I'm like, for the $2,000 couch? Like, thank you, but you know, like it's ridiculous. So I think like you should take into account like what that discount looks like to your consumer too. You don't want to give them something where they're like why are they even offering
almost
this?
insulting. It's like, and sometimes it's better to do gift with purchase. So if it's a $2,000 leather couch, say, you know what, we'll offer free leather care from Jerry's leather maintenance, whatever it is. Anyway, we're getting a little bit out there with the analogies, which I think is a good time to take it home. Chris,
Yeah.
is there anything else that you want to add on the organic side, the paid side, the personalized automations, anything else that you were dying for me to ask that I just didn't? What else do you want the audience to take away?
I don't think there is anything that I was like dying for you to ask, but I think like something I always like to wrap up with as it pertains to like content, because I heard this kind of in the end of the last conversation too, is like content doesn't have to be expensive. Like it doesn't. A lot of times, like I said, if you go consume content, you can figure out what shots you need to make your own video at home, and there might be a little learning curve if you need that to like figure out how to make it yourself, but honestly, it's so easy to go at golden hour. Like right now is golden hour. There's shadows coming in on my white rug. I'm gonna go take this over there with my phone with some shadow reflections on it, and that's gonna be an ad. Like it's so easy to do, and like we've overcomplicated it for so long because this high value production content used to be the thing that sold and converted, and now it's just not. So just remind yourself that to just do your best, try. Sometimes it might be awkward, but you can try, and content doesn't have to be very expensive to produce, and you don't have to work with like these big people like Cardi B. You can work with the small micro influencers that really are just happy to get free product or something along those lines, like to get the content for the assets that you need for those different ad placements. So there's that. And then one more thing I'll plug. Make sure when you're making ad assets that you make assets for every size variation. The primary ones being 9x16 for your Instagram and Facebook stories, your 4x5s, that's more for like feed inline, and then obviously your 1x1s for where 4x5s don't fit. So making sure that you have content variations that fit in all placements so that no matter where somebody receives it, they receive it well. And that's it.
I love that. One last thing to tie it all together. If 90 Day Fiance can adapt to COVID by sending their cast iPhones to film a television cable show, you can too. What you can hold in your hand is good enough to film content.
Yep, that is so true. I was like, where's he going with this? Because I haven't watched, but there are people literally doing full-blown series on like TikTok and stuff.
Yeah, look at Mr. Beast, the hottest YouTuber in the world. He started with his MacBook webcam.
I will bring you a dog to close this out.
Oh, thank you. Is that a GSP?
Yep.
Well, there we go. What's your dog's name?
Her name is Willow. She's
Willow.
whining and being a baby. If you can't tell, she's like literally throwing her whole body weight on me. She makes an appearance on anything that I do, just because she's so needy and clingy. So she always gets on the lap somehow, even though she's no longer a lap dog.
Well, looks like one to me. All right, I'm going to let you go. You've got a happy pup to take care of. Kristen, thank you so much for joining me. I had an absolute blast doing this.
Yeah.
I think you mentioned where people can find you, thegroomsmansuit.com. Stay tuned for a new name, much like Voldemort. It's the name that shall not be named. So follow Kristen for that big display. Check out my podcast, Pit Stop, Rolled Up. And if you want, and just search for Lucas Walker wherever you get your podcasts. New retail podcast coming out soon. I think we're good to go. I'll let the tech team. Derek, there you are. I was stalling and rambling. I'm like, do I get the studio?
I wasn't going to let you guys stop. You're having too much fun up there. I've just been here letting this letting the fun happen. This is great. I love everything you guys have been up to.
I want to say thank you too for, I know this was like kind of a last minute stitch, and it was really fun. Today's been like a really crazy day, and I was like doing my makeup on team call to make sure I was like prepared for camera. So it's been really fun, and I'm really glad that you guys asked me. This was a fun combo.
Yeah, it's great to have you. Great to have you both here. One thing I'll say about crazy days, because my wife and I have been saying this too much, especially during COVID, is we would say, "What a day." And I made us change it. So I said, okay, anytime we say that, we have to now say, what a great day. So it's been a great day today. And thank you guys so much for being here. Lucas, I'll be sure to shoot you over this footage so you'll have it very soon and turn it into the full-fledged podcast that it deserves to be. I was really grateful to learn the story of the groomsman suit. Your abandoned cart recovery rates blew my mind. And I love the unique strategy of the groomsman suit because of the way the business works around, especially weddings and stuff like that. It makes a ton of sense, and it looks like you've been able to make huge adaptations in the market. So yeah, thank you, Kristen. Thank you, Lucas. I will let you guys both go.
Okay, bye guys.
And then we wave for COVID.
Awesome. What a day. What a great day, right? Oh my gosh, guys, we covered so much today. I think so many jaw-dropping moments, including seeing My Sure Fit with one picture size up somebody so that they could permanently have the right size clothes when they go shopping online. That blew my absolute mind. And it's not going to be over yet. We have a second day coming to you if my computer will continue to work. Here we are. Let me show you first, before we go to the day 2, let's talk about the sponsors. We have to thank our 3 main sponsors, Recart, LTV Plus, and Gorgeous, for being amazing and showing us both through their platforms and through the strategies that their tools enable, which of course, work regardless of your platform. Messenger marketing is working, live chat is working, and being great with your customers is always going to work for business. Tomorrow, we're going to open with Nert Chevy from Savvy, which takes a slightly different approach to the things that you need for a customized fashion experience. Look at the site. It's like a stylist in your pocket. And I think this is what the world is coming to. I'm really excited to talk with her and figure out where the future of fashion and apparel is going, especially when it comes to e-commerce. We've got 2 merchant interviews. I'll be talking with Leslie from Venom, and Ty will be interviewing Cadigan from Cadigan. And then we will see how augmented reality is changing our world, as well as Buy With, which is loading. It's a platform for influencers to better sell products. So we talked today about influencer marketing, how to make it work. Now the influencers can actually connect to your Shopify store and sell more product through live streaming and all of that. All of this stuff is like truly huge. It's groundbreaking, and it can change your business. That's it for me. Future events. This is us. And if you want to book a consult with me at any point, I talk to merchants on a daily basis about the tech tools they should be using to grow their store. My whole job here is to understand the emerging e-commerce technology landscape, understand the tools in your stack, and then in the stage of your business, and then make that connection, make the right fit happen so that you're using the right tool at the right time. All right. Thank you, everybody, so much for sticking with us to the end. My screen might have frozen there. Well, okay. I will see you guys all tomorrow at 9 a.m. PST sharp for the beginning of day 2. See you then.